Hey everyone, it is Silverfuse, and welcome to the TRS Classics Season 2. I am joined here with our guest caster, Charmer,
Hello. Thank you for having me.
and we are doing a little pregame show today, in which we will be going over 4 decks, and this time, typically, we've been going over deck lists each time, but that slowed us down a lot in the past, so today we're going to go over 4 decks that we either found interesting or are seeing a lot. Just wanted to go over them a bit and show you what some of the new brews that people brought, as well as decks that will still be strong even with the new cards. So our
Yeah.
first one is the Empire token list.
Yeah, this is our first basically big tournament since the release of Alliance War. And so we're going to see some new classes, some new tricolor options, including the Empire of Cyrodiil. And this particular list, again, is one that Michaela brought, and it's a more token-based list. And there seems to be quite a few of these in the field today.
Yes, we've seen a lot of all the deck lists are in, if you say exclamation decks, you can see all the lists that our players brought today, and we've seen a lot of this flavor of Empire deck. A lot of people that are running the General Tullius and Clivia Tharn, as well with these classic yellow tokens that we see, and the strong purple cards that we also see.
Yeah, in particular, one of the things I kind of wanted to highlight is Onde Clan Sorcerer has not been played in many aggressive lists because you're typically not like losing a lot of your own creatures. That goes against the grain. But in tokens, that's not the case. It's actually a really strong card, so I'm excited to see this thing potentially go off in these matchups.
And we also have things such as Cloud Resolutionist, which allows more trading, and winning the fielding becomes all that more important. What do you think about the deck overall, Charmer?
I think that this deck is going to be a strong choice, particularly because it is a resilient token deck. What I mean by that is that in the past, tokens kind of lived and died by whether or not they could race Ice Storm, or in this case now with the new expansion, race Debilitate. But now that you can add some of the combos that Empire has available, for example, you get cards like Haunting Spirit, Young Mammoth, Mournhold Trader, all these things that can either survive Debilitate or survive Ice Storm or give you power on the board post Ice Storm. I think that's a really big deal. Even something like Clivia, for example, she's big enough to survive an Ice Storm and kind of repopulate the board. So it's a bit, I think, more resilient than a traditional like Crusader token list. And I think that's going to be, uh, one of the benefits to the list. Now, the downside is it's more resilient, but there also may be a lot more aggressive decks in the field. And so if you're matched up against non-Ice Storm decks, it's possible that this might be punished because it might be a hair slower than something like Halalu.
Yeah, I would say that it definitely has a little bit more of that slow feeling to it, where it can very much win board. It's like in a first aggro, it's more likely to play kind of almost like a control style, where it's going to be making more trades, looking to make variable trades, take the board, and then beat their opponent, rather than just flat out racing it, such as what we would see in potentially a Halalu or Satyr list. But besides that, it looks really strong to me, and I haven't really played much Empire of Cyrodiil,
Cyrodiil.
Cyrodiil. So I don't really know exactly how I would build this myself. So I like seeing all these different lists. Have you been playing it at all?
I've only done a little bit with Empire. When the set dropped, as far as token decks go, I went heavy into Guildsworn just because I thought, hey, I can play Token Mage and Token Crusader together. That sounds like a great time. That being said, I do see a lot of cards in here that I like. One of the cards that I've been kind of dreading when I see it played against me, especially on the ladder, is Inspiring Soldier. That's one of the new 2-drops that was given to Agility. It's just a 3/2 for 2, which seems unassuming, but it also has Veteran of Create a Token. And so if you don't answer it right away, it starts to snowball your board very quickly. And in a list like this, where you want a wide board, having a 3/2 that's making extra bodies is kind of a big deal. It's been kind of overperforming against me on the ladder. So I like that inclusion. Just overall, I think that Michaela's list here looks really strong. There's a couple of like one-ofs that I think are interesting choices, including the Bruma Oppressor, and uh, also one Grizzly Gourmet. I think is a good tech choice here as well, because we've been seeing a lot of token or aggro based lists, and then also running the one of Giant Snake, which is a great tempo play. So I think this is a great foundation to start with.
Yeah, one thing that I found interesting in this list too is that there isn't a Penitasaki Lotus agent that I can see, so there's no silences and ways to remove guard, but it does have Gavel the Ordinator, which probably acts as almost a removal tool in some ways, where it's very much a board-based deck in pretty much every form. But I think Gavel, that's what its job is to get through those guards without losing all of your creatures. And for the next deck, we mentioned Guildsworn earlier, so can we take a look at that? We were also talking about the aggro on this. Charmer and I were looking at these lists earlier, and there are a ton of different styles. A lot of them are going more token, and some of them are going more mid-range. So basically, the pack, or the the core pack of it is about the same. Where we're seeing those base Crusader cards, the classic Crusaders cards that we see all the time. But then on the top end, we see a little bit more flavor changes. Some people are taking different looks at it. What do you think about the Guildsworn deck list, Charmer?
So the particular list that we're showing is pastas, and this is kind of like a half token, half mid range. I say half token because we do still see some things like Raiding Party and Pitline, which are traditional standards of like the token package. But at the top end, we see things like 3 Blood Dragons, which is obviously a much more mid range style card that wants to fight for the board. It's just based on stats and versatility, flexibility. But you're right, Guildsworn, especially on the ladder, has been coming in all flavors. There is token-based lists. There are heavy prophecy-based lists because Prophecy Mage and Prophecy Battle Mage before were very common, so mashing the two together makes sense. I've seen expertise lists popping up as well because of the new Guildsworn Master of Incubala. I know I'm slaughtering that, so I apologize, but the list is just one of those things that is, I think, interesting because it can come in so many different shapes and sizes. And as time passes, I'm curious to see how it refines. Because usually when something is like this, it reminds me of early Halalu. Early Halalu came in a lot of shapes and sizes. You had the plot variants, you had Haunted Manor things with charge, and then you had just straight like token Halalu. And then eventually it became a monstrosity as people kind of refined it. I think Guildsworn is in that same boat for me personally.
I agree with that 100%. Even after Manor was nerfed, Halalu went through a couple different phases as people were taking out and trying different, like, before Halalu had that insanely low curve, and then people started making it a little bit less of a low curve, but still pretty low overall. And I think the same thing will happen with Guildsworn too. It has the tools, it has the pieces it needs. We just need to put the puzzle together, and it's going to become very strong as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the tools that are available between, strength, intelligence, and willpower, we have a lot of prophecy options, a lot of reach, a lot of card draw, even reach in the form of lightning bolts, but also charge creatures, and then you have a lot of board-wide buffs. So some combination will be like the right mix, and I think it's just kind of tuning it and finding that right mix. But it is certainly proving to be powerful on the ladder, and a lot of people brought it, so I think we're going to see it be powerful today. Again, it's just that, I think it's unrefined. I think that Guildsworn is something we'll see in future tournaments for sure, but it's going to be changing over the next month or two.
Yes, and I must say, being able to play Wordcrafter and Harpy and Aggro Crusader feels so amazing. It's
And
kind of
Satanine.
disgusting. And Satanine. So
Yeah.
on to the next deck. We have two left for you today. And one of them was the Market Archer, which this is Frankie Hot Dog's Market Archer, and Frenzy also brought this to the tournament today. It is one that CVH has been boasting about on Twitter quite a bit, so you might have seen a list similar to this one. And this is an extremely bursty list. You can OTK your opponent turn 7, sometimes even earlier, and the strength of it with the Spoils of War often costing 0 mana, even Debilitate costing 0 mana as well. Charmer, what do you think about this list?
I toyed around with this a bit on stream recently, and it can just like accidentally win games at times. You're absolutely right. Spoils of War is a monster in a lot of aggressive lists, but specifically in Market because it can serve as an activator for your game plan, meaning once it gets down to 0, it will trigger Swindler's Market on its own. And if you start chaining Spoils of War in the same turn, then you're getting more activations while going through more cards. And then, as you said, even getting Debilitate down to costing 0, there's been times where I've debilitated my own board just because it was the right move for more triggers. It is got a lot of tools. There's a lot of card draw available to it now. Again, this is one of those ones that comes in a couple of different flavors, but the core is usually the same, and Spoils of War has been an outstanding addition for this particular list.
Yes, I actually played it last night where I got a turn 4, 2 Spoils of War, and Debilitate on the same turn, all for it was disgusting. So we might see something from that in our first match was Frankie Hot Dogs versus Bujin Ovation, and this list is banned for Frankie. Bujin saw a scrim of Frankie playing it, saw the burst of it, and said, "Heck no, I am not dealing with that."
Yeah.
Which I think is a good call.
Now might be a good time to mention as well that, this is the kind of list that does come in a couple of different flavors. However, today, all of the versions that you would see are not going to have Thieves Guild Fence because, unfortunately, due to a bug, Thieves Guild Fence did have to get banned from this tournament. The bug was not addressed in time, so players had to submit lists without Thieves Guild Fence. That is a card that sometimes makes it in, because again, that would make things like Shadow Shift cost 0, cycle, and get triggers, but all of the lists today do not have Thieves Guild Fence.
And some people are praising that they don't have to go against a bomb with Opportunist, and other people had been working on that deck for a while and trying to refine it, and that wasn't the best for them. So there's a lot of very happy people and a lot of very upset people about that card being banned, but it was pretty much our only option. We have one deck list left, and it is one that has been a monster in tournaments for the last year. Oh, well, it is Aggro Halalu. I just heard that we don't have the list, but it is the list that we've all seen over and over again. If you have watched any tournaments, you have seen this list. It hasn't changed very much. A few people opted to add in like one of Spoils of War, but generally it is the same list that's been a monster and probably will continue being a monster unless Debilitate really starts flexing its muscles and putting it in its place. But it'll probably still be one of the best decks in a tournament that we'll see. What do you think about it?
I mean, Halalu has a very large representation in the field today, and in all honesty, I think that this is simply because it was arguably the best list before, and when you're coming into an unstable and unrefined meta, bringing something that was your rock-solid foundation from before is just a source of comfort. So I'm not saying that Halalu is not good. It's amazing, and it got some great new tools if you want to experiment in Opportunist and or Spoils of War, but I do also think that a lot of the popularity just comes from people saying, okay, I want to bring some new stuff, but I need something I'm familiar with, right? I need something that I know can get the job done. Halalu fits that bill, and so it's very widely represented today.
Yes, and one more card that's been added to a lot of lists is Varen, which, if you don't know what that is, it's a 4-mana, 4/6, yellow, that when you break when your opponent breaks a rune, instead of giving a card, you essentially get a healing potion, in which you gain 5 health. So a lot of aggro decks like that idea, because in an aggro versus aggro matchup, then they are able to keep their health going, essentially.
Yeah, it's great in the aggro mirror because you get, one, a big body. A 4/6 for 4 is nothing to sneeze at. But then also, in a list like Halalu, for example, you have a lot of card draw. You don't necessarily need the runes to fill your hand, but being able to immediately gain 5 health after your opponent has essentially done 5 damage to you, it slows them down. It kind of gets you to keep pace with them or sometimes jump ahead in tempo as far as like the game clock is concerned. When I say game clock, I mean your opponent's health versus your health when the game is going to end. But it's a great card for that in aggressive mirrors. There was a lot of talk about it being a control card, but in my opinion, I think it's actually proving to be like a mirror bomb for the aggressive decks.
Yes, I can definitely agree with that. And considering in tournaments we see a lot of aggro, no surprise that a lot of people slipped Varen into their list as well.
All right, so is there any other things that we didn't cover you want to maybe give a quick shout out to, Silverfuse? Because again, these were the lists we kind of wanted to highlight ahead of time. Was there something else that you're looking forward to on the day?
We also saw a lot of Empire control with conscription, although we didn't show that. There is a lot of people who brought that as well. We just wanted to show different flavors of the decks, so that's something else I would say to be looking out for as well.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm excited to see some of these Daggerfall lists because I'm a huge Mid Sorcerer fan. And as far as I'm concerned, Daggerfall is just Mid Sorcerer with Withered Hand Cultist. So I like to call that Withered Hand Sorcerer. But I want to see how those decks perform as well. And again, it's a new set, new meta, new world. Honestly, anything I'm excited to see at this point.
So we are going to go take a break, and I, along with Dead Broke Nerd, will be casting the first match, which will be Frankie Hot Dogs versus Booge Innovation. So I will see you then.
Ahoy, Elder Scrolls Legends fans. Welcome back to Season 2 of the Team Rankstar Classic. I'm Dead Broke Nerd, and with me is the incomparable Silverfuse. Silver, would you like to break down the format we'll be dealing with today for the competitors?
So the Tier S Classics have all used the same format, which is the best of 5. You bring 4 deck lists, and you get 1 ban. It is last hero standing, which means when you win a game, then you are allowed to keep that list, but if you lose with the game, then that list is gone. You can't touch it anymore. And if you won with that list, you have to continue playing that list. You can't just switch and be like, oh, I won with that, I'll go play this one instead. So once you win with the list, you have to keep going with it, and if you lose the list, it's out. And that is until someone wins 3 games.
Very cool. And our first cast and match of the day is actually going to be Bujinovation versus Frankie Hot Dogs. But first, we're going to take a look at the absolutely stacked bracket of players who qualified for this event through either ladder finishes or qualifier tournament series that we also run. We've done throughout the last couple months. So what really stands out to you about this bracket here, Silver?
Really, there are just so many good players.
Crazy,
we had
right?
such a hard time picking who we're going to cast just because it's stacked. Like, every game, there's so many past Master Series players in here, high ladder finishers. Like, these are all pretty well-known people that we've all heard of and we've all know.
Yeah, no, and our discussion back and forth when we're looking at this bracket was just wild, as everyone's wanting to pick out different things. And I mean, we've got people from Team Rankstar, Blood Warriors Guild, and we've got people from all over the place, big names that everybody's heard of and that have placed well. So honestly, I'm just so excited for some of these amazing matchups. I wish we could watch all of them.
Yes, and
so we've got the right side of the bracket over here with some more really noticeable matchups here. Aini and Fierce Infinity for a really cool showdown of some longtime players, as well as Maddie and Petamax going at it. Petamax has a really interesting lineup. You guys can go check that out with exclamation point decks to see the decks of the competitors. And I mean, just all of these names going down the entire list are all just amazing players that anyone who's even remotely kept up with the competitive scene would be familiar with.
yes, lots of well-known names. Once again, lots of Master Series competitors and people who did well at the Master Series as well. Earlier in the list of the bracket, we have Please Don't Hack Me, who won the Master Series, so it's cool to see him out here as well.
Yeah, and so what we're going to do now is we're going to actually take a look at the matchup that we're going to be focusing on for this first round, which is Bujinovation versus Frankie Hot Dogs. So each of them brought the 4 decks here that you guys can see on our brand new screen. Doesn't that look just so good? So Frankie seems to have brought an aggressive Halalu list, which guess what? So did Begenovation. And we can see actually both lineups seem to be pretty heavily aggro. Of course, with the Market Archer over there on Frankie Hot Dog's side. What sort of stands out about Frankie's lineup, or maybe individual decks to you, Silver?
I really like the Market Archer, but unfortunately it's banned, so we won't talk about it too much. But he took a highly aggressive list overall, which I think is a good way to go, especially when, well, really, it's kind of hard to play either one, control or aggro, when it's not refined. But we do have, both sides have the Halalu aggro, which we talked about earlier how refined it is, and then aggro Guild Sword is very similar, except you have the blue instead of the green, and we saw a lot of players just take Crusader and then add the few good blue cards that they wanted in it as well. I wouldn't say anything stands out too much to me. It's pretty expected overall, but I like the lineup a lot.
Yeah, and it's actually one thing I did notice when looking at the Halalu list from Frankie. It's actually running the Cloak and Dagger instead of the Steel Scimitars. So that's something that I'm pretty excited for. And then actually both Frankie and Bugenovation are not running the pretty typical Nord Firebrands that we see in a lot of the Halalu lists, instead opting for maybe a slightly taller mid game in some of the middle of the curve. But looking over at Bugenovation's lineup, there's actually a aggressive Redoran list that kind of goes a little more tokeny in the early game of the curve, as well as the Guildsworn as well, but with some different inclusion. So we noticed Frankie had no Harpies. Bugenovation does have Harpies. But is running a few other things and isn't running Daggerfall Maze. What do you think about this kind of token early game lineup that we see from Bugenovation?
I would say, I mean, really, it's once again, it's kind of similar to Frankie's in some way, in really decks that we've seen over and over. We'd also went over a token list of the Empire earlier from Imikayla, and I think, if I remember correctly, I don't have it in front of me, Bujan's list was pretty similar overall. I would have to look at it again to be sure. Sorry about that.
So we're looking at these two lineups, both of which are pretty fast. And we have the ban on the Market Archer, which probably squares some things away on Bugenovation side of things. Do we have the ban that Frankie Hot Dogs put out? Which
No,
one did
I
he
don't. I
remove?
only know because I asked Frankie personally what his was. I would assume if I were Frankie, I would be banning the Aggro Halalu because we know how refined that list is. And it is a list that I would not want like Guildsworn to go against, for instance, just because of how refined it is, how fast it is. Where his aggro in the Guildsworn was like a little bit slower, more able to control the board, and that would make sense to me. That I'd be worried about aggro Halalu going right under me, essentially. So that's what I would assume the ban would be, but I really can't say for sure.
Yeah. And one of the things that I think is really cool about this matchup is we're actually seeing a couple different approaches to that aggro matchup. So like we've got those tokens over there, and I'm really excited to see the Empire. And then of course we've got the Daggerfall on Frankie Hot Dog side. So showcasing those new tricolor archetypes as well. So Silverface, which of these two lineups are you favoring here? Obviously they're both aggressive lineups, but with different approaches. What do you kind of think about that?
I will say I'll have to favor Bujan's list a little bit, just because he has a more refined list of aggro Redoran and aggro Halalu. The Halalu is banned, and then they have the Guildsworn versus Guildsworn, and Frankie's Archer being banned as well. Like that is one of the, I would say he has a potential 3-0 with Halalu though. It's definitely when you leave Halalu up, it might just 3. So I find that a little bit hard too. So in some ways, I might favor Frankie just because he has Halalu. If Bujin doesn't have Halalu, I tend to put my bets on the Halalu. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that Halalu can certainly run away with the game, but they also have the ability to be very reactive, to look at the opponent's board if they get ahead, slow things down, have plenty of resource extension, and interact with the board with a lot of charge creatures. So it'll be really exciting to see where this goes. Looks like we're getting in the first match here. We're going to get this set up. And I am spectating Frankie Hot Dogs now. There we go. Haha.
So I think it's also big to note that Frankie Hot Dogs finished number 2 or 3, somewhere around that on the ladder on the first which we had the top 10 card back rewards, and Boujin Ovation finished in the top 10 the last month as well. So these are two players who have done extremely well on the ladder. And like I said, I don't think I've seen Frankie in a tournament. I think he played at the very beginning of Warps, potentially, but I've never seen him play in a tournament before, so this is cool to see him here. And then I don't think Boujin always gets the opportunity to play in tournaments either.
Yeah, we've been seeing Boujin Innovation sort of kind of come back into the game over this last year and really start making waves in the scene. He's also, both players are people that are stalwarts in chat on Twitch all the time, coming into people's channels and chatting about new decks and stuff. So it's really cool to feature both of these awesome players. We've got the mulligans coming out. Frankie throwing away 2 Pit Lions and instead coming up with a Scouting Patrol, Sill, Sharpshooter, and now drawing the East March. We're probably going to see that Scouting Patrol come out, but let's see. And then in Boujin Innovation's hand, we've got the Windkeep, Spellsword, Cloud Rest, and Cliff Racer. And when on the ring, that's starting to feel a little bit... I'd say I'd be pretty happy with that hand. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's pretty okay. And I had to... 1 second here. Frankie wanted to double check to make sure that everything's good to go. So Frankie Hot Dogs does not have a 2-drop here, which is not something you ever want to see as an aggro player. He does have the 1 at least, but if he can't play anything on this turn 2, it is an extremely dead turn, and following up, East March Crusader isn't that much better on 3. It's just more easily dealt with.
Yeah, the two of them, the Halalu Sharpshooter and the East March can sometimes present difficulties for these Crusader-based decks, as at the 3 slot, they're cards that really want to be paired with something else, or East March being a card you don't really want in your opening hand. That Empire Recruiter coming down for Boujin Innovation is going to be able to get the Pilfer effect to put a matching 1/1 in the Shadow Lane. We're going to see that Windkeep Spellsword come down too, and that presents a pretty heavy field control at this point, like field lane control. And Frankie did not pick up a good drop here for 3.
Yeah, overall, this is pretty bad draw from Frankie. I don't know how many 2-drops he's running, but also having to play the East March Crusader without getting any value from it is still it only has 2 health. It doesn't make that great of trades. It's not a spot you really want to be in. However, there's a chance that he plays Ulfric's next turn and goes face, draws a card. But at the same time, Boujin's just in a really good spot here with this field lane. This field lane is very scary.
Yeah, and field lane being so important for getting these trades in the aggro mirrors. The young Mammoth comes down, chooses not to use a ring charge for either of the 2 4-drops. I think Varen would have been an interesting choice, but one that he could probably save for later when it turns into more of a race. Ulfric's Housecarl, though, on the side of Frankie, triggering a rune and getting a card out of it as well.
Yeah, so I'd be surprised if we see the Cloud Rest Illusionist come down here. I was going to say, you have control of this field lane. Hey, why not?
Yeah, Cloud Rest, such a strong card. And even though it takes 2 attacks to trade into, at this point, this token Empire deck cares much more about controlling the board than it does about pushing damage right away. And Frankie, of course, being on a similar aggressive game plan, is going to have a hard time building back into it.
Frankie also picks up this Baron here, and there's definitely a chance that I would say you just play it here. Because either it has to be taken care of, or you're going to be healing up for quite a bit.
Yeah, and an interesting choice to play it Shadow instead of Field. I think there was a little bit of consideration. Varen does have a pretty huge stat block for turn 4, and with the 6 health, that's going to require at least 2 trades from Boujin Innovation, but decides that it's better that something sticks on the board.
Yes, and then on top of this, if another Cloud Rush came down, the game would be over. And
sure.
Frankie decides to do a little taunt there. Probably just good fun, because as we said earlier, these are 2 active players on Twitch. They hang out. Boujin streams quite a bit. Frankie hangs out on the stream at times. So just having some fun. And Frankie knowing that without that 2-drop, and the start that Boujin had, there's really not much you can do when you miss your curve.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you always hate to see it as an aggro player, but it always as on the other side of the table, you look and you see that 2-drop, and you're always just so happy when that doesn't hit the board right away. We've got the 2 Varens staring each other down quite amusingly. It should be noted that Boujin Innovations is premium. Definitely giving an edge in this matchup.
Yes, that is why he is ahead, because he has all premiums. Frankie doesn't. And it's something that Immortal August has taught me well.
Yeah, and so many cool premiums in Alliance War too. I think we were talking about that a little bit earlier, looking at the premium debilitates, and there's so many cool ones.
Frankie deciding what to silence here, decides to silence the Baron. But his will soon have its time as well. I like contesting the field here a lot with these 2/3s. He does have the Crusader's Assault to maybe, if Bujin didn't make the trades, could trade into this Cloud Rust, but I feel like Bujin will... It's kind of hard when he has 2/3 and a 2/2. What he does have Cliff Racer in his hand, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that.
Yeah, as well as the last ring charge for a little bit of flexible Magicka use. It got a lot of options here.
Yes, and this 5th Legion trainer just more value, more value, more value as we go in the game.
That's one of the cards that if you leave it out for too long, even just a couple turns, it gets so much value, and it's so hard to remove at 3 defense. Most people just put in the Shadow Lane, let it do the work for it. And we're going to get an early concede from Frankie Hot Dogs. Can see which way the winds are shifting, and we'll go ahead and bail out of that one early. So that's one win there for Bugenovation with that blinged out premium Imperial tokens deck. What do you think about that matchup, Silver? I know it was kind of one that was dictated from the start, but I think that Frankie kind of took his outs and played to them pretty well, dealt with what he had.
Yeah, and I think even with the 2-drop, Bujin's curve was pretty nuts, and that Cloud Rust punish on top of it, where I think Bujin, even with Frankie having a 2, not having a 2 ended the game on the spot, but I think he would have had a much better chance. I don't know, I still think Bujin would have probably came out ahead, but the game would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be getting into this next game. Frankie Hot Dogs deciding to queue up the Halalu. Got a pretty excellent opening flip here from Frankie with 2 Mournhold traders and a Cloak and Dagger.
Yes, and this Cloak for the Mournhold trader to make a nice trade, and the Deepwood Trapper to protect them too.
That's crazy.
That is pretty nuts. The Dagger onto this as well. It's just the utility of the Cloak and Dagger here is actually insanely strong with this starting hand.
Yeah, and we were noting that, what it was looking like with the Cloak and Dagger as opposed to the Steel Scimitar. But when you have something that you want to strategically support on the defense, but don't necessarily want to commit damage to it, or in this case, being able to put them both on such a deadly threat like the Deepwood Trapper, which now, of course, is going to trade so much better with anything trying to get through it.
And on top of this, Halalu Oathman triggers next turn. So this is Halalu Oathman into Mournhold Trader.
Absolutely, or into Corner Club Gambler.
Either one, really.
Pretty excellent. We'll see what the draw happens. That's actually a really cool point for anyone new to the game. These triggers off of the Oathman also go off of items. Sometimes it's not apparent as they're they don't appear. They're hidden over you'd have to scroll over the text of one of the creatures to see it, but they do still count when they're equipped to a creature. So keep that in mind when playing all of these new tricolor Oathmen. The Mudcrab Merchant hands a Murkwater Goblin to Frankie and a finish off over to Bugenovation, and then we're just going to jam down as many creatures in that field lane as possible.
Bujin does have a Hive Defender here, and that is going to be a big roadblock for Frankie.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that, especially with... I think Frankie's maybe a little okay because it doesn't kill the Mournhold Trader, but it certainly lowers it down. And notably, Frankie knows that he just handed a finish off over to Bugenovation. Mournhold Trader being a card that, while extremely overstated for its cost, upon its death will give a guard to the opponent.
Yes, and seeing Bujin's hand where he can play finish off and Mammoth next turn, that is a very strong turn. I think Frankie is actually debating on using the raiding party here to make the trades with this Hive Defender and keeping this Mournhold Trader at 4 health, knowing that the finish off is in Bujin's hand.
Yeah, for sure. And interestingly, it's one of those things that raiding party is pretty slow this turn. Trying to see, and I kind of like that he took that play. I kind of like that he took that line. The finish off comes down and it'll drop a 2/1 guard, which is something that the raiding party can just clear at a future date. And being able to push a touch more damage, I kind of like this idea here. Goes ahead and dishes the raiding party with the Corner Club Gambler, though.
Yeah, so I was looking at that, trying to decide what I would ditch myself. It's a pretty hard call overall, but because you have the Mud Crab to make the trade into the 2/1 in the future, I can see why you would hold on to it. That is a really big hit to Frankie, though, losing that Gambler. He really needed that for some resource extension.
Yeah, and he's ahead on board, ahead on life. But the concern here, of course, is that there's just simply running out of steam, running out of resources, and the Halalu Oathman right now getting 0 value because there's not a red card on the board anymore.
Yeah, so it just refuels the Magicka, but he needs the draw. He needs to find a red card.
Absolutely, that's really going to be an integral aspect of this game. Anasi is actually a really nice pickup here. Although it's not a red card, it's going to be able to take the breakthrough and the guard away from the young mammoth and the guardian. And allow those creatures to get some more damage on the face, plus protecting the Mournhold Trader in the future.
Yes, and then making that trade allows it where the Mammoth and the other card would not kill the Anasi. The Anasi's left at 1 health, assuming that this Divine Fervor doesn't come down, but I would think there's a decent chance, or we see the Cloud Rust come down. Cloud Rust right now does not have something to be paired with it, which... Oh, now it does.
Now it does.
But we're going to see the Fervor just to make that trade right away. Bujin cannot afford to lose 5 extra health with this. And knowing that Frankie is almost out of cards, trying to stabilize here is Bujin's best bet of winning this game.
It should be noted, though, that Halalu is one of the best tricolor aggressive classes at resource extension, with tons of ways to draw new cards. Unfortunately, though, that Halalu Oathman still sitting stagnant in the hand without any red cards being picked up. It'll be interesting to see if the makeshift defenses comes down here. I don't see any reason why it would not, as if the Mournhold Trader gets killed at this point, that probably spells disaster.
I was going to say, I would fear another Cliff Racer. I know that we've seen one already, but it is I mean, it could still be there, and knowing that that does lose you the game, I would not want to take the chance on it whatsoever.
That Deepwood Trapper is just not helping. That's 2 1-drops being picked up off the top deck in a row.
And neither of them red, unfortunately.
Yeah, and with Varen healing back up all of the damage that was being done, I mean, we're looking at Booge Innovation being at 6 as opposed to, what, 1? That's just, I mean, this is pretty devastating. And you can actually see the impact that Varen literally just had there. Besides the fact of healing and negating the damage that's being done, actually ends up sitting here on the board at a 5/7 stat block for 4.
Yeah, so it's pretty insane. And Bujin is going to start healing up here more so with this Bruma and just trying to stabilize the best he can. This Calm is crazy because we no longer have the Shackle onto this 5/4, which we would have had if the Deepwood Trapper would have done damage to the Gambler.
Yeah, that is an absolutely devastating pickup, but this top deck is so crucial. And East March Crusader, that's extension.
Let's see what he gets.
2 damage stats.
A Brawler! That's it!
Damage. That's it. That beautiful top deck. Finally, that red card coming in hot, and it has charge.
Frankie's been waiting for this all day. Are we wants to see what else he would get? No, I don't know.
These are 2 guys that are always hanging out in chat. I'm sure they play together frequently, so a little bit of BMing from Frankie. It's all in good fun though, and the Brawler's gonna take the game. Wow,
that was a mistake. And we're now 1-1 with 2 very aggressive lists that we saw, and that was a strong performance from Halalu. We did see the lack of resources, but Halalu, known for its resource extension, lots of charges, was able to make its way to the win.
Oh, absolutely. But I kind of like this. We got a 1-1. So the Halalu was able to take down the Empire Control, although let's be real, or excuse me, the Token Empire. But let's be real. It could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah.
2 decks that were just operating really effectively. And I'm excited to see what Booge Innovation picks to queue up next. Has the Reteran and the Guildsworn left, both of which have a similarly token-heavy early game. And of course, the Reteran and Guildsworn having those Sowers of Revenge at the top end as well. See what we've got
here. So it looks like Bujin goes with the Reteran, which is one of the more refined. since that you would want to play something that you're pretty comfortable on.
See what we've got here. Bujinovation having the Orc Clan Captain, the Rift Thane, and the Stormcloak Vanguard. I'm excited to see if Bujinovation hits back with a little bit of BM of his own.
He said, "Fortune favor me."
Excellent. Frankie's got a pretty decent early curve flip here too. Stormcloak Vanguard, Pawnbroker, the Cloak and Dagger, actually really helpful with the plot effects of the Surin Pawnbroker.
Yes, and Buja knowing that Cloak and Dagger is the double card in hand, Frankie doesn't have quite enough mana to be able to just take care of this outright. We might see one Vanguard go through now that we've seen the second one come up, but it looks like we'll just see a Tempo Surin instead, which makes sense as well to contest this. It is big to note here, Bujan's had the ring all 3 games, which is something Frankie probably is not happy about.
Runs the Rift Thane through, drives a point of damage to the breakthrough, and then puts another Rift Thane down. We're going to see the Stormcloak Vanguard, I'm sure, with the dagger here to clean up. The Stormcloak Vanguard, that's a nice little premium there. Goes ahead and puts the Stormcloak Battalion in hand. That's a 4-mana 5/5. Pretty effective way of extending resources while still having a little bit of reactive utility through the Vanguard.
Yes, and the Hide Defender comes down, which is excellent here. It prevents the Circle Initiate from breaking a rune and becoming a 5/3 because of the Orc Clan Captain buff. Typically it does a 4/3. And that is a big roadblock for Bujin here. He has no way of taking care of this. And really, Divine Fervor, they both still die if they make the trades.
Yeah, it's definitely not the play that Bujinovation wanted. But getting the Divine Fervor there as opposed to running another Stormcloak Vanguard in, I think was the right call. That Divine Fervor is going to sit there for the rest of the game. And any creatures that come down are going to have a lot more effectiveness. So of these options, obviously, I think that's easily the best one. The 5/5 Vanguard just getting slammed down in the field lane is going to give Frankie Hotdog some excellent trade priority with a big, beefy body. And then Bujinovation is going to escape over to the Shadow Lane. And
Bujin knowing that there's no way he can contest this 5/5, and especially Frankie is running 2 Cloud Rest, so getting punished by Cloud Rest Illusionist would spell good game pretty quickly. So instead is going to go for a race instead in the Shadow Lane.
And of course, of the creatures to race with, a Circle Initiate is not bad. Once that rune gets triggered by the Stormcloak Vanguard, it will grow to be a 5/4. I think that's honestly one of the better 2-drops could have had in that situation, considering we're going to a race. The East March Crusader dumps down. Frankie Hotdogs has so many options in hand to deal with whatever Bujinovation puts down.
Yes, and putting this... Wow, Bujin's also got Baron in a 75-card deck every time. That's actually pretty nuts.
It's pretty impressive. And Baron, of course, honestly, a lot of players have been talking to me saying that they feel that Baron is one of the best cards to come out of this set. And in an already strong yellow aggro shell, Baron presents the ability to just go in pretty much anything that has yellow. It's strong against aggro in these race situations, as we've seen, but it can also be strong in control because of its good body in the control mirrors that you decide that you want to be the aggressive player. Or, of course, against aggro, it's just the same. It's excellent at survival.
Yeah, and really here, Frankie doesn't have an option to silence this. He has to get rid of this Varen somehow, because with Varen on the board, there is no way he can win this race.
That was a top deck that likely shifted the entire course of this game and definitely shifted Frankie Hotdog's approach and shadow shifted his Stormcloak Battalion.
And he will be getting some healing here with 2 Brumas on the board. Maybe we see a certain Pawnbroker. Rolling a ward would be pretty insane. But it looks like he's going to go for the stats instead to contest this Varen, is what I would assume.
And he's not in a terrible situation to do that. But of course, without the ability to push damage, or at least without the ability to break a rune, without it just backfiring and being a waste of tempo, has to go ahead and start making some trades.
Here comes the Crusader's Assault. We'll see what he gets. And looks like a Haunting Spirit and the Dagger.
Dagger could be pretty big here. Of course, taking Varen up, but decides to go ahead and slam the 7-6 Stormcloak Battalion. Can't say I blame him.
Yeah, so here I assume we'll see the trades, but not before we play some cards. There is the opportunity. There's so many different plays here. We do have the Cloud Rest Illusionist to make better trades, so that is something Frankie's like, yes, the Cloud Rest will be good here. And being able to...
I'm sure we'll see a couple more small creatures come down before that Bruma trades in to optimize the healing from it. Being down to 14 at this point is a little scary, especially with the Crusader's Assault filling up Bujinovation's hand again.
Yes, and so he'll just keep it alive with this Cloak here, and then he could even play Surin and the Steepwood Trapper. Lots of healing. This Close Call is really not that bad of an option either in the future. I wouldn't play it now, but he would be able to get more options. Keep something alive that was low on health, for instance.
Might be considering bouncing either the Mournhold Trader that's low, but I think you're right. I think at this point, holding on to it, getting the ability to use it on a turn when you can play something down for an extra 2 healing from the Brumas, definitely worth it. And honestly, just a really strong card.
There's also a potential that you'd... It's unlikely, but bring about Cloud Rest to make a trade. But generally, he's going to want the damage. He's already dealt with a Varen, so he knows that Varen won't be roadblocking him too lethal in the future. That Halalo Sharpshooter, though, is a huge hit to Frankie.
Absolutely, and puts a big 3/2 guard over on the on the field lane, buffed up, of course, by the Divine Fervor.
7.
There's a lot of damage over there in cover.
There's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There is lethal presented here with the Orclan Captain. Doesn't even need the Brawler for it, or with the Orclan Captain and a Nasi.
Mm-hmm.
And then, actually, no, it could. He could actually put Orclan Captain on both sides, because he can play Orclan Captain, and then Anasi in the Shadow, and then close call it, and then bring it over to the field or Shadow, whichever order he decided to do. He could do either one. That's actually a lot of fun.
That's actually a really cool little combo here, and helps play around any last-minute prophecies as well. I think there's Morkel Gatekeepers in there, which I would imagine, and Cloud Rest, which I would imagine are probably the only prophecies that might be able to save Regeneration at this point. But like you said, with the close call Orclan Captain ability, I think we've got, and actually we'll be able to see. So we have 2 chargers that could go down.
He doesn't even need to do it, but I wanted him to so bad.
It would have just, that would have been just a little bit of BM that I think would have gone a long way. Oh, by the way, I can move this Orclan Captain wherever I want.
Oh, that would have been the BM I expected from Frankie. I'll have to tell him later I'm disappointed in him.
Oh, for sure. And that actually takes the series up to 2-1 in favor of Frankie Hot Dogs. That is going to eliminate Bujinovation's Reteran. So that will leave only the Guildsworn list for Bujinnovation. So we are going to be able to see that new tricolor class in this last little matchup. Frankie, of course, will have to stick with his deck, the Halalu, which has now won 2 straight.
Yes, and I mentioned this earlier, that Frankie has the Halalu, and there's a good chance that it might just 3-0. Wait, no, I thought that Bujin would ban... Oh, yeah. Bujin banned the Archer, but I was like, Halalu, it's refined, it's fast, it's strong.
It's certainly
3-0.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to choose between those two. Archer being something that can just absolutely be devastating, with very little kind of interaction at times, and the ability to just kind of blow you out. And like I think Charmer was mentioning earlier, it's just some games where you can win on accident. But of course, Halalu being one of the most refined and dominating aggro decks in the game, undisputed. So definitely we're seeing its power here in the hands of Frankie Hot Dog, someone who's played a lot of it.
2 fortune favors me, and Bujin has a ring for the 4th time. It did not matter the... Sorry, I'm laughing at these emotes.
Oh, and so as it turns out, our guess as to the banned deck, it was Guildsworn actually. I think that must have been banned from Frankie. So we're actually looking at Halalu on Bujinovation's side. Sorry about that, guys, but honestly, should be a pretty exciting mirror between 2 decks. That honestly, it could go either way.
Dang it, Frankie has the Spoils of War in here. We'll have to see when he gets it triggered, but we'll probably see the trade into the Bruma and the Witherhand Cultist to contest this Corner Club Gambler, unless we see a buff for this Vanguard, which we did not. A Cloak and Dagger would have been pretty devastating for Bujin here.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that we're seeing the Spoils of War in Halalu. Halalu is one of those decks that a lot of people have kind of looked at and said one of the strengths is that it already has quite a bit of resource extension, putting just even more in the deck, or rather potentially taking the Spoils of War and increasing that, or subbing out some of the less desirable card draw in the deck. Interesting. Of course, the Withered Hand Cultist increasing its cost probably doesn't help too much, and there's a Cloud Rest.
Yeah, Frankie saw one Cloud Rest get dished earlier, assumed, alright, probably not another one. And, I mean, the right play was to contest this anyway. He doesn't win the race, but that is such a hard hit for Frankie.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, like, you kind of have to make that play, right? You can't just leave the field lane to your opponent, especially one with as much reactive presence as Halalu.
We'll see about more here, or Rifthane. I didn't even see the Rifthane in hand. But that is a lot of attack. 12 attack on the board right now, and Frankie does not have any of his charged creatures to react with this board. I mean, the raiding party right now would be nuts.
Yeah, it's unfortunately one of the situations, and there's not even a guard down for Nasi to try to steal. I think you kind of maybe have to shadow shift and dig for something.
I think I would shadow shift and then Balmora.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what
Balmora
he does.
Will be okay. There it is. Yeah.
I mean, he is on mobile, so
and you know,
it froze a little bit.
Oh, does he play on mobile?
He is a mobile only.
Oh wow. Okay. But we see the Housecarl and the Spoils of War just sitting in hand without really the ability to do much of anything.
The Brawler here is helpful, but probably not going to be enough.
Might be a little late. Puppeteer.
And the Puppeteer.
And a Puppeteer. That's such good stats for the cost here. Yeah.
So we get a trade in the 5/4 into the 7/5, and then it looks like we get an Orc Clan Captain, and we play the Brawler. And then we're able to kill the 5th Legion Trainer, kills the 5/2, and the Brawler kills the Orc Clan Captain. That leaves a guard up with a 2/3 to kind of interact with this Balmora, and the other Balmora is just free to do whatever it pleases.
Yeah, I imagine the Orc Clan Captain comes down. That would take the 5th Legion up to remove the Orc Clan Captain.
The 5th Legion would.
Side.
Yeah, that. Well, it depends if you want the guard up or the 5th Legion Trainer up, and I think you have to leave the guard up.
That's true. Yeah, that might be something that just you need the better defenses on there. Of course, any amount of charge is going to move through it anyways. But we're looking at a situation where trying to play around, Frankie Hot Dogs is trying to play around Bujinovation's best options. So we're going to see the Orc Clan Captain come down almost certainly. No.
I mean, we could see the Cloak and Dagger too.
Interesting. Decides to put the guard over there in the shadow lane.
And Shadow Shift is just hurts him so bad here.
Yeah. Does
I prefer I like my line more personally.
Yeah, I think
you take care of so much more. This is so much damage left on the board. Shadow Shift is just devastating. We'll see what he draws. It is a Deepwood Trapper, which this is still a pretty strong turn.
Yeah, and the Deepwood Trapper is going to stop the Candlehearth Brawler from removing the 4/1 over there in the shadow. And just going to keep driving damage over there. Varen a little too late to help. Bruma, though, I think one of the things people, at least maybe people who are not as in touch with this tournament play, a lot of people undervalue Bruma Profiteer when they first look at the card. But as any veteran player would tell you, Bruma Profiteer is one of the most crucial tools in yellow aggressive decks, and sometimes even yellow control decks. The ability to gain health, even in increments of 1, is so relevant in these matchups.
I've actually heard mixed from different players where some of them really don't like it, but others absolutely love it. I've heard a mix from lots of different people that they feel like it's just not worth it. But I personally have been more leaning toward it just because in these, as we saw in these aggro versus aggro matchups, Bruma gives you the ability to stabilize when you're on the defensive end and not the offensive end, which we see usually in these aggro matchups where one player takes the initiative while the other one is trying to defend against the onslaught. So in this case, Bujin is the one who took the aggressive line, and Frankie is doing his best to stabilize and deal with the board.
Well, and unfortunately, Frankie had no recourse but to leave the field lane open for Bujin Innovation to take the win. So what is that now? That puts us at
2-2.
2-2 on the first match. That's amazing. We're going to a game 5 in the first round. I don't think we could have expected that. And honestly, it's just so exciting. It's so exciting. It's going to be a great day of Elder Scrolls Legends.
Yes, and 2 aggressive decks just been battling it out. I still really wish we could see the Archer Frankie. Maybe we'll see some Archer action in the future. But instead, I don't remember what Frankie's last deck was. Is it...
we're going to see that Ebonheart aggro.
Ebonheart aggro. Or is it mid-range? I did not look at the list.
It seemed more aggressive to me, but I might have mixed that up. I've been pouring through a lot of lists today.
Yes, we have gone through so many lists. It's hard to keep track of 32 different people's lists.
This definitely looks aggressive to me. We've got Syl, we've got the Sowers. Yeah, this is an aggressive list. But interestingly, we've got 2 giant snakes in here for a little bit of tempo control.
Very strong against Halalu.
I think so, for sure. Halalu, the deck that really likes to go wide. And actually, what I'm really amused by is the 2 Pact Oathmans in the deck for a little bit of battle effect, and in fact picks one up.
And it will not be able to proc this turn. If anyone doesn't know, the Pact Oathman is summon. If you have a green card in play, you gain +2/0. And if you have a purple card in play, you can battle an enemy creature. So it can become up to a 2-mana 3/3 battle an enemy creature. And it throws out the Apothecary, which was Mudcrab Merchant, decided he did not like the gift he received and wanted to trade it in for something better. And Witherhand Cultist, I assume, will be the play here in the field. And I think we might have lost Dead Broke Nerd. He'll be back soon, I hope. But for now, I will just be here chilling and talking to you about this game. So I assume the Witherhand Cultist will be in the field to contest, but this Gambler will proc. I didn't hear the noise from Gambler, no. Discord just decided it did not like dead or broke nerds.
Oh, man, that was rough.
Hey, look, he's back.
I have no idea what happened because it said I was still in the call. That is crazy. Where are we at now?
Frankie's getting very out-controlled in the field lane, and Bujin used all 3 ring charges and has a very nice, strong lane in the field. And
that's a pretty cool firestorm there.
But there is the firestorm. That is from the Mudcrab Merchant we saw earlier. Bujin not knowing that that was the prize from the merchant, and yeah, it's not something you expect at the playground.
Oh, it's certainly not an Ebonheart, at least.
Yeah, that changes the whole game. That firestorm does.
I mean, that's so much damage for 4 Magicka to remove.
Crazy to think that this 4-cost card does not die to Sower of Revenge. That's so weird to think that.
Yeah, no, and Sower being one of those cards that, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But we're gonna see the Dragon Tail come down.
Probably both of them, along with the Ziliac Sorcerer.
I don't see. Oh, the Pact Oathman will be able to battle the 5th Legion Trainer. I'm so excited about that card. I think that card is so cool.
It is a very cool card. I like the design of it.
Yeah, for sure. And
the Iliac.
Oh, man. I was hoping to see this Pact Shield Breaker see a little bit of play, at least against the control matchup, something I haven't really gotten to see myself in testing. I haven't actually been able to draw the darn card. But we've got Bujin Innovation kind of starting to worry, at least in my mind, because all of a sudden what was a commanding field lane control has completely flipped.
Yes. And for a reminder, while we're waiting for Bujin, I will resume that thought soon. So for people that don't know, the Pact Shield Breaker is a red card that is a 4 mana 3/5 veteran. Your opponent's actions cost 4 more next turn. And what the veteran effect is after your creature's first attack and it lives, then the veteran ability goes off essentially. So once it lives a turn, it attacks, then the opponent's actions will cost 4 more.
Yeah, it's a delayed impact, but something that usually a lot of these veteran effects are quite good. And in fact, there's actually a really cool card that allows your veteran creatures to charge, so they can get their effects right away. A neat little new keyword from this set, and one that I'm really looking forward to playing around with a little bit more. Stormcloak Vanguard cleans up the the Iliac Sorcerer, which had gotten its health increased. Varen's still alive, and I don't see why it wouldn't trade with the Bleak Coast Troll. Bleak Coast Troll, of course, being an absolutely massive, tall threat.
Yes, I think that's a good trade to make there. He already got, I think, 1 fruit worth of value, so that's not a bad spot. And then being able to develop a 4 mana 5/5 to contest this whole trader is very nice as well. There is no Shadow Shift for Frankie Hot Dogs, which would have been really, really nice for him there, just being able to get away from this Black Dragon as well.
Absolutely, and notably the Sower being maybe not the ideal person to put in front of the Black Dragon, which can discard the other copies of Sower, and Sower is just such a high impact card. That card is absolutely devastating. The Bruma, though, we're going to see that come down again. We've seen a lot of this guy today. Might be able to put a little bit of healing in Bujinovation's life pool and hopefully keep him afloat.
Which also, as we saw, he put the Bruma down and then made the trade knowing that he'd be able to get 1 extra health point from the 2/1 that is made from the Mournhold Trader. So that was a good heads up by Bujin to see that and to not make that trade first.
I think this is just probably going to be game here.
Yes, that is it with the Sower sacrifice.
And as anyone new to the game with Alliance War might not know, you can actually, in a full lane, replace one of those creatures and it will trigger the Last Gasp, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Sower's 5 damage Last Gasp effect taking down Bujinovation, and that is going to be a 3-2 finish with Frankie Hot Dogs coming on top. Wow, that was an exciting series, and we got to see some new stuff in there. We saw a lot of Varen. We saw so much Varen.
So much Varen. I think Bujin drew it either 4 of 5 games or 5 out of 5. I think when Frankie drew it a lot, that was pretty nuts for a unique legendary.
It's that Bethesda coding. They want us to see those new cards, right?
Yeah, new cards here. Here you go. You can play Varen. You can say all day. But yeah, I was between those 2 matches, I would have thought Halalu would have been in favor quite a bit, but Frankie showed it otherwise. Of course, the Sower Revenge helps quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, and we did see Frankie actually win 2 games in a row with Halalu. So Halalu very much still a relevant deck, but those Sower Revenges, as we've seen, massive impact cards, and with this set having the addition of 2 more tricolors that can utilize the Sower Revenge, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that guy. I can tell you that.
Yes. Every aggro deck puts Sower in pretty much.
And for good reason. Why would you not? That guy is an absolute beast. And one if you can't even silence it. If you silence it, he's still 5 attack. That doesn't stop that part. So really, really cool matchup there. Congratulations to Frankie Hot Dogs, who will be moving on to the next round of 16. Next, we're going to be seeing Lord Costa and Charmer casting the next match. We're really excited to bring that one to you, and I believe we're going to go to a short break while we get that one set up. Don't forget, guys, there's some awesome prizes that we have today for these players, including a top prize of $200 and an item of choice from the Team Rankstar shop. Some really cool prizes down the line there. All of us really excited to be giving those out to the players. Thanks so much to our sponsor, Inks Gaming, for enabling that. But we will see you guys real soon with that next round.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lord Costa, and I am joined here today by the one and only Charmer. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing great. We had a fantastic round one, got me really excited for some legends, and I am really chomping at the bit to see this next particular matchup because it is two heavyweights.
Yeah, we have Endo Zoa against Please Don't Hack Me. Like, those two have been playing for what? Since the very start? Closed beta, I think? I don't even know, to be honest.
I think actually Hack Me started a little bit later, but there might not be two people who have played more against each other, which is why I'm so excited. When you talk about two people that like to play scrimmages and play test together, Endo and Hack Me have done hours and hours and hours of it, going all the way back to last year's Master Series and then some. So these are very familiar opponents, and that's going to be an interesting dynamic throughout this series.
It's definitely going to be an amazing matchup. But before we go fully into that and take a look at what kind of decks they brought for us today, let's take a look at the bracket, actually, because there has been quite a bit of, quite a lot of things going on. We have, for example, on the left side of the bracket, Thuldia 3-0ing PDMD, Endol 33 winning out against Fictional 0, Drew the Dolphin defeating Radical in what seems to be a best of 5, going full 5 games, I like Pasta defeating a Michaela, Super Thanks pulling ahead against Fear 7-5, Tolonai Ongut made his way into the round of 16 as well. Endozoa, of course, winning 3-1 against Karakon Zul. That is why we're going to be spectating this matchup. Please Don't Hack Me, 1-3-1 against Flo. And now on the right side on the bracket, apparently it's not there. Ha, interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to look at that a little bit later. But let's take a look at the current matchup then, shall we? Which is going to be, as you said, Please Don't Hack Me against Endozoa. Those are some really, really big decks they have brought for us here today. Doomcrack, Warrior, Rage, Archer, Conscription, Tribunal, Control Telvanni on Please Don't Hack Me side, and then Endo going for the Control Tribunal, Control Empire, Aggro Hlalu, and Control Telvanni. So, which one of those shall we talk about first?
Well, normally I would try to pick the deck that stands out, but we've kind of beat Aggro Hlalu to death. And the reason I say that's the standout is because that's the only aggressive deck on either side. So these players, far different from the first round match that we casted or that the other amazing casters covered. This is going to be a lot of slow, methodical play because it is control, 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 control. And then our buddy Craig bringing the Doom over there. So these are going to be some slow games. Doom Craig might be one worth mentioning because it's probably the most unique of the control lists here because it is kind of control/combo. You're trying to speed through your deck and then get that journey value, whereas the other ones are using more traditional late game bombs like Conscription and so forth.
Yeah, looking at Doomcrack Warrior, it has gotten a few updates in the past 2 expansions, really, because Doomcrack Warrior has been strong prior to that, but when Isle of Madness drops, it got the Tiny Dragon, which is an amazing way of clearing the board. For those of you who don't know what the Doomcrack deck is about, it's based on the Doomcrack Vampire. Like that's where the name comes from. Doomcrack Vampire. As long as it's on the field, this lane that it's on, everything has the keyword lethal. So when you bring something in like a Nord Firebrand, you play it on that side and you go and attack anything, that Nord Firebrand immediately has the lethal ability and just kills anything straight up. So the Tiny Dragon coming in and dealing 1 damage to all the opposing creatures in that lane is just rough, man. It's an instant clear on that side of the board. And it has given Doomcrack Warrior rather a lot more viability than before. And also a new addition now from the Alliance War decks is the Xivkian Banelord, who also found his way in here.
Yeah, the Banelord is nice because it sets the health of all of the opposing minions to 1 in a lane, and there are a lot of effects that deal 1 damage because you're trying to leverage traditionally Doomcrag. And so by setting the health to 1, you can use Tiny Dragon or you can use things like Skaven Pyromancer to get a full lane clear. So it essentially gives that deck some more AoE, which is rather nice. It's also a big fat guard that you can plop down in front of things. And it's interesting because this is a list that has traditionally been called Doomcrag, as you said, after the vampire. But it might be time to start calling this Namira Warrior, because the real engine to this deck is Namira Shrine and Disciple of Namira, and that's how you cycle through your deck. And those are as much a core part of the strategy as Doomcrag is, if not more so, because your win condition in this particular deck is Journey to Sovngarde and then getting a ton of value out of these tiny, tiny creatures.
We should probably just pass this on to the Great Council of Elder Scrolls Legends players. Like, hey, maybe we should start calling the Doomcrag Vampire now Namira Warrior instead. Yep.
Yeah.
So we have Rage Archer, which is, in my experience, also very much Namira based, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this one is in particular. You need some sort of engine to get you value in the late game for when you have these control mirrors. This is a list that I really like in this particular matchup because Endozoa has so many control-based lists that are also bringing conscription, and then you also have Halalu. And Rage can be, if you survive long enough to get it, a great counter to that. You're going to have big boards or wide boards, and if you can get a solid Rage combo, it can sometimes win you the game. I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up being one of the ban choices, because it has a lot of like 0 to 60 potential in this list.
Well, and the final two that Please Don't Hack Me has brought are the Control Tribunal and Control Telvanni. Those have been around for quite a while now. Have you seen any special card choices within those two that make them different from the norm? But then again, I say the norm, but Tribunal Control has like 1 million different variants to play around. So, what are these two about?
I think the things to highlight is specifically this Tribunal variant is bringing a pair of conscriptions with it. So it's not just going to be a more traditional Tribunal focusing on late game bombs like Sotha Sil. It's also got Tullius Conscription. I Freudian slipped there because Telvanni, his list also has Conscription, but that's pretty standard. That's been the finisher in Telvanni for a long, long time now. But yeah, this Tribunal list does have Conscription in it. We are seeing some new cards featured from Alliance War. Abner Tharn is making some appearances, and that's a very powerful card. I've been very impressed with it. Opens up a lot of interesting and dynamic play lines. But yeah, that's the thing that stands out to me, is just that this Tribunal list is going to have a pair of Tullius Conscriptions in it.
And the Telvanni, as you said, also Tullius is conscription based. I don't see anything too out of the ordinary in here, although there is the Abnathan once again. And, well, the big thing for Telvanni is that it also got Debilitate now, right? That is one of the cards that came in with immediate impact, giving the color green an AoE clear as well. And some people argue that it's stronger than Ice Storm in a way that Ice Storm is very absolute. Either Ice Storm clears the board and the creatures die and there is no threat anymore, or it doesn't and aggro can keep going forward, or whatever is playing against you. Now, Debilitate is a little bit different in that it's by reducing the attack points as well, it always has an effect. It always has a lasting impact when you play it, no matter if it manages to kill the entire lane or not. So that's going to be an interesting one here.
Yeah, it's absolutely interesting because they both have their pros and cons. Sometimes, for example, Debilitate might neutralize a creature by bringing its attack to 0, but if it still has the body lying around, then the passive effect sticks. For example, against opposing Astrids, I've noticed that sometimes Debilitate does still feel worse than Ice Storm because you want Astrid off the board.
Or
she can still do things
Trainer,
like,
for example.
Yes, 5th Legion Trainer is another great example. And so they're both great cards. I think control decks that run both intelligence and agility are going to have to try to figure out what the right mix is. In particular, Hack Me is currently still running 3 Ice Storms and 1 Debilitate. I've seen some people do 2 and 2. Seen some people go all in and run 5 or 6. So that's, I think, over the next month or two, what you're going to see is people kind of refining what the AoE clear is, or they might change it depending on their expected meta. But Debilitate is a very, very strong card, so I am not shocked that we've seen that.
Now, on the other side of the field, Endozoa bringing not only the Hlalu, which well, many of you have already said, is probably the strongest aggro deck right now, if not overall one of the strongest decks in the game. So not much of a surprise there. But other than that, he brought 3 different control decks. 3 with Tribunal, Telvanni, as well as Empire. Now, Empire, I have been told by some of the players that it's making quite a splash as a potential another big potential control deck. Like, it might end up being a big 3 instead of the big 2 between Tribunal and Telvanni. Now, what are your thoughts on Empire control?
I think that it makes a lot of sense that people are making that jump, right? It has the skeleton, the bones, if you will, of everything you would want in a great control deck. You still have your ramping package that is traditional in Scout, ways to either increase your magicka or decrease the cost of cards, and then you get the benefits of willpower, which is traditionally hard removal. There's also some really impactful late game threats like Marak, for example. You get some health gain if you want to run like Broom of Profiteer. Now you're trading that out for the loss of intelligence, right? When you talk about the difference between Empire and Telvanni, because those are the 2 that are probably the closest to each other. And so you do lose things like Ice Storm, but you can offset that because Debilitate now is a thing, right? So before we were talking about in Telvanni, do you run Debilitate or Ice Storm or some combination? With Empire, you can just jam in your 3 Debilitates in place of the Ice Storm and then run some of that willpower-based hard removal. And that does appear to be exactly what Endozo is doing here. We see 3 Debilitates in his list. We do see 3 Edicts, 3 Cast into Times. Again, you want that hard removal. We see some Dawn's Wraths, Marak at the top end. So I can absolutely see why people would be a fan of this particular list, and I'm not shocked that people are at least testing it. Whether or not it will end up standing up, we'll have to wait and see, but I can understand why people would make this assumption.
Well, with that said, I think we're going to go into the matches very, very soon. So, Chama, what do you think of those 2 players with these decks, and now that we had the opportunity to take a look at them? Who do you think might be able to pull ahead in this one? Is this even a thing that anyone can really call between the 2 of them?
Yeah, give me just a second here. Hold on. Tails is please don't hack me. And no, Endo takes this one by coin flip. Again, there's not 2 players that have played each other more than these 2. And you know that they have brought very interesting lists. You know they're going to know how to pilot them. This is as much of a 50-50 in my mind as you could probably ever get in Legends. So really difficult to call.
Well, another thing that we should mention, and we want to mention, is the prize pool for this tournament is also quite a bit increased compared to the other TRS Classics. We have the $200 prize with an item of the winner's choice out of the Pro item shop. Wait, which? Well, from the Inked Gaming item shop. The second place is gonna take $150 home. Third place $100. Fourth place $50, and 5 to 8, all of them also get a $15 store credit for the Inked Gaming shop. So very big thank you to our sponsors, Inked Gaming, who have been with us from. Yeah, they have been with us for a while at this point for TRS. They have been supporting these tournaments, and we all very much appreciate it. So, with that said, though, we are going to go into the games. So let's not wait around any longer.
All right.
There we go. So, please don't hack me against Endozoa. It seems like they're going to start out with Tribunal against the Doomcrack Warrior. That's an interesting choice. Though I think my spectator doesn't feel like showing us the cards today. That's interesting. Let me just jump right back in.
Yeah, seeing cards is overrated. We don't need to see what people are doing.
Come on, Chama, admit it. You can probably call the game without seeing any cards whatsoever.
Listen, I can flip coins back here all day, and that's exactly how this is going to go because these are 2 fantastic players. But yeah, I mean, you are correct. We are going to see Tribunal taking on Doomcrag, and this is going to be a bit of an interesting match because of the way both players have to navigate it. Specifically, with the Doomcrag list, you need your journey to go off and you need to get enough value out of it to compete. Now, on the other side of things, we know that Endozoa has 3 cast into times at his disposal, and his list also has 1 piercing twilight. There is no memory wraith, at least in the stock list, but the piercing twilight and the cast into times, if they hit key cards, if they hit clutch things before the journey goes off, you could kind of cripple the deck on the second half. Another thing that we're probably going to watch out for in this particular matchup will be whether or not Please Don't Hack Me is able to stick his value engines. So again, I kind of jokingly said maybe this should be called Namira Warrior, because you need the shrines and you need the disciples to cycle through. If Endozoa can make sure that they don't stay on the board, we'll be good.
It seems like the client had a little bit of a hiccup going on into this game. It seems the client is as excited as we are. We are going to switch out the spectators, like DBN needs to go spectate Endozoa because I'm now with Please Don't Hack Me. For some reason, I couldn't really spectate Endozoa. I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that was. But now we are in a game and we're comfortably in game. We didn't miss out on anything. So, yeah, let's start. Let's see what Doomcrag against Tribunal is going to do. As you said, there are ways for Tribunal to basically take out the key cards for Doomcrag Warrior, right? You basically try and banish the Namira and destroy the shrines once they're played to make sure that the warrior gets the least amount of value out of them as possible.
Yeah, now one of the good news moments here for Please Don't Hack Me is he already has the journey in hand. So a sneaky tactic that you can take against Doomcrag is if you kind of let their hand fill up and then all of the sudden you break a rune or two, you can sometimes just accidentally make them burn journey, and that kind of just wins the game by accident. But Will, Please Don't Hack Me here, has already found his journey, so he does not have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's not gonna be at least that is not gonna be a factor in this match. It's gonna be I like that people are fishing for the journey, and you never believe it's actually going to happen, right? That the guy is going to overdraw the journey, but sometimes it just does happen. So, what else is Tribunal going to try and do in this matchup? Is Tribunal the aggressor between the two?
I think that it's fine to be the aggressor in this match because outside of just trying to burn the journey, one of the other things you can kind of count on with Doomcrag is that they're just always going to have cards. Again, they have a lot of ways to either cycle their cards or draw more. So giving them a couple from breaking runes usually isn't going to be the end of the world. You can kind of feel comfortable with hitting them. Now, interesting that Will decided to go with the early amulet. Typically, Doomcrag likes to let you break a rune or two and then play it, but I think this actually might be bait, saying, you know, spend some of your support removal on it, and we do see Will get some support removal out of Endozoa's hand there.
Well, there's also an edict just waiting to happen, so Endo doesn't really feel bad about getting rid of that amulet, especially since he knows he immediately has the second removal there as well. So I do expect the Dushnik Yal to come in and take that 4/1 dog out of the window.
Protect our stronghold.
So Please Don't Hack Me. What you're trying to do here is draw your entire deck, right? Letting the enemy break a rune definitely sounds like one way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the Doomcrag Warrior list kind of plays this game and most matchups in 2 phases, right? There's the beginning matchup where you're just trying to not die and draw as much of your deck as humanly possible. And then you play Journey, and that begins phase 2 where you actually start, you know, trying to engage and win. Now, that's not to say that Doomcrag can't win in other ways. Specifically with like On-Day Clan Sorcerer, if you get some good high rolls running, then you can take advantage of some of the blood magic spells, for example, get some good early tempo. But for the most part, you've got like phase 1, which is just survive and draw as much as possible, as fast as possible, and then you go to phase 2.
We see a particularly greedy Tribunal list from Endo as well, running the Namira himself, and I believe there's also one copy of Talis' Conscription in there. So he's running Talis' Conscription in all 3 of his control decks. In the Empire one, it's twice in there, but even Tribunal has brought one of those.
Yeah. Now, one of the interesting things about Endo's list is that, as we said, you can be aggressive against Doomcrag, right? You know they're going to have cards anyway. You might as well just punch them and take the free damage. Endo's Tribunal list has a bit of a like mid-range quality to it. There are a lot of cards that cost 4, 5, 6, and 7 that just have big bodies that will have to be dealt with. He's got the Abner. He's got High King Emmerich. He's got 2 of the Moose, Wilds Incarnate, which will be a source of card draw and a big body. And you have to assume that Please Don't Hack Me is not going to be breaking Endozoa's runes. So that's going to be a 5/6 that will also give Endozoa 2 cards. So if there was a Tribunal list that was trying to race Doomcrag, this one might be one of the ones that is better positioned to do so.
Well, it's gonna be really interesting to see how this all works out. He drops the Execute and the Channeled Storm, rather taking the Crown Quartermaster to keep on the aggressive side of things. Gatekeeper as well. I really like the Gatekeeper card. 5 Magicka, 6/6, big fat guard that only allows 1 creature every turn to actually attack on this side of the lane. So
Yeah, and on the side of Please Don't Hack Me, we see some of those key cards coming into play here. We see Doomcrags in hand, Sorcerer in hand, and Raiding Party, Nord Firebrand. These are the bread and butter cards of Doomcrag Warrior.
I have another question about the Doomcrag against control matchups, right? The one thing you really need to be careful of is Tribunal removing your key cards like the Disciple of Namira, etc. So when do you actually play those cards, since especially Tribunal is known to have unlimited amounts of removal anyway? So what's the timing you're looking for to like sneak in a Disciple of Namira, so to speak?
Well, traditionally, you're trying to wait until you have at least one other one in hand. So we saw that Doomcrag come down from Please Don't Hack Me because he had a second in hand, and rightfully so, because Endozoa immediately killed it and then tried banishing it. Now, he did hit an additional copy, but did not get the third because Will, excuse me, Please Don't Hack Me. I'm going to call him Will a lot because I've met him in person.
Right.
Please Don't Hack Me here has that other Doomcrag in hand, so at least he has one more use out of it. But the reality is, you got to take your chances, right? Tribunal is going to have the cards. Waiting forever for them to use them on other things sometimes can be a mistake. It's a bit of a paralysis by analysis, so sometimes you just have to go for it.
That is a very good point. Now, however, it is getting closer and closer to the 0 life total for Please Don't Hack Me. Only at 13 health left. And Endo is tirelessly developing more and more creatures. Even if there's some camels in there to help him draw. There comes a prophecy. That's it's gonna be nice to shut off that field lane at least a little bit. But now Endo is basically doing the Doomcrag better than the Doomcrag by going full Shrine of Namira. 2 of them out already, drawing an insane amount of cards. Xiqian Banelord is here as well. Interesting. I don't think you do play him yet, though, right?
Yeah, I don't think you play him here because you don't have great ways to capitalize on it. It's not going to let you trade with anything other than the camel that you couldn't already trade with. So unless you want the guard. So over here, it sounds like Please Don't Hack Me really just wants the guard to kind of deal with that Twilight. Oh, this is solid actually. You get the Sorcerer trigger.
Ooh, a corpse curse is going to be nice. What is the blood magic you would be looking for in a situation like that? The Drain Life?
For me personally, I think you want Drain Life or potentially Raise Dead. Endozoa has played some really powerful cards that you can maybe get back out of his discard pile, out of the random side of Raise Dead, but the reality is...
Necromancer, Gatekeeper, yeah, there's some of them here.
Yeah, even Varen for that last rune might be a bit of a reprieve. I have to praise Endazoa. He's navigating this perfectly. Like we said, you can feel comfortable hitting Doomcrag because they're always going to have cards anyway, and you have to keep their value engines suppressed. So far, Endazoa has made sure that the supports, Namir Shrine and that first amulet, were removed. And even though he's a control deck, he's just playing creatures and attacking face, and not fearing this deck at all. It's kind of a clinic.
That Corpse Curse is gonna be somewhat important here. Protecting Please Don't Hack Me from, well, 5 more damage. But
Yeah.
it seems like he has run out of cards at this point, and he does see that Endo is going to take this one. Gonna go for some bit of conceit and efficiency. This series is probably gonna be long enough regardless. So we might as well. Yeah, that was the first match. We're gonna go into the second one very, very soon.
Very well piloted by Endo. Again, the Sorcerer, kind of a low roll with that Blood Magic spell because it ended up being worse than a healing potion. You spent 2 Magicka and you were really only going to gain 4 health by shackling 4 attack damage worth of creatures. That's a kind of feels bad play. But Endo did everything you want to do in that matchup. He played threats, made sure the value engines were shut off, and then kept going face. And Please Don't Hack Me is going to have an uphill battle now because he's got to beat this Tribunal list. Looks like we're jumping back into game 2 here, and it's a good list.
Yeah, he's gonna bring in his own Tribunal. I finally managed to spectate Endozoa this time, so that's pretty nice. Got a text message of some sort, but that's not really the time, guys. That's not really the time. So, Tribunal against Tribunal. What do we expect to happen here?
Well, we get a bit of a mirror. I would expect this to be a little bit more measured. So in the other matchup, Endazoa has to play the threats and keep attacking face to make sure that you kind of beat Doomcrag before it can get its value engines online, before it enters phase 2. In this particular matchup, it's going to be, I think, a much more back and forth. Like, you can still attack, you can still take that damage, but you want to be able to respond to whatever your opponent has done as a result. So you will see attacks come in from both players. There won't be like in my opinion anyway, you won't see a situation where they wait to achieve this critical mass and go for an alpha strike. But it won't be the breakneck pace that Endazoa was attacking in the previous one.
So
Now,
it seems like the players are waiting. Let me just confirm that they're not waiting for us.
Yeah, it looks like they were waiting.
Yeah, they
very kind of them.
They didn't see a spectator for some reason. There is a bit of a bug going on. That's why they were waiting in the first place. But I did text them that we are in fact actually watching them. So, all right. There we go. Now we get to see what.
Now we get to see.
Had in his hand.
Now, one of the key things to point out, I mentioned it before, Endazoa is running 2 Wilds Incarnate, so there may be some incentive on Will's side to maybe try to break that first or second rune before Endazoa can get the value out of that particular card. Again, I don't expect this to be nearly as breakneck as before, but it's going to be interesting, right? A lot of back and forth, a lot of fighting for the different lanes. We can already see that right now.
Yeah, Barrow Stalker trades into something, another Barrow Stalker comes down. Do you hold on to the Shrine of Namira early? I think you, more than anything, risk it if you just play it right now and you don't really get any value out of it.
Yeah, in a Tribunal mirror match, you have to assume that when you play Namira, it's going to get destroyed immediately. So I think that you want to hold on to it until you can at least get that first trigger so that it becomes like
at least
an expensive cycle, right? Yeah, it's at least a cantrip. And it feels bad to do it, but, you know, it's a Tribunal mirror. You're not in a hurry. If you have to wait till Magicka 10 or 11 and you play 2 cards and Namira to get the value, then you have to do it. But I don't think that you just, you know, throw it out there kind of Hail Mary style and hope that it stays.
I get that. And as you said, well, they can take it slow. Like, this is not as breakneck as before. no one is going to immediately start aggressing into someone else's face. They just want a little bit of board control for now and just draw their cards and see what happens. So yeah, it's fine to just not play something in this case, because you don't expect your opponent to immediately start smashing your face in.
Absolutely. The other thing is, being that it is a tribunal mirror, you touched on it a bit last match with the Doomcrag list. When do you play certain cards? Because both players are going to be packing cast into time, other forms of banish. And so you kind of have to keep that in mind. You don't, for example, want to play your Necromancer early until you've likely at least got a second one. It also kind of changes your mindset on if you draw Galen, do you Galen your Necromancer like you traditionally would, or do you pick something else because there's a bit of a mind game and they expect you to have done it on your Necromancer? This is going to be a great turn for Will, getting that sorcerer value right away.
Yeah, the blood magic and the big hit from the oh, I keep forgetting the names. The gatekeeper. There we go. I was thinking guardsman, but wait a second. That's not a mere guardsman. That is the gatekeeper, ladies and gentlemen. So, please don't hack me's turn now. Another big card in Tribunal is obviously the Archcanon Sarioni. When would you ever play him in a control mirror, though? Like, when you try and go face with a +1/+1 on everything? Or what would be a timing for him to see play?
In my mind, Archcanon is your stabilization card. So as we start to see back and forth, well, now Please Don't Hack Me is going to make a liar out of me, but traditionally, I see it used as okay, they've started attacking me, I'm going to get some quality drain, and instead, it looks like Please Don't Hack Me just wants to draw the card now. Opts to not give the drain to the Gatekeeper because, again, not really concerned with the extra health. Kind of actually wants his runes to get broken.
And there's the first Dawn's Wrath played. Now, Endozoa also has Iron, so there's a good chance that it will get pulled back out of the graveyard. And those are some very big hits, though.
Absolutely.
Now, Endozoa is looking at a field where he only has 9 Magicka to start dealing with this, right? Sure,
yeah.
you can edict the Gatekeeper, but then you don't get to edict the Namira Shrine, so the pressure can keep piling up. The Execute is gonna be nice, both of them actually, because yeah, this is some maximum value removal right there to be able to get rid of both of the guards.
Now, it's possible, just kind of seeing some potential plays, right? It's actually possible that if Endozoa opts to go with Iron this turn, post-execute, now it's looking like he wants to see what he gets back first, but if he wanted to use the 2 executes and then Iron, there's a chance he could get another execute back and essentially hit 3 of the creatures there, but...
This way he does also get to develop his own Namira Shrine, though that is going to mean that he gets quite a bit of damage into his face now.
Yeah. I really liked when Please Don't Hack Me decided to turn the corner for this particular match. So both players played relatively measured and slow until they could get to around mana turn 7, 8, or 9, and then Please Don't Hack Me decided to play some big threats and start hitting Endozoa, because you'd reached that point again where Endozoa already had a lot of cards in his hand. You realize, I'm never gonna get him out of cards, right? The attrition game plan isn't gonna work here. So instead, he decided to play some big beefy threats that required a response, start going face, and really make Endozoa be reactive.
The Ice Storm is gonna come in, though. It's gonna take the Necromancer and the Barrowstar off board. Then the Gatekeeper is gone as well. Only the Camel remains, so with 8 health, you're at least a little bit comfortable. Unless, I don't know, is Please Don't Hack Me running any Lightning Bolts? I'm not entirely sure. He probably runs Arcano, so there's always that.
Yeah, you can be sure that he runs Arcano. The big issue, or the big story here, though, is that Please Don't Hack Me has seen 2 Ice Storms now. Now, granted, it was one brought back by Iron, but you've seen Ice Storm. You can feel kind of confident that perhaps Endozoa does not have another one. and you're coming up on Magicka turn 12, where Conscription is a potential play. You also have Sotha Sil, which is a potential play. So you get to have your kind of choice. You can cherry pick exactly what you think is going to be the right play for that situation. And again, Endozoa is entirely reactive right now. So anything that Please Don't Hack Me does has to be answered immediately. And that's kind of a bad position to be in, because a lot of times you want to start trying to develop your own board, getting your own stuff rolling, but you really can't in this situation. Your health total is a resource, and unfortunately, Endozoa has spent his resource.
Now that's going to be a very interesting question. What do you banish? And it's going to be the Ordinary Necromancer. All three of them gone now. Archcannon Sarioni comes in. Not going to be able to take advantage of the drain just yet. But at least he's going to make the guard a little bit larger on that Shadow Lane. Oh, and use the buff on himself to be able to at least answer the 2 threats on the field, right? You have to start somewhere. At least make sure that you don't just get killed by what's on board, and you'll deal with whatever comes next afterwards.
The unfortunate thing, though, is you're playing against a willpower control deck that has 12 Magicka. So, of course, they're sitting on Piercing Javelin. Of course, they're sitting on Cast into Time. And as such, I think this is going to end up being lethal.
With the daggers as
barring some sort of defensive prophecy. And Please Don't Hack Me sees the line, and it looks like he's going to tie the series up 1-1. And now Endozoa has to find a way to beat Tribunal Control.
So we go for the 1-for-1. That one was a very exciting match. I am really surprised that there was basically like a lever getting pulled from left to right, and Please Don't Hack Me just decided, okay, now we're going face. Now we're gonna smash this man and destroy him.
Yeah, I think that's one of the really important things when you're playing the control mirror, is figuring out when it's okay to start attacking. Because in other matchups, you just wait till they run out of cards or you've neutralized their threats and then suddenly it's safe. But in the control mirror, you have to assume that your opponent's never going to run out of cards. You're not going to win the attrition game plan. So it's all about figuring out your window of opportunity, and I think that Please Don't Hack Me capitalized on that beautifully there.
All right, we'll go into the next game very, very soon. And Endozoa is going to bring out his Telvanni to try and deal with a Control Tribunal. Now, what's the expected matchup in those? I must admit, I have very little experience of those full big beefy control decks, so I'm gonna rely a little bit on your knowledge here. What is the matchup going to be between a Telvanni conscription deck and a Tribunal control like that?
So here, I think that the Telvanni player is essentially looking to get the Tribunal player to use their best resources before you've played Conscription, and certainly, before they've played Journey. So what I mean by that is if you can flood your board with cheap creatures and make them use 1, hopefully even 2 Ice Storms before you've played a Conscription, then they're less likely to have it when you flood your board later on. And so it sounds weird, but in this matchup, the Telvanni player, in my opinion, has to be a bit more aggressive than normal, because you want to force those powerful control tools out of their hand so that they are less likely to have an answer when you do play Conscription. If you just sit back like a traditional control deck would, and you wait and then you play Conscription on 12, they're going to have an Ice Storm. You want to try to force these tools out of their hand before that moment.
I also like the Mentor's Ring as a card in Telvanni in general. There are very many big keywords you can use it for, guard and train and lethal especially. But some of the time it's used as a big combo with a Territorial Viper to just start bringing in things and go charge. I don't think this particular deck is going to take advantage of it though.
Well, one of the nice things about Telvanni is that you do have things like Barrow Stalker. So if you've played a Conscription and you're playing against another deck that may have gotten you a little bit low, you can give your entire board guard and drain and use that as a way to stabilize, recoup some help. I think that Mentor's Ring, at a minimum, as a one of, has been kind of standard in Telvanni for a bit, even the conscription versions. I've seen a lot of control Dagoth decks that utilize it as well because of Hand of Dagoth. It can just be a very, very big swing tool, even without the charge side of things. Drain is huge.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Abnothan now making his appearance in the today's TRS Classic. What would be effects you would like to copy with an Abnothan? Like, what do you want to get out of this card, seeing that you're playing against Control Tribunal?
Well, yeah. So if you're talking about from your opponent, Marak is, the dream. But even from your own list, and we can see some of these available. You've got Sun and Shadow. You can copy it and get yourself a nice tutor effect. You've got Necromancer in hand. If you use Abner Tharn to copy Necromancer, you get to bring something back, but with the 5 power of Abner Tharn as opposed to the 3 power of your Necromancer. So you can actually chain into other Necromancers or bring back things like Shadowfen Priest, or even, again, your own Sun and Shadow. There's a number. There's really just a list, right? Like, it's a amazing tool. I've been touting Abner Tharn as being one of the better cards to come from Alliance War for a reason. It's hard to imagine there being a time where there's not an amazing copy. Like, even Camel, a 5/5 Camel is pretty strong.
That is very true. That is very true. You just basically need, if you just look at the cost and the stats and you get any effect you like, then yeah, Abnothan is almost always going to be an amazing card to play. Now, of course, as with most things in Elder Scrolls Legends, the question is always the timing. Let's see though what Endozoa decides to go for here. I do expect those to see the Namira Shrine getting taken care of.
This should help.
Yep, this makes the most sense. And, as I said before, in this matchup, you traditionally kind of want to be the aggressor if you're Telvanni. We can see that Endozoa is doing just that. He's trying to build a board to force Please Don't Hack Me to use the powerful control tools now so that they're not available after Endozoa has played Conscription. So this is, I think, again, great piloting by Endozoa, trying to put the pressure on Please Don't Hack Me. You get rid of the Shrine because you also want to make sure you're getting rid of his value engine, right? If you want him to use powerful control tools against you, you don't want him drawing more. So keeping that engine at bay, I think, is a good call.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to get rid of that. I am a big fan of Channeled Storm, one of the new removal cards that have made an appearance with Alliance War. For those of you who don't know, it's a 3 magicka, 3 damage, but with Empower. So whenever you deal damage to your opponent, that damage this card deals goes up by 1. So what we saw just now is basically Please Don't Hack Me going face with the Orc to empower the card, the Channeled Storm, and be able to remove something that he otherwise wouldn't be able to remove. So it's interesting that this specifically made an appearance into the Tribunal lineup. You would think that Tribunal already has enough removal going on, but no, we can add more to that.
Now, I'd like to point out that we did in fact see a 5/5 Camel just now. Abner Tharn came down, copied the Camel.
Well, yes. I mean, you predicted it, so obviously it was going to happen, Charmer. Like, come on.
Yeah, usually I get made a liar. I say, hey, this would be a great thing, and then the players do the exact opposite. But this time, they're helping me out a bit. So I had to mention it. I think that the Channeled Storm is actually a pretty interesting include, because you could argue whether or not it's going to be better or worse than, say, like Reverberating Strike, right? Reverberating Strike can have a lot of value against certain aggressive matchups, especially ones where there's tokens generated or, Nord Firebrands running rampant. But in a control or even against most mid-range decks, Channeled Storm is the kind of thing where, if you've got something cheap on the board, or even 1 or 2 of them, these Camels, for instance, you can poke your opponent for 1 pretty safely without breaking a rune, and then you spend that 3 magicka to deal, 4 or 5 damage to a creature and make it be a really magicka efficient play. And what I mean by that is that with your hard removal options, typically you end up having to play Magicka inefficient removal. You spend 5 Magicka for a Javelin to remove a young Mammoth that costs somebody 3, you're kind of falling behind in resources spent. Channeled Storm lets you go in the other direction, and it might not seem like a big deal, but it really is in terms of tempo.
Yeah, especially because you only have so much Magicka every turn. Like if you're facing down a somewhat full board or several threats at once, you're gonna care about, okay, what am I going to remove first, and being able to, instead of playing a Javelin and nothing else, being able to maybe bring in 2 Channeled Storms, that makes quite a bit of difference right there.
And looking at Endozoa's hand here, he's got to be pretty happy with the current state of the game. You've got 2 great value generators in Necromancer. You've got Shadowfen Priest. You can get rid of the Namira Shrine here. You've got Odavang if things get out of hand, and you have your own conscription for a ton of value. And you've got more than twice the health of your opponent. So right now, I think Endozoa has to be very happy with the current state of things. As I said, you wanted to be aggressive early so that you have answers. This, however, might make him regret using that Shadowfen Priest just now.
Yeah, Endozoa currently has no tall removal for the 2 8/8s that are staring him down. Please Don't Hang Me doesn't have a lot of health. He did manage to heal up decently well with the Bruma Profiteer, but yeah, that's gonna be a bit rough. If you're forced to use Odaving here, you're not gonna like next turn's conscription, friend.
Yeah, I like the use of Odaving there, but I'm gonna say I'm not convinced on the placement. And the reason I say that is because if you went field lane there, now this conscription's gonna make it not matter. But in theory, if you went field lane there and they didn't have an answer, then you could have threatened lethal. Whereas by putting it on this side, you knew that you were likely going to be running into something created by Sotha Sil. Again, moot point when you know it's going to get shackled from a Harpy, but
also interesting that the conscription took out only 7 creatures, so he was able to place down the big guard as well with the Sotha Sil, which otherwise he wouldn't have been if that conscription had actually filled up the entire board.
It's a very heads-up big brain play by Please Don't Hack Me to know exactly how many it was going to pull and that it was a safe play. I will also like to point out, I think that's one of the things that sometimes traps players in deck building. They think about the max value with conscription, so they think, okay, I always have to have at least 8 or less cards that cost 2 or less, because you're thinking, all right, if the board is empty, I can fill it. But in my experience, it's not very often that you play conscription on a completely empty board. Usually you still have 1 or 2 creatures out there at the time you play it. So planning for like the super high roll, I don't think is necessarily correct. I actually think planning for these 6 or 7 creature conscriptions are entirely fine, and they let you play some better value creatures or, you know, other cards, removal if you want them in place of that. I like this setup.
Yeah, and it makes absolute sense, and it paid off to build the deck around that. In this case, he only pulled 6 creatures out of his conscription, but Sotha Sil is putting in so much work right now. The Ward Crafter, to be able to get rid of the Odaving without losing the guard in the Shadow Lane, allows him to close down both lanes now. Well, there is a Viper, as it usually is, but that is still a big board that Endo is facing down right now.
Yeah, the good news for Endozoa, though, is that he has removed Sotha Sil, and he still has a pretty healthy life total, so he's not worried about just, you know, losing as a result here. And he's got a lot of value engines still in his hand. There's still a Necromancer. He's still got Namir Shrine. Looks like he's picking up a Moose. Oh no! He
expects the runes to be broken next turn anyway, and he wouldn't be able to draw anything.
All right, so is going to play the Galen on the Necromancer here.
Was it a grievous error though?
Yeah, I don't know. On my end, as a spectator here, I saw like a small bit of lag, so I don't know if maybe Endozoa had the same thing, and as a result, there was a misclick. Or if you're right, if maybe he just expects runes to be broken, but only Endo knows at this point.
Well, please don't hack me. I was gonna say try and fish for the Archcan Sarioni with the Pilgrim, but apparently that's not even necessary because the camel got your back, bro. It's fine. Sarioni comes in. That's gonna be a big heal, and I expect the 8/8 to get the buff. No, actually. Well, okay. Getting an additional guard is probably worth more since you're already healing up by quite a bit with the help of the Bruma Profiteer. Now, is it the time to break runes, is the question. Endozoa has 4 cards in hand.
Endozoa has 4 cards. Now, if you're Please Don't Hack Me, you just saw that Wilds Incarnate get discarded, which would have said to me as a player, all right, he's only letting that go if he has maybe another one.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that you break the runes just because you expect him to get that value anyway. But also, as we've seen here, with these control lists, at some point you realize, you know, I have to turn the corner, right? I have to start putting pressure. At what point is Please Don't Hack Me going to have a better board than he has now in terms of trying to pressure somebody? Probably not. And so I think this is a safe time to do it. Say, okay, you know, you have to use your removal, you have to use your answers, and then I'll come back at you again when it's all said and done.
And it seems like you're proven right immediately, because the immediate next turn, Red Brahmin comes in and shuts off that entire field lane. So there wouldn't have been another chance to go for that much amount of damage. Let's see what happens now, though. Both of the players now at 14 and 15 health respectively, so it is gonna be close. Fighter Skilled Recruit comes in. He's gonna put it on the Shadow lane to be able to block off that camel, but Shadowfen Priest an immediate answer. I don't see... Oh, wait, never mind. Right, you can silence your own creatures.
You can
Goodbye.
silence your own creatures. And again, very big brain lethal from Please Don't Hack Me there. And he's
Well,
now
I
going to
didn't
go
catch
up
it.
2-1 in the series. It's one of those things where, like I said, you have to use the right. And unfortunately, Please Don't Hack Me benefited from Endozoa not having actual removal. He had stall cards. Sure, Red Brahmin is a great way to do it, but it didn't deal with the board. And as a result, Will is up 2-1, and Endozoa still has to find a way to beat Tribunal.
Yeah, and well, is Hlalu banned? Did we confirm that at any point? I'm not entirely sure, because that's one of the decks that hasn't shown up. The other one being the Empire Control. Now, I'm excited for either of those, right? I really want to see how the Empire Control is going to match up against Tribunal, which prior to Alliance War was the big bad evil guy, pretty much.
Yeah, a lot of players don't like playing against Tribunal because even though it's a very winnable match, sometimes it just doesn't feel like it was within your control. In many ways, you're hoping that Tribunal just doesn't draw the right answers as opposed to you like outplaying it. I know that sounds weird, but Tribunal is a very flexible house. It's a very flexible color combination. And in theory, they have an answer to everything you do. It's just whether or not they draw it and have it available. So again, it feels bad to play against. It doesn't mean that you can't beat it. It's just one of those things where you kind of feel like you're not as in control of the outcome. But it does actually look like it was the Empire list that was banned, because we see Endozoa on Hlalu now.
That is interesting. What would have put Please Don't Hack Me into the thought process of saying, okay, I would rather actually face Hlalu than have to face that Empire Control deck? Was it maybe that he doesn't know what to expect too much about it? I don't want to make speculations like that. I just think of it as a thought exercise. What could be the reasoning to ban the Empire deck?
It could be a number of things. It could be that it was simply familiarity, like you're saying, right? I don't have a lot of experience playing against it. Maybe I don't feel comfortable in that, so let's just remove it. It's also entirely possible that, again, these players play a lot against each other. And so if during testing or, things like that, they had a run where he just has a bad run, right? Like if Please Don't Hack Me got,
3-0'd
oh,
by
oh
the
3
Empire
or
Control.
3 0
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever, then hey, I don't want to see it. You know, it's still a fresh wound or something. So
take that thing away from me. Well, he's gonna face down Klalu, and we see the immediate shadow shift on the Mournhold Traitor to be able to push down some type of damage. But please don't hack me. Really going hard on that control part. Now we don't see the cards of Please Don't Hack Me just yet. So DBN, if you can hear us, is there anything going on with the spectator? But yeah. There we go. Now we're gonna be able to see it. So Varen is already on the hand. That's gonna be pretty big against an aggro matchup, I must imagine. And the Gatekeeper as well. Oh boy.
Farron can certainly make an impact, but against this particular board, and unfortunately this hand for Endozoa, no silence available. That is a massive Gatekeeper.
And
He's actually keeping the gate here.
If you go at it with your Hive Defender first, then you can't protect the Mournhold Trader. So next turn, Please Don't Hack Me can just take away the Mournhold Trader and then shut off the lane again with yet another guard. So it is a bit of a lose-lose scenario no matter what creature you use to attack it. And if you already are forced to use a Cliff Racer, a naked Cliff Racer, so to speak, just to try and trade away the Gatekeeper, that feels terrible, man.
Yeah, I actually love this response by Endozoa, opting to just not attack. Because this means that Gatekeeper on the other side can't get to the Orc Clan Captain and cannot get to the Mournhold Trader unless removal is spent. And Endozoa played Withered Hand Cultist, which is going to make the removal more expensive on Please Don't Hack Me side. So this does make things, a bit awkward for Please Don't Hack Me. Now, he still has answers, but I liked that line of play a lot. I think it was probably the best option out of a bunch of bad options.
And Please Don't Hack Me, though, answering this perfectly. Getting rid of the Orc Clan Captain regardless, and then basically only leaving the Mournhold Traitor to maybe swing into the Gatekeeper. And on the other side of the field, by shackling down the Withered Hand Cultist, you basically force Endozoa, at least from what's on the field, to trade in with the Mournhold Traitor, yet again giving you a 2-1 guard. So all in all, really well played to deal with this aggro board. Now, the first Cliff Racer already has to get used to just be able to remove a guard. And here comes Varen.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that this Bruma Profiteer has resulted in a lot of life gain for Please Don't Hack Me as well. I know that the other casting pair in the first round kind of covered how annoying it can be. And we're seeing that here because not only is Please Don't Hack Me getting health back every time he plays a threat, but when he was destroying these Mournhold Traders and it was creating the 2-1s, he was getting some bonus health there as well. And the combination of Gatekeeper, Varen, and this Bruma Profiteer has been brutal for Endozoa to try to push through.
So here comes the Tree Minder. Please Don't Hack Me even has time to ramp up a little bit at this point. And the Namira Shrine as well is going to give him quite a bit of value in the long run. Still needs to deal with that Withered Hand Cultist first, though.
Now, the good news for Endozoa here is that Please Don't Hack Me is very low on cards at the moment. The bad news is Please Don't Hack Me still has 4 runes left because there's not been a lot of pressure applied, and as such, you're going to have to give him some here eventually.
And here comes
Still coming
Syl.
down.
I'm a really big fan of Syl in general in aggro decks as basically the top of your curve. Not only does she add to the damage and to reach, but even if your opponent removes it, when he then plays big creatures into that Dementia lane, you're going to use that little 3 damage bolt to break your own runes and draw more cards, thereby gaining more gas and maybe able to finish out a game. Now, this is going to be quite a big spin. The fact that Please Don't Hack Me put everything onto the Shadow lane should sound the alarms for Endozoa. But, I mean, at this point, what are you going to do? You're going to swing face, and are you going to develop in the Shadow lane? It's not an easy thing to call.
Yeah, still creates a double-edged sword for control players because on the one hand, you don't want to keep taking 3 damage, but you also don't want to feed your opponent cards. Just like you said, the rune breaks can give them more gas, and uh, it's a bit of an awkward situation to be in. Now here, I fully expect to see Dawn's Wrath come down because that
That was
takes
a
care
setup
of
after
the
all, yeah.
yep the big field lane, and it also means that you don't have to worry about giving them extra cards through the damage, and you don't have to take the damage. But it also meant leaving that corner club gambler all by itself.
Okay, the 0-drop is going to be the Cauterize. Not gonna matter in this matchup, at least just yet. Maybe later when there is a big guard that Endo will have to face down. Doesn't go with the... Yeah, he prioritizes getting rid of that Bruma Profiteer finally, instead of mixing more of those Khajiit into his deck. Cast into Time comes in, so no more card draw for Endozoa. He has effectively run out of cards now, and this is Please Don't Hack Me's. Yeah, this is Please Don't Hack Me's chance to come back from this. There is already a Necromancer in his hand as well. Endo can just pass at this point. The big god is going to heal up Please Don't Hack Me with the Slay effect, and he can just play another one in the Shadow lane and basically shut off both lanes for now.
Yeah, this is certainly the point where Please Don't Hack Me is going to stabilize, start kind of taking control of the game. He's going to get some free Namira Shrine procs out of this as well. I'm not sure that Endozoa is going to have a path to victory at this point.
I think that's
pretty
much it.
Yeah, you need an awful lot of help. Right now, what Endozoa needs more than anything is to get a lot of burst and then find some sort of path where you can get rid of one of these guards and then chunk your opponent down as much as possible. And I just don't, with the cards in hand, I don't see that being a possibility. You would need, multiple raiding parties and or cliff racers, things of that nature to kind of get it done.
And here's the thing, right? Endo was already forced to use those Cliff Racers earlier. The Cliff Racer is a very important card and an important top deck in these aggro decks because it gives you the chance to get those final points of reach. But here, Please Don't Hack Me has already shut off everything. Almost double guards on each side. 17 health points is nothing you can just randomly get of your opponent. Like 17 health points is nothing a Hlalu deck can just burst from hand. That's just not going to happen. And I do assume that we're going to see either the conceit somewhat soon, or at least Endo just trying to find something. But he doesn't even have any card draw left. Like even his resource extension has stopped. So yeah.
So I think what Endozoa is doing here is he's setting it up so that maybe with these creatures that are in the shadow lane, he can use them to trade into the guards and open up a path. And then 2, he's hoping for some sort of prophecy, likely to bail them out. Again, unfortunately, did not see it. Anasi would have been, a couple of turns sooner, a potential way to get through the blockade that Please Don't Hack Me had set up, but Please Don't Hack Me is moving on, it looks like. That's
that was a 3-1.
Big victory.
That was a 3-1 against the... Between the big control matchups, and not even Hlalu could save you from that Tribunal control in particular.
Yeah, Tribunal, still a monster, it turns out. Still pretty good.
Who would have thought, right? So, we're going to go into a small break as we set up for the next match. And Charm and I are going to take a little bit of a break, at least from casting. And DBN and Silverfuse will be right back. So, see you guys in the series after that. Let's put it this way. Don't go anywhere. Action will return shortly.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans. Welcome back to the Season 2 Team Rankstar Classic. I'm Dead Broke Nerd. With me again is Silverfuse. We're really excited to cast this next match. That last match was a pretty good one between Indazoa and Please Don't Hack Me. This next one is going to be between Yellow Wild Wolf and Aini. These guys are in the top 8. They've secured the 5th through 8th prizes, which is a $15 store credit to Ink Gaming, and now they're going to be competing for the bigger money prizes in the top 4. What are you really looking forward to in this one, Silver?
So Aini's list almost all, or wait, one of them had like almost all rages, right? Was that Aini?
That's Aini. Yeah.
Aini, everything except for one list all have rage, including a Rage Crusader list.
Oh yeah, and I think we might
It's
have
switched.
Aini
That's
and
why I
Yellow
got
Wild Wolf
confused.
switched there. Yeah.
Yeah, so the decks are reversed, and I was like, wait, those aren't red decks from Aini. How do they have rage in them? But yeah, so all of if it has red in it, it has rage, and then a control tribunal.
Oh man, it's actually like that's just kind of blows my mind. I love it. I'm actually, is it weird that like these days I'm actually really excited to see like a bunch of rage lineups?
I'm excited to see Rage Crusader. We just never see that in the competitive scene, really. So seeing something different's really cool.
Yeah, no, for sure. And so we're seeing Rage Crusader. We're seeing the new Slay Ragey Ebonheart with a bunch of the like mashing together the lethal archer with the ramp warrior and seeing what comes out of it. It's been all over the ladder in a bunch of different variations. So I'm really excited to see how that one does. And then like the mid-rangey Daggerfall Covenant Rage deck. Like, what do you think about that one?
I would have to look through the list again. It's just an interesting brew.
Oh, for sure. And then over on Yellow Wild Wolf side, we've actually got a couple interesting things over there. We've got like a kind of an aggro Dagoth list over there, which it's not overwhelmingly new. Like, there's not a whole lot of new cards in there. But they got something that definitely, as we've seen in several tournaments, can be really, really impactful with its ability to control the game nicely and then pivot quickly with a lot of burst damage. So that'll be really exciting to see. There's an aggro tempo-y strike assassin over there too, which should be really neat.
Yes, a very common tempo assassin that we see players like Indazoa play quite a bit.
And then we've got the Abomination Scout Sans Thieves Guild Fence.
Yes, so it is the Abomination Scout, but because the Thieves Guild Fence was banned, Yellow Wild Wolf said, hey, I don't need it. I can still cycle through my deck and play Journey, no problem. And he isn't running Opportunist, so which is a little bit surprising. But there's a few different things on it. It has Hiss Mage in it for a little bit of ramp. It has 2 Necromancer's Amulets. It has Onde Clan Sorcerer, and it has Shadow Mirror as well. So a few different things here and there. A little bit more beefier than our usual bomb decks. So I wonder how much he's tested this out to see how it works without Fence. The card was banned, was it a day or two ago? So it can't be all that much time. So I'll be interested to see what happens with this deck.
Well, and it's certainly like possible for that Abomination Scout to cycle through. It's a Thieves Guild Fence that really gives it that like almost near infinite loop at times.
Yes.
But does
turn.
yeah, but still very possible, which is I guess we'll see how well that goes because it was not in fact banned. The Dagoth list on Yellow Wild Wolf side was banned, and the Tribunal list on the side of Aini was banned. So we're going to see those two hit the dust, and instead we'll be left with the other 3. Now we're looking at the 3 rage decks from Aini. I'm actually pretty excited about that. I wanted all 3 of them. So good job, Wild Wolf, for giving the fans what they want. And then over on the other side, we're going to see the A-bomb, which I'm actually really fascinated by. I really want to see how it does without the fence. I mean, that's a little kind of a scary proposition in many ways, right?
Yeah, I'm really surprised that just because there are a lot of options, like even like an aggro Halalu, but from what Yellow Wild Wolf has brought in the past, it has been more things like the more aggressive or mid-range Dagoth and the Tempo Assassin, the Control Telvanni. Like that's been kind of their comfort zone, so maybe they don't play as much aggro and therefore didn't bring something like Halalu that's just a solid deck overall. So I'm really excited to see, though, what a bomb looks like without Fence. Obviously, we know it's something that can be done, but just not the same power level.
So when you look at these two lineups, I mean, obviously we have Aini who knows exactly what he wants to get done, and then we've got a couple like different looks from Yellow Wild Wolves. We've got the Bomb Scout, but then we've got the Tempo Assassin that really wants those kind of aggro-y mirrors at many times. It can certainly play aggro against something else, but it really shines in those race situations. But then we've got the control conscription Telvanni. Like, how do we compare these two lineups, and which one do you think comes out on top here, at least in terms of just surface level?
I favor Aini's by quite a bit. I think the Tempo Assassin is almost dead against his decks. Just because, I mean, he had to ban the Control Tribunal, that makes sense. But then you're against these, like, rage decks that prey on these, like, the Tempo Assassin creatures, really.
Yeah.
So I find that a really, like, I see that deck as being kind of dead. Watch me eat my words later, but
well, these guys,
I would say Aini's lists are definitely favored.
Yeah, and these guys are going to be getting into the games real soon. I'm really excited to see this one. In fact, I'm pretty sure Yellow Wild Wolf hasn't dropped a match yet. I'm not sure what he's been 3-0ing people with, but that's actually a pretty exciting notion, right? And it kind of makes me wonder, he'll probably lead with that same thing. So I'm really excited to see what we're going to be what's going to be cooking in this first match of the first game of the match. Honestly, though, what's really cool about this is we get to showcase both the Ebonheart and the Daggerfall, the two new tricolors, or two of the new tricolors from Alliance War. Unfortunately, that won't be the first match, though. The first match, they seem to have gotten started, and it seems that Aini has queued up the Crusader against the Assassin from Yellow Wild Wolf.
So most likely, Yellow Wild Wolf will be looking for his more traders early, go for the beatdown path, and hope that Aini can't do anything against it, because the longer the game goes, the more favored Aini.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of interested in see how does Yellow Wild Wolf prioritize the mulligan here, right? Did he keep that Corner Club Gambler there?
He did. Which on Ring, I think you keep it every time.
Yeah, I think that's a great call there. And ended up with a couple 2-drops, so worked out just fine. And there's a Mournhold Trader. That's extra helpful.
Mournhold Trader is exactly what he wanted to see. Getting that body down, 2 mana, 4/4. Crusader has he generally doesn't have a great way of dealing with it, but this one is not a bad answer. And
absolutely.
We do have the Harpy, though.
Yeah, Harpy's gonna lock that down. So at least the Mournhold Trader will live one more turn without getting turned into a betrayer. We puts down the Golden Initiate. That's 2 drain creatures. I guess they're both gonna get value traded there. But what Yellow Wild Wolf doesn't know, Aini's got that Skaven Pyromancer ready to rumble.
Yes, Skaven Pyromancer is really nice here, taking off 4 damage from giving himself a guard on top of that. Yellow Wild Wolf does get the Gambler trigger, which is really important for him. Without those resources, there's not much he can do.
Yeah, I mean that's a big deal, and what's even maybe a bigger deal is the fact that there is a second Corner Club Gambler in there, and in Aini's hand, no way to deal with it until the Belligerent Giant on 7.
I'm wondering if he'll go for it, or if he'll go for... Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a strong 2-drop to pair with Gambler, or with a Manic Jack, or Daggerfall Mage even. So it's just a very inefficient turn, unless he goes for the Manic Jack into Mutation, but overall, that's still... It's 8 damage on the board, and you would really like to have more. Like a 3 and a 2 would just be so much better here. But he does roll the charge.
That's crazy.
Oh, that is devastating in some ways. Like, that makes a really big difference in this game. I still think Aini is in a good spot, but that extra 4 damage just from hand, a Cliff Racer for 4 Magicka, is pretty nuts.
And we see the Shadow Shift and Mad Dash, so they can completely disengage from the Shadow Lane here with these 2 big threats, drive a little bit more damage.
It looks like that is what he'll be looking to do here. And I think that's... Oh, yes. It looks like he...
moves it right on back, puts that guy down, wants to keep the shadow lane viable. The trade priority value of the field lane is great, but with Assassin's ability to switch back and forth between the lanes, it might actually value the shadow lane a little bit more than the usual deck. Puts the second Corner Club Gambler down, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a way to deal with it.
Yes, and I love ditching the Daggerfall Mage here. It's just going to be too slow for him to be able to play this game, which makes sense.
This Escaping Pyromancer is not bad, though. Not bad at all. The Corner Club with the ability that's still on it will live, but, of course, healed a little bit with that Golden Initiate trade.
Yeah, 18 health at turn 6 is not a bad spot for Ainu. He'll have the Guard Wilds Incarnate if he needs it, or Giant.
It should be noted the value here of these Eldergleam Matrons. They're great, aggressively statted creatures, and albeit the beasts aren't always, the animals that they spawn aren't always amazing. Of course, there's that potential for the big Cliff Racer pull, but it's still value being generated in the hand, which is one of the things that these aggro decks can sometimes struggle with is having enough resources against a deck with like these small heals. You've got the small little ticks from the Bruma. You've got the 3-point drains from this now second Golden Initiate.
Yeah, this makes it a little bit more of an uphill battle, and double trading 8 damage into a 3/6 Hive Defender cannot feel good at all.
No, certainly not. I think it's really fun to see the Death Hound, the Death Doggo, hit in the field. Interestingly, 2 players brought decks with Death Hound in it.
Really? I was gonna say, I thought this was the first time we've seen Death Hound play.
So I believe Horiochi Fufu and Frenzy, I want to say, both brought I think a Spell Sword deck with Death Hound in it.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that yet.
So let's see what do we think Aine's looking to accomplish here with this turn? Do you think the Crusader's Assault needs to come down here?
I mean, it didn't have to, but it's not like, why not?
Best
If
case
he finds
scenario?
the execute too.
Wow, I mean that is huge. Like
I
we
mean,
talked
that's the
earlier
game.
about the Daggerfall mages being pretty rough in this matchup. Yellow Wild Wolf puts one down and it just immediately dies.
Yes, and I think, I mean, looking at his hand, he has such a clunky hand. He does have Tazcat in this, I believe. Tazcat and Onkano, but Aine's sitting at 20 health and Bruma is still up. He's gonna keep healing, keep healing, keep healing.
And it's so bad that the Lightning Bolt had to be spent on the Golden Initiate instead of on the face, and then a Hive Defender comes down just to add insult to injury to this poor Serial.
Yeah, Aine is, he knows the game's pretty much done here. There just isn't quite enough. I'm trying to think. I mean, a really low cost on Kano.
Mm-hmm. The Swift Strike there, it really could be relevant with like a Cliff Racer or something like that. Anything.
Tazcad.
Yeah, Tazcad, yeah.
But I mean, still, like I said, Aine at 19 health, still going to keep draining. He has so many ways to heal in this deck.
And just a 0-cost Mournhold trader, that's not going to do it.
I mean, yeah, it's not bad, but it's not exactly.
It's not bad, but it's not good either. And look at all that. Look at all those beefy threats over there on Aine's side. I mean, heck, doesn't even need rage at this point. Just has a bunch of big guys with guard in the way.
Yeah, this is Aine's just setting up his. He'll be going for the 2 turns soon, or 1 turn. Really, he can do whatever he wants. No care in the world.
And I think there's something to be said, right? Like we're seeing this kind of get blown out a little bit here, right? But Yellow Wild Wolf knew that. I mean, we were able to pick out, and you expertly pointed out, the aggro assassin list, the tempo assassin is just not built for this kind of matchup. Throwing it out there first, seeing what Aine cues into, and forcing, and of course, once Aine wins this game, won't be able to switch off of it, right? And that should help inform Wild Wolf's decision making on which deck to cue into it first or next.
I think that's definitely on the table for sure, of knowing, hey, this is what they're forced to play. This is what I might as well play. This is my best chance to it. But yeah, knowing that your tempo assassin, it wasn't the deck you wanted to leave for last, because that's like saying, all right, well, this is done anyway.
Yeah.
I love
Absolutely.
this play from Aini here. Like, I don't know, it's kind of fun, but I think the reason for it is just being able to trade more favorably and keep his guards alive in the future is my thought behind it. And on top of that, he has the resources to do it, so hey, why not? And he keeps his guard healthy instead of it. If he didn't have that 5/5 there, then he would allow both of those to trade into his guard.
Mm-hmm. Potentially goes ahead and takes the. I like that the temptation to trade with the Phalanx and Ziplar for the value trade with it living at 1 health. I'm glad that was a trade that wasn't taking. I think valuing the guard is absolutely what has to be done here. Something that a lot of people
and Tazcad.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's just so indicative of why Aini is considered one of the best players in the game. Doesn't fall for that easy bait that I think a lot of players would have.
Yes, and on top of this, Aini at this point knows there's a Swift Strike in his hand, or maybe a Bolt.
Mhm.
But if he's been keeping track of Yellow Wild Wolf's hand, he's been holding on to a same card for 4 or 5 turns now. You have to know as Aini, alright, that's either a Bolt, the last Bolt, or it's Swift Strike.
And I assume the Sharp-Eyed Ashcan comes down here, right? Oh, Piercing Javelin's the 1/1. Okay.
I mean, he really doesn't need it. He's in no hurry.
Turn. Yeah.
He's at 21 health.
I think
he knows that he'll pretty much be able to trigger it next turn, unless there's Rage that he top decks Rage. That's not what he wants to see.
I think isn't the end of the world, anyways.
Yes.
I do find it just hilarious seeing that prophecy go down on a dress spy. I don't think that's ever happened before.
It's pretty funny. And I mean, it's technically not the wrong play either.
No, yeah, right?
That's the funny thing. Just getting it out of your hand so you don't throw it. I mean, you might as well take the damage off. You have the magic to use. Hey, why not?
And there's that third Daggerfall mage.
I mean, if you were to ask me, hey, is there ever a time where it's okay to Javelin a 1/1 and you're at 23 health? I would have been like, no.
Certainly not something we would have expected. There's a prophecy, but this has got to be one heck of a prophecy or the game is just going to end. Yep, okay. Well, hey, at least the Daggerfall mage got a trip to the Shadow Lane. A trip to the Shadow Lane, courtesy of Aini swinging, and that is going to be the end of game number 1, with Aini going up against Yellow Wild Wolf, winning with that Rage Crusader build. Really, really, really cool.
Yeah, that was a very interesting build. I liked it, though. We didn't get to see Rage, which I really like seeing Rage, into the Feasting Hunger. Being able to play that from hand, I think, is a pretty cool combo, and it's really not seen that often, maybe even underutilized to an extent.
Yeah.
But Rage Crusader is something that's people have kind of wanted it to work, and it just hasn't quite been there. So seeing Aini work on it is pretty cool, because Aini's really known for making new style of decks, and them kind of being things that work for him, but not necessarily for everyone else, just because he's such a strong player.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it doesn't feature any new cards at all. It's all stuff that we've had for a while, but decides, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and bring that while everybody else is experimenting. So Yellow Wild Wolf decides to queue up that Telvanni list. So that's a conscription Telvanni list that we. It was either that or the Abomination Scout. I think maybe Wild Wolf is hoping that maybe can snag a win off of the list here with the conscription, but ultimately I think if the best chance he has against all these rage lists is going to be getting a really fast journey and hoping that the opponent doesn't have rage, and at least when it comes to the Abomination Scout, right?
Is he running shrines on this?
In this Telvanni list, he is. Yes.
I think getting a shrine going and putting down a bunch of threats and going aggressively and then just keep cycling, I think that's a really good place to be in.
Oh yeah, for this Telvanni.
Yes, I mean the journey definitely can be a win condition, but I think putting a bunch of pressure on Aini is probably one of the better spots to go.
Right. Well, and so what I was thinking about was the Abomination Scout, and so I'm interested in the reason why Telvanni over Abomination Scout, and I honestly not sure which one I would pick. Chose the conscription, and I'd be excited to talk to Yellow Wild Wolf about that thought process at some point. But here we are with 2 Drain minions on the board for Aini.
Yeah, Aini has been very much appreciating these Drain creatures. And
Yeah.
this executes a Daggerfall 2 times, which is not fun for Yellow Wild Wolf. That's a 3 Magicka card for a 1 Magicka spell that's played quickly, and then Aini was able to follow up both times as well.
Yeah, we did get to see the classic Blackhand Messenger into Cruel Firebloom combo. Absolutely classic. And we've got the Thorn Histmates coming down this turn to rival that Bruma Profiteer. Do you think it's a Rapid Shot or the Pyromancer? Plays the Pyromancer.
I'm not sure. I might have gone for the Rapid Shot just because I'd only have 3 cards in hand. Well, go up to 4.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Rapid Shot's so good to ping off wards.
That's true. That's certainly true. And something which Telvanni certainly has access to. What I'm interested in is, like, I'm wondering how much Aini is valuing the board position, because the way that it's being played. And there's another Daggerfall! And it gets javelined.
I had to laugh at that Daggerfall. I just thought that was hilarious.
He will never get the stick of a Daggerfall mage.
It's just like putting him in his place. Like, no,
Don't play Daggerfall mage, kids. Don't try it at home.
Oh, now here's a good Rapid Shot Skaven. There we go.
And just Marak hanging out, ready to rumble should the need arise. I tell you what, Marak is one of those cards that it just can be absolutely game-breakingly devastating. Like, man, I have cried to Marak so many times.
Is there any chance that Yellow Wild Wolf is running South of Syl? Because that is my favorite Marak target. Is Exalted South of Syl.
No South of Syl this time, unfortunately.
Dang it.
That would have been incredible. There's a couple decent targets, but actually nothing overwhelmingly crazy in this list. I mean, this is clearly not even like the notably, this one doesn't run the Flesh Atronach kind of OTK, second chance win condition. So it's really just going all in on the journey play, trying to thin the deck with the shrines, moving through the deck. It really, no one creature is the win condition. It's a lot of creatures. So maybe Marak is not as valuable in this matchup.
Oh, I mean, here, this is a pretty nice awarded 4/3 on the Clan Sorcerer. Yes, I will.
Absolutely. It just gave the ward on it. That was just such a rough investment. Just get to turn around. Well, I'm going to protect this sorcerer. Oh, man. And then here comes a shrine. Now, that's actually really important. I think... I mean, look at that, right? Because going to get an immediate activation, going to get a card off the Marshblade, going to get a card at the end of the turn. Necromancer's Amulet. I mean, this is actually turning around to be... This is the setup that the Telvanni wants.
Yeah, I really think he needed to put more pressure on Aini beforehand, though. Aini has the draw that he needs. And, I mean, the rage with Crusader's Assault. I mean, right now, you might end up overdrawing yourself, but...
So now this Dushnik Y'all Archer, which one do you remove? The Shrine, or do you remove the...
Always the
Amulet?
Shrine.
You think
always
that definitely?
The Shrine. Yes. The reason you always remove the Shrine is because the Shrine is the draw power. You don't care. Like, Aini doesn't care if he gets up to 30-something health. I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world because he has other ways to win the game. But the Shrine giving cards all the time and cycling for that journey turn is something you don't want to see.
Yeah.
So
and
you always get rid of the Shrine.
definitely goes that direction. What I'm interested here is there's an ice storm now. There was already one. Now there's two. And let's be real, like, that's actually going to be hugely devastating.
That is what
was once a lethal push for the next turn, just immediately dealt with. Now, we have
I
Moose.
just got wilds, yeah. I says, oh, you thought the onslaught was done? Well, I got this for you. It'll probably draw something else that he can play. Aini also has an extra ring charge that he's been reserving for this game, so
yeah,
that helps even more.
So we're seeing the Moose come down. The Moose has been unloosed and picks up an Earthbound Spinner and a Golden Initiate for just, more dudes to just play out. That's one thing that's been going really well for Aini, is it's getting some things that, despite the deck being fairly reactive, right, with a lot of like the spinners and the javelins and things like that, getting some of those proactive threats to just put down and kind of challenge the board and not feel too bad about, losing tempo or losing value on some of them.
It looks like I'm assuming we'll see the Viper come down here. There we go. It's the most clean answer that we had. Ray's dead.
Let's see what.
I might have done the Raised Dead first just because I don't want another Viper. I probably would have done the Raised Dead. So now that I think about it.
Well, there was a chance to get a moose.
That too. There is a chance to get a moose. I don't know if I'd take the risk or not. It's maybe. Maybe getting well, the moose though is just a guard. It doesn't give you any cards, so I probably wouldn't want the Viper. I mean, the moose would be okay for the body though.
Yeah. And so the Cloud Rest comes down. The Earthbone is going to silence the Daggerfall Mage, but hey, it lived.
Yeah, but no tome. Never tome. On top of that, Aini does have the reach here. He has Aspect of Heresy, which is a charge for 6/6. 6 attack, and then you can play the Crusader Assault on that so he has 8 attack from hand, as long as there's not a guard in his way. So if he can just get a little bit of damage chipped in at some point, then that will help him out a lot. However, the Necromancer's Amulet will heal up Yellow Wild Wolf to 14.
Mm-hmm. That Red Brahmin is going to be important. I mean, that's one of the best control tools in the game. So picking that up off of the Telvanni Cat's Paw was. I mean, I don't think we can. I don't think we can underestimate that. I mean, locks down the Vigilant Giant right away. Now, what's interesting here, though, is the Aspect and the Crusader still sitting around, right? Just always having that threat in the hand makes it so important for Yellow Wild Wolf to tread very carefully. Cannot afford to leave creatures alive for too long. Has to be.
Assault Rage is lethal here. Sorry.
Wow. No, for sure. And that's just it. I mean, boom. Look at that. We've got a Rage coming down, appropriately silenced the Vigilant Giant, only to then give the breakthrough right back. Excellent game there. That's a second win for Aini and the Rage Crusader. I didn't think I'd be saying those words.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So what's left is the Abomination Scout, and that is Yellow Wild Wolf's last hope for this match, and it's gonna have to chew through not 1, not 2, but 3 Rage decks. Which, by the way, I hear Rage on a board full of little things is pretty good.
Yeah, we just saw what happened when we got some little things played in front of a giant that then got a Crusader's Assault Rage on it. And I don't think Abomination stands a chance in this. Like, it is just such a tough match.
Yeah. It's just one of those situations where the lineup matchup was just so strong. I mean, so many times we look at lineups and we say we can identify a couple matchups here and there. Well, like maybe this deck doesn't want to go into this deck, but I mean, the entire lineup of Yellow Wild Wolf is probably, unfavored against Rage as a card. And then we're looking at 3 decks with excellent Rage targets with plenty of ways to kind of hold on to the board, proactive threats, some reactive ones as well. It's just there's some definitive weaknesses to Rage decks, but it's not Yellow Wild Wolf's decks.
Yeah, a little bit faster aggro would have helped a lot against this Crusader, but these decks that are more control and take a little more time to get going is just really rough overall. And then Abomination with Thistler, he did more of like I said, a little bit more beefier, less low cost.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be insanely hard to really get something going.
And I think a lot of it will definitely come down to, the draws, right? I mean, it's certainly possible for Abomination Scout to work its way through this matchup, but it's going to have to be very precise. Any sort of wrong lane placement can just be so easily punished.
Yeah. Well, Aini just has so much interaction, too. Hey, if there's a Namira play, then he's going to Piercing Twilight it. Not going to get, not Piercing Twilight, Piercing Javelin it. It's just not going to get the value that it needs to get in Abomination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And has Dushnik Y'all Archers in there to remove shrines. Like, there's plenty of tools to deal with the engines, especially now that the Thieves Guild fence isn't around to help out.
Iron's just going to slowly chip away and clear things here and there. Probably use another Vanguard, because... Oh, or do the Stormcloak too. That makes more sense just developing.
I think I
But
like
really,
that for
he
sure.
he can kind of do whatever to an extent, but...
Yeah,
Saving the Vanguard for more tree minders too makes sense as well.
Well, as long as Aini continues to put up the pressure, begin controlling the board, understanding that there's going to be some lethal stuff in there with like Fighters Guild recruits and stuff like that, but it's not like there's, Archers, Gambits, and stuff to worry about. There's the Drain Vitality package, which can certainly be an issue, but not when you're dropping 5/5s on the board.
No, not at all. And if there is a shrine in the near future, the Grand Giant is ready to go. I wonder what we'll see here from Aini. If we'll see a Javelin or a Giant. We're just trading. I mean, I guess he really doesn't need to keep everything alive. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
He wants to save the Javelin for the Namira, and the Belligerent Giant for the Shrine.
and can afford to do so. Is drawing the Phalanx Exemplars, got the Hive Defenders, still has a Ravenous Hunger left to be played, and plus, when that Belligerent Giant comes down, it's not that it just destroys that shrine, it presents 7 damage too.
Yeah, it's a 7/4 that there's nothing in Wild Wolf. I mean, he can draw a second Drain Vitality in lane, but it's still rough. And Aini, knowing that Drain Vitality is a card that exists, and we saw Ward Wall come down, splits the lanes to make sure that he doesn't get his board wiped out through the Drain Vitality.
Yeah, definitely the wise play. The Thieves Guild fence going to come down. Oh, man. I mean, we're just looking, and okay. And here's the other thing. I mean, it's probably was the correct play anyways, but it's going to stay well away from that Belligerent Giant when it comes to dropping things in the lane. Instead, needing to paralyze it, and is going to hope for a way to deal with it in the future.
Oh, and play something in front of it. A little bit surprised about that.
Well, just one thing, and so obviously a
Yeah.
rage would be kind of a waste, and did not generate anything, right? There wasn't enough creatures to die, right?
No, there was
Did not generate anything from it.
No blood magic spells.
That would be actually certainly a viable way to maybe keep this match afloat. If, could spawn a bunch of blood magic spells to kind of stabilize the board, help with the life total. I mean, all of them are very defensive. All of the blood magics are very defensive. And arguably aggressive, too. Just really good. But unfortunately, it bites the bullet as a Piercing Javelin removed it. Now we do see the Disciple. So actually, we had guessed that the Javelin was being saved. Aini used it to remove the Unde Clan Sorcerer, which I felt was appropriate, but now the Disciple has stuck, and we'll get traded next turn, unless a guard comes down.
Yes.
Murkwater Witch actually would throw a guard down in front.
I'm assuming Murkwater Witch takes care of the 4/1.
Mm-hmm. Now, theoretically, a Rage could come down in the field lane and remove all those things.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you don't want him to be able to draw with that Namira, so
not again.
You have the resources too. Might as well.
Down to 9. Wow. This is really rough. I don't know what is available in Yellow Wild Wolf's deck that can get him back from this point.
I do not know of anything either. I'm trying to think of what's the winning line here.
I mean, maybe just dropping that early journey. Shuffled a decent amount of cards, about, I don't know, was it about 15, 16 cards probably?
Yeah, I did not look at the discard pile beforehand. Probably should have taken a look, because that seems like... I mean, to me, you're not going to win without playing that. Like, you might as well play it and hope to get lucky, like you're playing to your out at that point.
For sure. That's a big Fighters Guild recruit.
Not going to be enough, though.
That's another big Fighters Guild recruit.
But we just have the breakthrough still, right?
Yeah.
Because we just Hive Defender into the breakthrough.
Victory is Aini's indeed. So Aini will end up 3-0ing Yellow Wild Wolf. That means Yellow Wild Wolf will be having placed in the 5 through 8 slot, and so will receive a $15 store credit to Inked Gaming. Inked Gaming is one of our sponsors. They've been with us for a long time. There's some really cool stuff over there you definitely want to check out. But Aini will be moving on to the top 4, and so the prize support that we've got up there, first place, $200 and an item of choice from our shop. Second place, $150. Third, $100. And fourth, $50. So we already see Aini is in the money right now, but wants to play for that big prize. We're going to have the top 4 match. One of our 2 semis is going to be cast by Lord Costa and Charmer, our celebrity guest caster today. Those guys are going to be coming in real soon to check out the next match and see who moves on to the finals. We will be back in just a little bit with the Season 2 Team Rankstar Classic. Guys, don't go anywhere. There's some more great Tesla ahead of us.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lord Costa, and Chama is here with me today, our guest caster for the evening.
Yeah, guest is the right way to say it. The previous casting duo called me a celebrity, which is not okay. I need somebody to retract that. I'm far from anything close to that.
You don't appreciate getting called that? I mean, to be fair,
No.
most people on the Elder Scrolls Legends scene at least know you. Like you gotta give yourself that.
Oh, they know me, but I don't. It's not for good things.
Oh, you haven't had to sign any autographs just yet?
Oh, gods, no.
Well, it's one day, Charmer. One day, it's gonna come to it, and you already know. So
Yeah, maybe on like a court order or something. But
oh shit.
we have a great game.
Yeah.
Getting ready to get started here. A great matchup, if you will. We get Please Don't Hack Me taking on Drew the Dolphin.
Yeah, but before that, actually, let's take a look at the bracket. We haven't done that in a while, and I really want to take a look at how those two players got here for our first semifinal of the day. Taking a look at Drew the Dolphin's path. He won 3 versus 2 against Radical, so that was a very, very close matchup. Then on the second round, he had to battle I Like Pasta, also an incredibly strong player. He barely made it out with a 3-2 there. And then against Thuldir, again, incredibly strong player, and he barely made it out in a 3-2. So Drew the Dolphin went for 5 games in every single one of the matchups so far. That's a rocky path that's for sure.
Yeah, Drew needs a nap right now. He is running a marathon when everyone else is trying to run a sprint. And unfortunately, he's got a tough opponent ahead of him that he's going to have to focus on. And, Drew brought an aggressive lineup. I know we're going to talk about it in a minute, but Please Don't Hack Me is going to slow things down, right? This is going to be a match of different ideologies, if you will. One person really likes to play Legends, and one person really likes the games to be over as fast as possible. So
no, see, Chama, that's where we disagree. All right, one of them likes playing Elder Scrolls Legends, and the other one doesn't like when others play Elder Scrolls Legends.
That's one way to look at it. Listen, I'm an aggro guy. I love playing aggro, but I also just want the games to be over as fast as possible so that I can play more games. I want more bang for my buck.
Fair point. So we'll take a peek to the other side of the ladder as well, since we haven't done that in a while. And Please Don't Hack Me didn't really have a particularly easy path so far either. Against Flo, he won 3-1. Endozoa, we watched that match. It was incredible, to say the least. The moves that he did with piloting those control decks was amazing. And then a 3-0 against Super Thanks. Super Thanks is no one to just slightly off the back of your hand 3-0. That must have been a wild matchup as well, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds like Super Thanks had a bad time against one particular list, because again, this is like last class standing, last house standing, last whatever, deck standing, so you want to call it. So Super Thanks is not happy about something right now for sure.
Now, the other side of the bracket tells a similar story about Aini. He had a 3-2 against Fierce Infinity, then faced off against Patamax, and Yellow Wild Wolf was the quarterfinal we just watched. Immortal August and Redo Dragon are still battling at this point, so we don't quite know who the second semifinalist is going to be. But I imagine once we're done with our match, they will hopefully be ready by then. So
I got a spoiler alert for you.
Oh, go ahead.
If the updated bracket is correct, Immortal August has just barely beat out Redo Dragon in a 3-2. Like,
Ooh.
it just seems to have finished. So
okay.
That appears to be our other semi will be Aini versus Immortal August.
Well, I can't wait for that. That's going to be amazing as well. All right, now let's take a look at the decks that are facing up against each other for this matchup. Drew the Dolphin and Please Don't Hack Me. We've already taken a look at the decks from Please Don't Hack Me, so we won't use too much time talking about them. Doomcrack, Rage, Control, like those are all very, very tough to deal with. I wouldn't know which one to ban if I were Drew the Dolphin in this matchup. And on the other side though, Aggro Dagoth, a Dwemer token-based Crusader list, a Prophecy Aggro Mage. Now, Mage is one of the classes that I don't see all that often. Oh, and I made a mistake here. This is not Mage Control and Please Don't Hack Me side. This is actually Tribunal, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct.
It's okay. we know which one it is. So, and then aggro Hlalu to top things off. I almost expect Please Don't Hack Me to take off the aggro Hlalu here, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I can actually tell you what the choices are if you want to go that route. So I
Hey
just
man,
got word
no
from
no speculations. Oh come on.
yeah, no speculation. We got word from production here that on Drew the Dolphin side, Halalu was banned, and that makes sense because again, it's probably the most refined of the lists. And then on the other side, it looks like Drew does not want to play against Doomcrag, and that's likely because it has a great way to deal with a lot of these aggressive lists very effectively. It's pretty resilient with the amulets and a lot of the cycle. So again, not an easy choice because I think Doomcrag is a great ban candidate. I think that Rage is also a great ban candidate because even against Rage, like you can feel like you're winning and then all of a sudden you're losing massively, like in one turn. So hard decision, but opted to ban the Doomcrag.
Now let's take a bit of a closer look at the individual decks of Drew the Dolphin. So going for the aggro Dagoth deck first, do you notice anything out of the ordinary here? I wouldn't say so. At first look, it seems like a pretty standard one. It has some nice new additions. For example, Abnathan, who we've talked about quite a bit in this cast so far, also has the Doomfang ally in there. But other than that, doesn't seem to have taken much out of Alliance War, at least.
No, I don't think that this is like an innovative list by any means, but Aggro Dagoth was actually stronger than I think people gave it credit for before Alliance War came out. I know that it was not like the most popular choice, and Halalu got a lot of attention, but there were several players that I think piloted Aggro Dagoth to rather high ladder finishes, and I think that it has the makings of a good quality list. It has a lot of tempo plays, right? So when you do look at this list, one of the things that does stand out to me is the inclusion of Ash Oppressor. A 4/3 body that's also slowing down your opponent in an aggressive mirror match is a big deal. Now, we know that unfortunately Hackney hasn't brought any aggressive decks, so that mirror match concept goes out the window here. But it is one of those cards that I think is worth highlighting, and one of the things that makes this list a bit better against other aggressive decks.
Okay, moving on to the second list now. It is going to be a Dwemer list. It's going to be Dwemer Token Crusader. It has, not only does it have a small neutral package, this is a packed neutral package, even with spider workers and lurking crocodiles in there. And it does also run the Varen. Varen Aquilarius really found his way in almost all yellow decks we've seen so far. Other than that, well, I guess you guys will see it. It's token, it's aggressive, it's fast. I like it. The one-off Kaguti Fabricant is always interesting to see in these decks.
Yeah, I mean, the Fabricant makes a lot of sense because you have such a strong neutral package. This is one of those lists that kind of lives and dies by Halls of the Dwemer. If it can hit that on curve and it has any sort of board whatsoever, you can take a significant chunk out of your opponent's health total.
Absolutely. Now the third deck. It's going to be a Prophecy Aggro Mage list. So, Chama, how do these Prophecy Mage, or in general, these Prophecy Aggro decks really work? What's the goal you have when building this deck?
Well, traditionally, you build a Prophecy deck to neutralize other aggressive opponents. You're banking on them, hitting you, breaking your runes, and then you get some free tempo because you get to play cards without paying Magicka for them, and it kind of gives them what I call pseudo charge in that they get to attack almost immediately if they're not dealt with. Now, the downside again here is that, Please Don't Hack Me is likely not breaking many runes, and the mage version, as opposed to, say, Prophecy Battle Mage, doesn't have great ways to break your own runes. There is no Afflicted Elit, there is no Gladiator's Arena, Blighted Elit, things like that. So a bit of a downfall in this scenario in that regard. Now, there's still good aggro tools here. You still have cards like Camlorn Hero that can get down early and get some damage in, but I think you lose a lot of your
Potential
in this particular matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna struggle against so much control and defensiveness from Please Don't Hack Me. Now, taking a look at at all of the decks in general and the entire matchup, would you give this to Please Don't Hack Me based just on the decks, or do you think that Drew the Dolphin might be able to again push through 5th match as it's been done the entire tournament so far? Now that's the question.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about just deck lists alone, I think that Please Don't Hack Me's lineup is very well positioned to take this particular match. Again, just because this Prophecy Mage list doesn't have a great way to beat control lists unless it happens to get off multiple Wilds Incarnate and multiple Golden Saints, while the other opponent doesn't have ways to deal with it. That's like your emergency escape hatch against control. Outside of that, when I'm looking at the other lists, I think the Crusader list is your best hope, if I'm being honest. The Crusader list has a lot of burst potential in it, specifically if a Halls can connect. So if you can keep winning with that, then you have a shot at beating Please Don't Hack Me, but it's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you expect of the Dagoth deck? Like, Dagoth is for me difficult to grasp how it will fare against a pure control lineup. Like I mean, it's aggro, right? It's gonna try and smash face, but compared to other aggro decks, does it stack up better, worse? What is your opinion on that?
So specifically this matchup, I think that this deck actually is slightly better off against control decks because it has some bigger bodies. So for example, I do see things like Blood Dragon in this list. There is Belligerent Giant in the list. You've obviously got Hand of Dagoth. So there are some big bodies that are a bit resilient. They can be hard to get rid of. And it only takes a couple of swings to get that job done. Now, this list does include 2 Swift Strikes. So that means that any of these big bodies can really punch it home, especially with these 3 copies of Satanine Courier. It only takes 7 Magicka, for example, for Swift Strike and 2 Satanines to be, without even counting the attack of the creature, worth 12 damage. So there's a lot of burst potential, a lot of resiliency. I think that it helps. I would like to see Withered Hand Cultist in this list, maybe instead of the Ash Oppressor. But outside of that, you know, I can see a path to victory here. It's just going to be an uphill battle.
Okay, with that said, we are going to go into the first match of today's first semi-final between Drew the Dolphin and Please Don't Hack Me. It's going to be the Tribunal list up against the Prophecy Mage. It makes sense, to be honest, that Drew would bring out the Prophecy Mage first. It's the deck that has the least likelihood to be able to just win against control. So either you get it off first, or you manage to somehow sneak in a victory with that. And yeah, you don't want this deck to be your final chance at an overall victory. So it makes sense for Drew to go for it now. He does have a very nice starting hand as well, with the Crusader coming right up next turn. This guard is going to put a stop to the tempo for now, though, and there is also a Thorn Hist Mage coming up right immediately after. It's already not looking too well when you take a look at Please Don't Hack Me's hand.
Right. Now, I mean, you do have the benefit of the Ward Crafter here, so you don't have to lose a creature quite yet. You will lose one in the counter trade to the opposing Ward Crafter from Please Don't Hack Me, but instead opting for a Ring Charge into a Cloud Rest Illusionist just to get that bigger body. Bit of an interesting choice.
Well, it is going to pay off quite a bit, because now that that Illusionist can take away the guard, and Drew still will manage to break the first rune to be able to activate the Crusader. Instead, he also Wardcraft us up to keep the 4/3, which makes a lot of sense here. He decides to go for the Daggerfall Mage instead. Yeah, developing this is also really good, simply because it's much more difficult to get rid of.
It's a little bit more difficult to get rid of, but also if you're expecting an Ice Storm on 6, like you should be, it means you're going to have a threat left over and you get the Tome immediately. Getting Tome value out of Daggerfall against Telvanni is pretty important, because typically you're going to get hit with a negation. So in that situation, you're saying, okay, you either have to negate this and then still deal with the rest of the board, or if you Ice Storm, then I get a Tome out of it.
That was some supreme ramping on Please Don't Hack Me side. Already on Kano, even though it was still turn 5 for Drew the Dolphin. Or rather, okay, let's say turn 6. Still a lot of ramping going on. And well,
Yeah. Please
it's
Don't
not gonna
Hack
get
Me is
easier.
in the driver's seat, and we kind of expected him to be in this matchup again. A lot of Drew's list is anti-aggro. It's not just the prophecies, but things like Hive Defender are, in my opinion, much better as an anti-aggro card. They can be aggressive and they represent a big resilient body, but against this Telvanni list that's going to have lethal creatures and things like that, it's not as important. Drew the Dolphin really wanted to have something like Golden Saint this turn as a counter play, but does not have it. Does not have Wilds Incarnate in hand for the following turn. Just looking for help here.
Even with Golden Saint, like taking a look again at Please Don't Hack Me's hand with our caster view, that is Sanctuary Pet as well as an Ordinary Necromancer with another Ramp Guard coming up right after. Like it just isn't going to. There isn't going to be a chance for Drew to really push damage forward. Though by breaking that rune, Prophecy Mage does Prophecy Mage things, and yeah,
you can feel okay with this though, because you also have Abner, if you want to copy your own Encano and just nuke another threat. So yeah, you can take the Necromancer here. It looks like Please Don't Hack Me's deciding to go that route and save Abner to have a choice, but you had a lot of ways to respond to whatever Drew the Dolphin got from a prophecy there.
Lightning Bolt on hand now for Drew the Dolphin, and another Illusionist. So if he wants to keep his Cloud Rest, he can save it by using the other Cloud Rest. Though next turn, the Sanctuary Pet as well as the Necromancer are gonna be very happy about trading in whatever is in that Shadow Lane.
So Drew decides to trade into the Encano. And there's pros and cons to that play. On the pro side, you take away Abner Tharn or any other weird tricks that they might get out of Encano. The downside, though, is they already gave you one rune break accidentally because of the breakthrough, so leaving it up, you maybe set up a similar scenario. But Drew says, I don't want to deal with Encano anymore. Let's get rid of it.
Wardcraft is an interesting choice to banish here, simply because it enables so many of these trades. And here comes the Abner Tharn. Is it going to be Necromancer copy or more banish? Oh, okay.
I was gonna say I have to assume that it's a Necromancer because he was gonna make that Necromancer trade, but he paused beforehand, and that tells me he wanted to get that trigger and then make the trade. So he also just wants to ramp more. Let's be honest.
Yeah, man, who doesn't like ramping after all? And Tullius's Conscription is already ready at turn, what's going to be 9? Yeah, man, sure, why not?
Yeah, Conscription and then some. Please Don't Hack Me has been on the receiving end of 4 +1 Magicka effects already, and the game is still going. Now, Drew did finally pick up a Golden Saint and has a lot of these like big body guard type cards in hand. But this Conscription here is going to make those, yeah, not feel as good.
What are your thoughts of the Dragontail Savior in decks like that? Like Telvanni in general?
One of the things that I like about the Conscription decks is you have a really large toolbox on the kinds of cards that you can include. And Dragontail Savior is one of the flex choices. I think the most common one is Balmora Spymaster because it can accidentally win you games. But Dragontail Savior is a very good anti-aggro tool by being a big-bodied aggro card, as weird as that sounds. If you draw it in the early game, it's not one of those cards that you feel bad about playing to contest your opponent, right? If they play a 2-drop and you play Dragontail, it's almost assuredly going to be able to trade into the 2-drop unless it's maybe like a Mournhold Trader. Outside of that, it's going to be a nice clean trade and you can feel good about it. And if you're rifling through your deck with Conscription, getting it later, not the end of the world. I think it's a solid include. It certainly helps your early game a lot more than, say, Sly Marshblade or Balmora Spymaster. Even though they have great effects, not as great at contesting. And more ramp going into the hand of Please Don't Hack Me with this Treeminder.
Oh, Lord. That man just brought out he just brought out the Mentos Ring. And here we have full guard-warded lethal creatures. All right,
Yeah.
then. I guess we can pack it up and go home.
I think that's called the concede ring at this point. There's just nothing that Drew has in his deck that's going to be able to get through this, unfortunately.
I gotta say, though, the animation looks pretty damn sexy, to be honest. The Mentos Ring activating all of the effects immediately. I remember seeing a Twitch VOD somewhere where this change in particular affected you killing someone with Daggett into Mentos Ring, right?
Yeah, I posted the clip on Twitter where I got a Daggett from a Balmora Spymaster, and then I played Mentor's Ring, and it would have allowed me to kill the opponent, but the animation made the rest of my turn time out before I could actually attack.
Heartbreaking.
And
it was heartbreaking.
yeah, heartbreaking. So
well,
I'm glad to see that change put into place. It is a very fast animation now. I'm super excited about it. And please don't hack me. Congratulations, you're up 1-0. We kind of knew this was coming again. We identified this mage list as being very weak in this matchup. And now the real work begins for Drew. What are you bringing to try to take this Telvanni list down?
it's not gonna be easy, but the match is going to start immediately, so let's take a look at what the matchup is going to be. So, please don't hack me. As you said, 1-0 for now, and it is going to be the Daggett list that comes in to answer the Telvanni. He also gets the ring, which is, I imagine, very nice in this particular matchup. Instant Wardcrafter, just to have something to develop, oh boy, develop an attack with. And Mokul Gatekeeper as well is going to make this into a warded 4-1. Yeah, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's a great start for Drew. You get a resilient body, you protect it with guard, and you put that word crafter in an envelope when you develop it. Here, I'll give you a tongue twister. But encompassing it with the ward. But yeah, this is what you want to see. I think this is a smart choice by Drew the Dolphin to bring the Daggett list here, because you have so many big-bodied threats, and as you transition into that mid game, you can kind of start hiding them in the shadow lane to keep them away from Vipers and such, so that you're more likely to get at least one turn out of them. Now, we don't see any of that in hand right now, but I do think that is a very valid game plan as it goes later on.
That's also very interesting to just play the Baron Zia in the field lane, basically make sure that she's protected by a warded guard, and now you still have the option to shadow shift if you like, or to just keep the ward, do a little bit less damage this turn, and still have your Baron Zia protected for the next turn. Now, what are you gonna add to that, though? It's gonna be a Shrieking Harpy, shackling, the only thing remaining in the field.
Well, you got to slow down that Black Hand Messenger. With its
Yeah, man, it was
attack.
about to go all out. Didn't you see that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please Don't Hack Me does what Please Don't Hack Me apparently does best, which is ramping. Next turn is Ancano turn already, man. That's insane.
Listen, if there's one thing I know about Please Don't Hack Me, it's that he wants to play expensive cards, and he wants to play a lot of them. So ramp. I expect my opponent to hit me, right? I'm going to have card choices. So all I want to do is make sure I have enough Magicka to do everything I want to do.
Yeah,
so as long as I ramp early on, then I can just do all the things. And this is actually a good way to kind of showcase that, because you do have Ancano coming online, or you could just play 2 Vipers, for example, and help clean up the board a bit. So getting to 8 Magicka and beyond is very important for El Telvanni, and I think he knows that. He's a veteran on the list.
And here's a prophecy.
Oh, that is a huge prophecy for Please Don't Hack Me.
If he places that in the field, I would argue for shadow shifting the Baron Zia into the shadow lane. But he doesn't do it. He just prevents a little bit of extra damage.
I think you shadow shift Baron Zia anyway, unless you value the damage.
Yeah, he goes for
wow.
That's greedy.
What a huge top deck. No, that's fantastic. He just top decked a second
Oh,
lightning
what?
bolt. And so now he has basically put Please Don't Hack Me in a position where he has to start gaining some health.
I almost missed that one. That is huge. Although I do expect the Cruel Fire Bloom to just be able to get a little bit of health back, putting him out of the double lightning bolt range. Now, if there is anything with charge coming in, Stormcloak Battalion comes in, shadow shifting into the field lane to still keep the hidden effect on it. Though there is Ancano.
Yep, Ancano will answer it.
Ancano coming in with that 75 cards proficiency. Consistency was the word I was looking for.
And now we see Abner Tharn in Please Don't Hack Me's hand. If there was ever a board where you were like, I want a lot of options, this is it. I can resurrect something with 4 attack or less. I can search my deck for an action. I can just blow something up or deal 5 damage to my opponent with Ancano again. This is a beautiful Abner Tharn board.
Oh, Red Brahmin is also pretty huge here.
Brahmin's a great pickup, but it's the sort of thing I think that you save because you have the ability to clear the board outright. And he is going to use Sun and Shadow for an Uprising.
Ooh, yeah, that's scary. I did not think of Abner Tharn with Ulfric's Uprising. Wait a second, does that mean... No, he doesn't have to use the same effect again. He can pick whatever he likes, right?
Correct. Every time the summon triggers, you get to make a choice. So if you use cards like Ulfric's Uprising, you can change it. If you use cards like A Night to Remember, you can change it. It's not like Doppelganger, where once you copy a creature, it's always a copy of that creature. And that's one of the beautiful things about Abner. He's very flexible. And this is a nightmare for Drew, unless he can find some more burst. He's just 2 damage off. 1 if this goes face, but I got a feeling that he's going to get rid of the Sun and Shadow here. Yep. It just needs to find 2 damage.
Hey man, there is flexible, and then there is Yoga Master Flexible, and that is what Abner Tharn is in this matchup in particular. Here comes the Uprising. He can pick whatever he likes again.
Count on our wit.
So he copied the Necromancer to be able to get back the Sun and Shadows, which in turn is going to also get him another action back. That is insanity.
Yeah. That is a massive value Uprising of epic proportion.
and killing the gods just to get a bit of extra health. Yeah, that's a GG right there, if you ask me. Especially with
and wisely killing the guard. So there might have been a temptation to kill one of your own black hands, just because then you get even more drain. But when you know you're fetching a second Uprising, then that means 2 more black hand triggers are in your back pocket with that as well. And this, barring a miracle, barring a meteor strike or something like that,
big boy disconnect. Yeah.
Yeah. This is looking firmly in Please Don't Hack Me's grasp. This is again the Abner Tharn. We were talking about it. It's a great addition. Has a lot of choices. Really showing it off here.
It's insane. It's insane. I'm incredibly excited by watching Please Don't Hack Me navigate these decks. It's great. I can't put that smile off my face. Usually I'm not the person to really appreciate big control decks, but when you get to do things like this, it's hard not to like it.
Well, this is why it's so important that you just kind of ramp in the early game. Will was sacrificing tempo, not a huge sacrifice, but was sacrificing some tempo just to make sure that he had all of the magic he needed to do degenerate things. And that's what this deck does best. And now with Red Brahmin on the board, that will again trigger with Uprising, so that Shadow Lane is basically on lockdown now for the rest of the game. If he really wants to be greedy, he could even play Ungolem before the Ulfric's Uprising, so he shuffles in 6 of those cards. But I got a feeling that we're just going to see the lethal here. Because you can Ancano,
into Ancano.
And then Abner Tharn Ancano, Cruel Fire Bloom on black hands. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So this is going to be Please Don't Hack Me taking a victory here.
Yeah, And what a spectacular victory this was. Drew the Dolphin now down 2 matches against Please Don't Hack Me, and we're gonna go into the third one very, very soon. So what deck is still left at this point?
The Crusader list that I felt like had the best out of all of the decks that Drew brought to maybe beat these control lists, because it does have a lot of burst potential. Again, though, it kind of lives and dies by Halls of the Crusader. It still runs Divine Fervor and some of the other like more traditional Crusader effects, but really this list is all about I get my neutral creatures on the board, and then on Magicka turn 6, I play Halls of the Dwemer, and I just push as much damage as possible, right? So you've got to make sure that you've got the board in place to take advantage of that. Usually you'll see somebody play something like Steam Constructors on Magicka turn 5 so that they get more bodies, and you kind of give your opponent 1 turn to respond, and then you slap down the Halls, kind of swing the following turn. I think that's what we're looking for.
Well,
We have to hope that maybe Please Don't Hack Me also doesn't draw as much ramp. I mean, he's had his way every game.
look, Drew the Dolphin even got the ring on all 3 turns, right? But simply because Please Don't Hack Me was ramping so much, it never really mattered, I want to say. He still always had more Magicka at every single point.
So some of us don't prescribe to the ring being as influential as others do. I'm not saying that it doesn't make an impact. I'm just saying it's like a 5% impact.
Ooh, that is a spicy take, my friend. A lot of people would disagree with that.
Yeah, I know they would. I hear it all the time.
Well,
I'm in the minority a lot on my hot takes, but that's what makes them hot. and
exactly.
spicy.
Otherwise, they're not hot takes. Easy as that. And here comes the turn for Varen, was it? Yeah, Varen Aquilarius, who immediately gets shackled, as it so often happens with Telvanni. Interesting to note that one Ulfric's Uprising got a discount on the Magicka. So even though Please Don't Hack Me is not exactly ramping as hard, he at least is getting discounts on his big spells. It's good to know.
Yeah. Now, so the good news for Drew here is Please Don't Hack Me's hand is kind of clunky after this. The bad news, though, is that Drew's hand is equally clunky. Normally, these Dwemer that are in his hand are fantastic plays if you have any early neutral cards, but he just didn't find any. So instead of getting the massive value that you normally get out of them with that +3/+3 in guard, they're just kind of sitting there waiting for another creature to show up, waiting for an activator. And we're, at Magicka turn 6 with the ring, Magicka turn 7. We don't have a board, we don't have a Halls. This is kind of the nightmare scenario for Drew. These javelins are useless in this matchup. Like, let's be honest, they're not going to be worth the 5 Magicka you have to spend on them in any situation.
I mean, at least he gets to get rid of Ebnathan, but at that point, if you see Please Don't Hack Me play Ebnathan to get the sound effect of +1 attack to him, you already know, okay, so at least his hand is as clunky as mine.
Yeah, the downside is you spend 5 Magicka, you get rid of Abnatharn, and then you do nothing to make your board state better. You do nothing to try to race your opponent. Now, he does finally find another neutral card here.
But that Ice Storm has been sitting on Please Don't Hack Me's hand from the very beginning.
Yes. It is, again, one of those situations where you need things to happen at the right time, and the timing has just been woefully off for Drew the Dolphin this particular match.
So Stream Constructor comes in. There's another 3/2. And
Finally, the Dynamo comes down. And it's going to be an easy trade and storm for Please Don't Hack Me here. And now he has a large number of cards in hand. Twice as many as Drew has. And still a healthy 22 life. 4 runes still intact.
Mistakes were made.
What? For playing in the field lane?
Perhaps, or maybe just... Maybe it's just saying maybe the mistake was thinking I could beat Please Don't Hack Me on a 4 control lineup.
or maybe he thought for a moment that this was neutral and was planning to buff it up or something else.
Yeah, that's entirely likely as well. This was just the wrong half of the deck for Drew the Dolphin. It took him far too long to find his neutral options. You know, Dawnbreaker is a great card, but you don't want it sitting in your hands that early. Just unfortunate turn of events for Drew. Everything is coming up Telvanni these 3 games. Interesting.
So rough. I mean, that way he also activates the shrine immediately, so it's nice. He doesn't even feel like playing the Piercing Twilight just yet. I guess he wants to wait for a haul? Question mark? I don't know.
No, I think he's just waiting because he wants to save Piercing Twilight for another Namira Shrine the following turn. So he properly recognized that even though he could make better trades in terms of value last turn, he wanted to activate Shrine. And then this time around, no, Conscription top deck changes things, but this time around he was thinking, okay, I could play Pharaoh Stalker, Piercing Twilight, second Shrine, draw 2 cards, and at that point, I have such a value engine going that I just kind of win. Conscription also equally gets the job done here.
Yeah, also a pretty good value engine, or so I've been told. On turn 12 immediately. Yeah, man, why not?
Yeah, and as we talk about, again, kind of everything coming up, Telvanni, everything going Please Don't Hat Me's way. Conscription put both of the guards in the shadow lane here to slow things down. So you got the Shackle and 2 guards, one of them being warded out of this.
Zero
just a nightmare
taken.
for Drew.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. He got some damage.
Yeah, we're going to get some with this breakthrough here.
Ooh, the Kaguri actually not a bad draw here in general.
I mean, there are some great things that Drew can do this turn and maybe set up this halls, but again, Please Don't Hack Me is sitting on 2 Ulfric's Uprisings in hand, and with the board still as intact as it is, even worse now with picking up another Necromancer, I'm convinced that this is likely over. You've got the ability to play a Necromancer, get back something from the grave, make this trade obviously first, and then you can Uprising because you have the discounted one, or actually you don't even need to use the discounted one if you don't want. Wow.
I mean, if you have the Magicka, might as well buy it full price. It's it's like buying the iPhone for style instead of a cheaper phone that does the same things. You buy it because you can. So,
and, you know, as we said before, Please Don't Hack Me here really values Magicka ramp. So I thought for sure we were going to see another Necromancer come down before the Uprising there, and instead he wanted to get that Hiss Mage in play and also play the Streamminder so that on the following turn he can just do whatever he wants. For the rest of the game, Please Don't Hack Me can just play anything. He has full control.
Magicka. That is insane. Insane if you think about, like, there are decks built on reaching that 16 Magicka, right? You have those ramp warrior slay decks and what have you to reach that point. And Please Don't Hack Me just, you know, gets it casually by playing Control Telvanni. Not even he only has those 3 Tree Minders and what's the name? The Thorn Hiss Mage. Yeah, that's his only ramp that he has in this deck, but has been coming up with that 75 card consistency, man. It's always been there.
Well, again, to be fair though, he gets them and then he uses the Necromancers on them. So he's always valuing them. He's playing Uprisings to get extra Magicka ramp out of them. It is 75 deck consistency, you know, meme, if you will, but it is also him making a conscious decision to say, no, this is what's the most important thing. I can trust in the rest of the deck to come up big for me as long as I have the ability to play my powerful cards. So I need to get there first.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He has been prioritizing reviving and then reviving and then reviving those ramp cards over and over again in all of the 3 games, and it has definitely been paying off for him.
And now we see another Uprising. This is going to be an awful lot of triggers. And what's worse about this for Drew is that after all these triggers resolve, Drew's basically got no cards in hand, and Please Don't Hack Me is still going to be sitting on an Ice Storm a Debilitate, and a Conscription, and that's not even counting the rest of his hand. So if Drew ever had hopes and dreams of getting a board to stick, he can just throw them out the window.
Not today, says. Please don't hack me. Not today. Okay, so the second card is going to be another 5th Legion trainer, which does absolutely nothing. The Halls of the Dwemer finally comes in, but I would say at this point a little bit too late.
I mean, when your first Halls of the Dwemer comes down and your opponent has 17 maximum magicka, I would say it's too late.
Oh god. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts my feelings.
When your opponent can almost play 3 Halls in one turn against you because of their magicka situation, it is a bad time.
Oh, that's rough, buddy. Okay, please don't hack me. Now, as in the entire series, in the driver's seat, are we actually going to see him attack face as well? Probably not until he has a lot of big creatures. Now, Drew the Dolphin effectively has run out of the cards, so as soon as he removes whatever's on the field... Oh yeah, there's the Debilitate. Goodbye. Debilitate into... Oh! Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
Because
you can do that.
nothing says like, hey, let me wipe the board, like being able to refill on your side.
Debilitate into conscription in a single turn. Yeah. Yeah, man. We just saw that. That happened.
So we do see a second Halls come down. Now, I think that Will is smart enough to still be methodical here, because you could as weird as it sounds, you could accidentally lose here. Multiple Halls means that if you attack your opponent, break a bunch of runes, and you don't have the magicka left over, if you've somehow magically spent all 17 of your magicka, and you get some of those Prophecy Dwemer to trigger, they're going to be swinging for +7 apiece based on this support setup. So, Will is smart.
Every single creature is a threat at this point, yeah. He does get Baronzia, though, which is really huge to secure at least the amount of cards, amount of life points he will have when he does finally decide to go aggressive. Dread Clownfear. Alright, sure.
And Please Don't Hack Me says, I need more magicka. This is not enough. I am now up to 19.
I do
but also,
expect a
again,
Black Hand maybe here. Oh, Viper seems like a bit of a waste, to be honest. I wouldn't put down the Viper just yet.
I don't necessarily think that Viper is a waste, because you've got another Viper in hand, and let's be honest.
You're not wrong, but you don't need to play it there. You have more than enough guards to be able to answer that Mudcrab. So playing a Viper for a Mudcrab just doesn't feel right.
Well, I mean, you don't know what your opponent got from the Mudcrab, though. So if they got, Volendrung, then that crab could crash through a guard and get some chip damage in. You don't know.
I mean, you're not wrong. Here comes the Dread Clownfear.
Nicely done.
And gets rid of all of the guards. Well, that's something you can't really take into account, I suppose. And then Mudcrab, now finally ready to consider going face. It is a very dangerous board to face as Please Don't Hack Me. Like those are some very big offensive stats. However, there is Red Brahmin still.
Yeah, Please Don't Hack Me has has all of the answers and all of the lethal that he could want here, so it's not a big deal, but it does at least kind of showcase what I was talking about, right? About you have to be smart there, because you could just accidentally lose if you get too cocky. Please Don't Hack Me, measured player, knows not to do that, makes the right choices, and dominates that series. Like, let's be honest, really put a clinic on, maybe saying, okay, future opponents might want to consider banning the Telvanni list instead of the Doomcrag, who knows, but it looked impressive.
it looked painful. Like my heart right here, right in the kokoro, it just destroyed me from inside. Watching that Telvanni just do all of the things. It just did all of the things. All of the things you would ever want to do. Telvanni was there and did that. So with that said, Chama and I are going to take a small break of casting, and Silverfuse and DBN will be back with you shortly as we set up for the second semifinal of the day, and we'll be back just in time for the finals for you. So don't go anywhere. Still a lot of action to be had, and see you in a bit.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans, and welcome back to Season 2 of the Team Rankstar Classic. I'm Deadbrook Nerd, and once again, I'm joined by Silver Fuse. We are super excited to be casting this second of the two semifinals matches, this one between Immortal August and Aini. It's going to be a really exciting one.
Yeah, it is, and they've both brought very different lineups from each other.
Yeah, we've got actually some really interesting things here. So we have 4 of the new of the 5 new tricolor classes at work here. 2 in each of the players' lineups. So Immortal August, of course, with the Guildsworn and the Empire, and Aini with the Ebonheart and the Daggerfall. Now, we didn't actually get to see either of those because in the last game that Aini was in, he had a 3-0 sweep with the Rage Crusader, and those Slay and Daggerfall decks also featuring Rage. Mortal August, on the other hand, has got a pretty heavy aggro list with the exception of the Empire Control list, and that one looks pretty similar to Endo's list. Could you tell us a little bit about how that Empire Control tries to operate, Silver?
Let me pull it up real quick, but I know that it's a conscription list, so I'm assuming it has debilitate in it, and just being able to stabilize until it can play conscription is more the blowout card toward the end. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, it's
I'll
one
make life easier.
It's one that I know the two that Immortal August and the TRS team's been looking at a lot. They were pretty hyped on this, and we actually Endo's got banned actually by Please Don't Hack Me, who I happen to understand was having some struggles with it when he was testing against Endo last night. So I'm wondering if that one is going to similarly get the ban here, or if we're going to get to see that one. But either way, we're going to see one of these tricolors, these new tricolors, no matter what.
Yes, and I'm looking at it now, and essentially it's kind of like what you expect with a Ramp Scout, almost, with the control yellow features of it, and being able to play Edict of Azura, Cast of Time. This one isn't running Javelin in it, and then the Mirror Shrine to go through Cycle, and it's got some pretty strong 2-drops, and in the end it has Dawn's Wrath, Red Brahmin, Marak, Odaving, and then Conscription. So I can see how this could be a very strong deck.
Yeah, a pretty impressive top. And of course, I feel like it tries to operate similar to Tribunal. You've got this Debilitate now, which in many ways fills the role of the Ice Storm, which is one of the best reasons to have blue in those control lists, right? And of course, you've got like Vipers, access to Vipers as well, which pair really nicely with the Odinra and Necromancers that were already in the deck. So it'll be really exciting to see how Empire Control forges its destiny, understanding that Tribunal Control already is quite successful, and see which of the two favor different matchups as the meta evolves. I do want to look at that Guildsworn aggro that Immortal August has brought. Different from the other ones we've looked at, this one has the Manic Jack as well as Royal Sage in here, hoping, I think, to benefit off of the Sentinel Battle Maces as well as the Crusaders Assaults, all of which hand out the same the keywords that will really help Manic Jack kind of reach his full potential.
Yeah, that is interesting to see, where it kind of has some of the blue parts that we see often in the Sorcerer builds. So the Royal Sage and the Manic Jack, Harpy, Sadenine, all that good stuff. And then he has essentially a Crusader list with it, which is what we talked about earlier, where it's essentially a blue Crusader.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sentinel Battle Mace is a nice addition. And then he has Varen from the new set. What else is there? The one of a Guildsworn Apprentice to get the tricolor cards in. And after that, I think that might be it from the new set. I would say, though, in the new set, generally, aggro didn't get as many tools, I would say, as such as some of the control decks that we're seeing right now. So it doesn't really surprise me to see as many new cards in this.
Yeah. And we actually see Immortal August lineup, with the exception of the Empire deck, be pretty reliant on a lot of the older cards, the older meta, frankly. We've got the aggressive Crusader deck, which has basically had the one inclusion, once again, of Varen, which seems to be the trend of including Varen in just about every yellow deck humanly possible. And we also see the the Halal list that we've seen a lot of today. So we're looking at 3 Crusader decks, Crusaders plus, and then we see the Empire Control out of Immortal August. Now he's going up against Aini with the Tribunal Control, and then 3 Rage lists like we saw earlier. With these two kind of distinct game plans of 3 aggro and control, 3 rage and control, and some of the rage can be controlling. What do we think that what do we think the bans are going to look like, and what do we think this matchup's going to look like as a whole?
I think as Aini, you ban the Halalu pretty much every time. Maybe the Satyr, but I think you ban the Halalu to get that out of the way, and then you hope to be able to control the Guildsworn just because it's not going to be optimized. It still looks strong, but we're still going through the deck refining process. And then the control conscription, his rages, I think generally don't have too hard of a time dealing with that. So I think you get rid of the decks that you're most scared of fast wise, and that'd probably be the aggro Halalu. But like I said, I could see the Satyr as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we've looked at this, and each of these rages kind of take a little bit of a different tact, right? The Daggerfall rage, for instance, has those heavy, like kind of mid battle mage tools that we see a lot. So we've got the Breton Conjurers in there, and some other really high utility things. I think there's some Cradle Crush Giants, Candle Hearth Brawlers, and Cradle Crush Giants. We'll get that someday. So we've got the Giants in there for a little bit of reactive stuff. But then, of course, as we saw with the Rage Crusader, there's just a lot of proactive guard minions. We've got the Hive Defenders, as well as the that 5/6 Imperial guy that I can't remember now. The 5/6 with guard that has the prophecy based reaction. Anyways, so we have a lot of those proactive guard creatures to come down on behalf of the Crusader, and then of course the Ebonheart being much more interested in the slay effects to the point where it's got the 3 Brotherhood Sanctuary. So it's going to be really neat, and I hope we see more of these other 2 rage decks to compare notes.
Yeah, I really hope to see more of the Rage decks as well, and a little back and forth would be a lot of fun to watch. Since we only got to see the one of Aini's, a little bit disappointed that we only got to see. So I'm excited to see more of these Rage creations he's thrown together.
Oh yeah, for sure. And have we actually seen Guildsworn today, or has it not made it into one of the casted matches?
I don't know if we have seen it. If we did, we have not seen it. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what it does.
Right, and because that's something that, and me personally, I've devoted a lot of my time looking at Empire, and I've looked at a lot of Daggerfall, and I've played against a lot of Ebonheart, but I haven't really gotten to see much Guildsworn personally. So I'm really excited. I'm really hoping that one comes out. I think the players are going to get started soon. I think we're still waiting on those bans, but we can go ahead and tell them to get started.
August banned the Tribunal, which makes perfect sense against his lineup. The ability for Tribunal to, he has a very aggressive lineup, so Tribunal can high roll a little bit of Prophecy, could just change the game very quickly.
Yeah.
So being the Tribunal that has a really overall good matchups against aggro, he just wants to get that out of the way, and he'd rather go against things such as the Satyr, where he feels like he can just go under the Satyr.
Oh, for sure. It looks like the players are getting in the match now. Aini is going to be starting off with the Daggerfall Rage. Much obliged to Aini for once again giving the people what they want. We've got Immortal August on the Aggro Crusader. So real excited to see how this one starts off. Immortal August's hand, in terms of my beautiful spectator client vision, looks pretty good. Marked Man, Orclin Captain, and Bruma are the opening options for Immortal August. It'll be interesting to see what gets thrown back.
Yeah, and Aini has... I think you just throw back the Emmerich. And I can't see August's hand quite yet, but he did... I think he threw out 1 or 2 cards.
Yeah, threw the Bruma and got a Divine Fervor in return.
That Gatekeeper for Aini is going to be insane. Potentially thrown down on turn 4 against a go-wide token deck that wants to attack multiple times in one lane. That is going to be really brutal in the future. I'm calling it now.
Yeah, both players actually ended up with a pretty solid starting hand. Aini, of course, having some really resilient threats with the Barrel Stalker, the Young Mammoth, and of course the Gatekeeper. But Immortal August kind of playing the way that Crusader wants to play. The Marked Man, one of the best one-drops for Crusader. And the Orc Clan Captain to follow it up with. Some really solid stuff from both players. It'll be neat to see how they pair up in comparison. The Barrow Stalker is going to challenge that field lane, and Immortal August has the opportunity here to play the Orc Clan Captain, but in doing so, we'll have to lose 2 creatures for the price of 1, leaving the Orc Clan Captain undefended. I think it's the only play, though.
It's the only option he has, although it's very painful. Mammoth to come down. Or the Barrow Stalker is really not a bad option either.
Yeah, I like the Mammoth here, for sure. Just a little bit more resilient, and then plus now the only way that, as we know, with the patented caster vision, that Immortal August, the Crusader Assault's the only way he's going to get through that Mammoth. But I think either way, the Orc Clan Captain probably has to go face. Does get a rapid shot and hands the Bringer of Nightmares. Haven't seen that card in forever.
I have not either. That's a card that I randomly see off about more by Master.
Yeah, that's definitely a random generated type of card there. Although, didn't it used to be played all the time?
I do not know. I've only played for like a year and a few months now, so I don't know about those times.
I think when it first came out in Skyrim, people it was like super good in like Control Mage or something like that, and it got like nerfed. I think the mana got increased or something. It's haven't seen that card in ages. This is a clunky hand. I mean, looking at Immortal August's situation here, the Crusader Assault and Shining Saint could both be played, and neither would be terrible. But additionally, neither would be that great. The Crusader Assault seemingly most obvious play, but nothing really to pair with it.
Yeah, it's a really rough hand for August here.
And
he only gets one draw too from the Crusader's Assault as well. Doesn't get to develop a board here really.
Yeah, and the awkward situation here with the 2 Divine Fervors in hand is simply like you don't really want them when you don't have a board. Divine Fervor is it can often be a very slow tempo play, right? So the only times you really want to play it is when you can get real favorable trades off of the back of creatures that are already available. So obviously just playing it down with nothing never feels good, and that's what Immortal August is likely going to be looking at next turn.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be at all, really. Mm-hmm. Not especially against this deck where you know that, hey, if it's a deck that you want to race quickly. Like, you want Arnie to be at like 15 health or something right now.
Yeah.
And even the 18 or something, but you don't want him to be sitting happily at 20 with a board while you have nothing and no great bursty turn next turn either.
Yeah, and the Sharpshooter almost feels excessive. Could have cleared anyways with the creatures already on board. But no, wants to keep that guard up a little bit longer.
I think you want to keep that up for the reason of you have Gatekeeper in your hand. So you want this field, and as soon as you push them into the shadow, you play Gatekeeper, and that's more or less the game. You have Mighty Conjuring to follow up in the future, Emmerich to ping off some extra damage. Like, what can August do in that situation when Gatekeeper comes down the shadow?
Oh, no doubt. And here comes the Divine Fervor and Pass. A dreaded move.
Oh, the dash stick.
That is not even fair.
That's
just not fair.
That was his entire turn, too, and it's just gone.
This is just insult to injury right here. It feels so bad, but, I mean, those top decks, it really, I mean, that's some heart of the card stuff right there. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and on top of this, Satyr's probably the list that August, I'm assuming the Halalu got banned, and that Satyr is probably the list that he felt the most comfortable with, and the one that he was expecting to potentially do a 3-0 against these slower rage decks, is what my thought process would be, at least. So losing this deck on top of it, if assuming he loses this game, there's still always a possibility, but although unlikely. So losing the Crusader for August has got to be extremely painful.
Yeah, and I just went in and checked, and indeed, the Halalu from Immortal August was banned. So this is the Crusaders. Now, granted, we do have Guildsworn, which is Blue Crusader.
Yes.
This is a deck that undoubtedly Immortal August feels really comfortable on. It's a deck that's been around for quite a long time. There's going to be tons of games, many hours put into this list, and it kind of having that clunky start and then getting easily punished by the Dushnuk Y'all there for any momentum it could have gotten back. That's got to feel bad.
May we serve you with every word.
Yeah, I mean, Barrel Stalker early to contest it hurts his aggro sometimes. It's so demoralizing even.
Absolutely. And any ability there that off that prophecy just removed easily by High King Emmerich, who's just going to come down and ping it away. And look at that. Look at Aine's hand right now. Still has a Mighty Conjuring to put down next turn or in a future turn after the Gatekeeper. The Gatekeeper, we were talking about that earlier, how important that was going to be. Hasn't needed it yet. Still has all 5 runes, 31 health against Aggro Crusader.
Yes, on turn 7 too.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like I said, just a really rough spot to be in.
Now, that's not to say that Immortal August can't come back from here. Has a full hand. Has Crusaders Assaults, East March Crusaders. Like, there are ways to refill, build a board, and get back in this game. But a lot of that is going to have to come off the back of some bad draws from Aine. Otherwise, I just don't see an avenue.
Well, I think what he has to go for essentially is the Syl Garnag carry, where Syl and Garnag together are insanely strong. And knowing that Aine is running a Rage variant, right now Rage would be absolutely devastating, but August probably breathing a sigh of relief as he sees that trade and no Rage coming down.
Well, and certainly too, like the game is already far enough behind that August not playing around Rage is perfectly acceptable, right? The idea that, well, if Rage comes down, I just lose anyways, right?
Exactly. You can't afford to play around it.
Exactly, yeah. And we'll probably see the Divine Fervor just... we can run the Bruma in, and Crusader Soul get a card after it, but of course no cards left on the board. And only gets the 1 draw because it doesn't have any breakthrough on it for the Pilfer, so... loses a card there. This might just be damage pushed in the next turn. Then there's a Sentinel Battle Mace. That's lethal, right?
Yep, that's lethal. And August has no Cloud Rest, so that is just it. That
is a filthy top deck from Aine to go ahead and bring this to a 1-0 advantage in this series. The Rage Daggerfall. Didn't get to see a Rage come down on it.
Didn't get to see Rage.
Didn't matter because it controlled the game really efficiently and then quickly pivoted with some of those big plays there and some pretty beefy creatures, High King Emmerich, and then getting that Sentinel Battle Mace. That was a well-played game from Aine. Unfortunate brick of a hand for Immortal August, but we're going to see if Immortal August can't bounce back with one of the several other yellow decks that are queued up here.
Well, I would expect the blue Satyr from him, the Guildsworn, and just hope that it just goes better this time. Hope you get a better curve. Also, Aine curved out extremely well that game, but he played it very, very well too, making sure he got that field priority, and then after that pushed August to the shadow, and having the guards in his hand ready to go. Not much August could have done about it.
Certainly not. It'll be really interesting. I think you're right. I think the Guildsworn will come out. But what I'm interested really in is what the kind of approach is going to be. Like, what kind of cards is he going to be targeting and prioritizing after seeing how that last match went?
What do you mean targeting and prioritizing? Aine or August?
Oh, no. Immortal August. Having seen how Aine wants to play this, what kind of cards do you think are going to get prioritized? Oh, and we're actually going to see the...
Empire.
We're going to see the Empire come out, yeah. That's exciting.
And this is Control, too, so I think this is another cycle race. It's kind of the same way as Telvanni earlier, where you need to cycle through your deck quickly, put on lots of threats, make it too much for Aine to handle. Aine only has Ice Star in this, I believe. Obviously, no Debilitate because we are not in green. So if he doesn't draw Ice Storm and August is able to build enough of a board, might be enough. There's also a chance that August might try to out-control Aine as well, because he does have Conscription. I don't think there was no journey, so he'd have to overwhelm Aine is the idea here.
Yeah, there's notably no Ice Storms in the Daggerfall list.
Oh, there aren't any.
There are not. There are 3 Cradle Crush Giants, which can do similar things, but being a little more... you get the effect, but then you have a nice proactive body to slam down 2. We'll see how it goes.
little more surprised that August did throw away the broom at the end, because without Ice Storm, I would think that the line would be to, like I said, try to flood the board as best as you can and smash face.
Mm-hmm.
But I have not played either of these decks, so that's just a theory. No practice behind it.
Sure. Well, and the thing here too is I think Empire has got a lot of options, right? And so you've got a lot of those pretty excellent early game creatures, right? You've got some of the Fighters Guild recruits to complement, of course, Sparrow Stalker. Of course, you've got the the Skinned Hounds and stuff like that.
And August getting rewarded for holding that execute. I was just about to mention it. That holding it for a much juicier target, and he is rewarded for it. On top of that, could even ramp this turn if he wanted to.
I think that would be worthwhile in this situation. I think it would definitely be worthwhile. I mean, you'd still have 2 ring charges. It's not really, you're not really worried about your ring charges when it's the first one, right? You might as well get that early. Because
I feel like when you're killing a 2/2 with ward and ramping, that's pretty freaking nice.
I feel like that's great ring value right there. Puts it over on the right. Maybe being a little bit okay with losing the first ring or two. Maybe feeling out Aini, seeing if Aini thinks that he's the aggressor or not.
Yeah, really at 26 health, you don't mind too much. Oh, and then Aini says, cute target. Thanks for using that one. And that's probably the time, too, why August took a little bit of extra time to look at it, decide that the Daggerfall felt worth it. And now he's probably a little bit frustrated that he's seeing this. He does have the Edict of Azura if he wants to use that, which would be very tempting here. Although after seeing Aini throw out these threat after threat or potential threat, I'd be a little bit worried what else he has in his hand, and if this Edict is worth it or not. But
especially without another Edict or Javelin to follow up with, right?
Yes.
I mean, that would be the last one in the hand, and that's a little bit of a scary proposition. You're right.
And decides to hold on to it, which I think is respectable here. There's not... I guess, like, wrap a shot, reward, and then onto the Tree Minder would be a really big punish, but I don't even know if Aini's running Cluster Ward or not. I haven't looked at the deck list super closely.
Yeah.
Once things are more refined, I'll just start memorizing most of them, but with all these new ones...
Yeah, it's a lot getting thrown at you all at once. I'm kind of wondering, like, does, like Taviar or Rayvac come down here? I'm not sure how much... I mean, because if you bring Taviar down, right, then that Frost Atronach doesn't need to be... can't be messed with. At least not right away.
Out of my way, worm.
Looks like it. Says denies him the ramp by putting a 3/5 body up in front of him instead.
Absolutely. Makes it certainly quite awkward here. The Merchant's Camel digging for something useful?
Yeah, August Sand is being a bit slow here. Although Aini's giving him the time.
Well, and luckily the Sanctuary Pet can be utilized with the Ring of Magicka charge. So a couple options. Could go Fighters Guild, could go Sanctuary Pet.
Yeah, I consider Sanctuary Pet in the shadow just because hopefully your camel could trade into the Breton Conjure in the future. Hope for no Ward Crafter. Grabs a Silent Pilgrim, which in the future, Edict of Azura is definitely one of the things I could find. Hiss Mage, I assume, is in the deck.
Yeah, Emperor's Blade, I believe, is in there
Emperor's
as well.
Blade.
Just a lot of really useful cards. The best cards in there, really.
Pretty much what you would find in Tribunal.
Yeah, could get Red Brahmin.
Oh, except for Hiss Mage, I guess. Red Brahmin, too. Yeah, Red Brahmin, so nice.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
thinking of, like, the edicts and stuff in Tribunal.
Yeah. Well, that's really kind of interesting, too. That it can pull a Blackwood Distiller. One's already out. There's 2 in the list. Which, in this situation, maybe not the best to be getting pulled, right? But Clivia Thorn, another excellent multicolored option that can absolutely dominate a board position when the opponent's trying to get aggressive.
Debilitate's not looking too bad here.
No, really, especially because the Blackwood Distiller can even out the Taviar. Go through the wards, remove that meddlesome Breton Conjure before he gets rewarded.
It'd leave a 3/2 on the board. Assuming the camel attacks into the Frost Atronach. Doesn't seem bad to me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's another thought process here that maybe I'm missing. But I think you're at 21 now, taking another 5, and I just don't think you're ready to use that edict.
Enshrine just feels a little bit too slow here. I mean, you could use the edict and play Sanctuary Pet, but then it's like, what next? It becomes the question.
Right. Yeah.
And looks like August will go with that Debilitate. And I definitely, yes, I highly agree with that. I think
yeah, for sure.
You can't be too greedy with your health. As much as it's nice to get a few cards from the Runes Broken, you just can't be too greedy with it.
No. Pulls a Tree Minder off that room, which could be helpful. I mean, I think Immortal August really wants to get to that point, that the Conscription can come in and potentially save the day. However, keeping in mind, of course, Conscription can be sometimes dangerous when you're looking at a Rage deck.
Yes, on top of that, this Conscription doesn't pull Harpies, which...
Yeah.
Against
a big
this
downside.
more... Yes. August seeing this Belligerent that come out when he has Shrine in his hand makes it a little more tempting to play Shrine and Edict here. I don't know if it's the right play necessarily, though, and you have to start being afraid of Rage here. So you can't just be like, alright, I'm gonna play Tree Minder and Sanctuary Pet into this.
No, you certainly can't. I wonder if you just Silent Pilgrim here and see what you get. You know?
You could Silent Pilgrim and find something. You might just ramp too, which, I mean...
I think that's a solid play too.
When in doubt, ramp it out.
Yeah, and so next turn has the ability to go Namira Shrine, Silent Pilgrim, Sanctuary Pet, and get the card draw off of the shrine, which I think is definitely
yeah,
a solid play, and especially considering what just got played. Only going to be risking losing two health because the pet will shackle down the 5/5.
2 Shrines and Sanctuary Pet here is
even
looking
better.
pretty
Even better.
And that Viper and Edict, those are...
two
Yes.
amazing pickups.
And he can technically Conscription next turn, too. Yeah, if something big with Breakthrough isn't played, of course. But it looks like from his hand, we know that that's not what's going to happen. But we will see a Minter's Ring come out here, I am sure. Right?
Well,
maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes probably the most sense. But keeping in mind, too, right? There's nothing with Breakthrough out there. There's also not the Crusader's Assault that we saw in the Rage Crusader to give something Breakthrough. And I'm looking at the list now, and there's no like Dagoth daggers or improvised weapons in it either. So knowing that, it probably makes this Conscription a little more confident.
Yeah, for sure. Unless, like I said, you'd have to play like one of the Giants or something beforehand with Breakthrough to really...
You must be cleansed.
And...
We think it's going to be a...
He might have made a mistake there thinking that the Sanctuary Pet could trade in. I'm not for sure on that, but I'm assuming that's what happened there.
Yeah, probably rings out the Pilgrim. No, decides not to. Okay. Can always do that on a future turn, of course. 7 damage staring down, though.
He has rammed multiple times, so I think saving that ring charge is fine.
And we're actually going to see the Emmerich, I
think it's the first time we've seen him in play, right?
I haven't seen him, period. The Covenant King coming down, killing something, and then warding.
And a
really cool.
7/3. I mean, he looks so much better like that. Where you're like, oh, 7/3 with ward after killing something. I think that's probably a bit underrated.
Yeah, I've seen so many people like dishing on this card, and I'm like, I don't know, coming in and giving a little bit of removal and then like warding afterwards. That's pretty awesome. Just a little expensive.
It is slow for sure, but was really good here. And the Viper coming down. August trying to heal. He is running out of some steam here. He does have the Candy Crush though. But these shrines are going to be doing some serious work for August.
And Ancano is a pretty good pickup at this point of the game.
Yes. I mean, because he can't just go playing a Conscription here, I don't think. I mean, there's an FGR and there's... what are the other guards? There's got to be more guards, right?
Oh, there
Barrow
are
Stalker.
Barrow Stalker, yeah.
But you can't really just roll the dice like that either. I mean, he has execute, I guess. So
yeah, there's
he
Skinned Hound.
to go on
There's
the
Skinned
right.
Hound.
Skin
But-
Town. So yes.
That is helpful because it can flexibly put the a guard where you want it. But you're right; it's one of those things where if there's a more consistent solution, you probably pursue that.
Yeah, this is a really tough choice. I mean, the execute will probably be used now. And then you have to decide, do I conscription, do I sanctuary pet, do I Emperor's Blade and sanctuary pet? You definitely want to get these shrines going unless you play the conscription with execute.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to dig for something, maybe for some removal. He has 2 casts and he's used one of them, so he has 1 cast left.
Mm-hmm.
And he has used 2 edicts, I believe.
I believe that's right.
Yes, 2 edicts. So he has only 2 hard removals left.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume we see the Sanctuary Pet and maybe the Emperor's Blade here. In the future, you can Necromancer for a Viper as well.
Yeah,
or you might Silent Pilgrim first, see if you get an Edict. But
Do you
he's going to
think
go ahead and go in.
the Necromancers get shuffled. Yep.
Yes.
That's usually the best
every
play.
time.
But well, that's usually the best.
Well,
usually
for
the
this.
best play.
Yeah.
Um,
Here's the cast. I was thinking, at least with this hand, yes.
yeah, that's rough. And then guess what's coming out now?
There's the Yonkano.
Absolutely. That Sorcerer's Negation being used to great effect. And, honestly, Immortal August was this close to stabilizing.
He was so close to
So
stabilizing.
close. It had a lot of good tools for the future turns, but we see that big Onkano pickup coming in strong. So that's actually going to bring this series once again to a 2-0 in favor, of course, of Aini, doing pretty darn good on these Rage decks today.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised of how well they performed. As we all know, in respect to Aini is a fantastic player. I would just expect more aggro decks to eat these decks up, but he's been showing otherwise. I would say that the first game, though, August did not get a very good draw, but seeing the way he's been playing these, and this was against another control list, which I don't know. I think I feel like those are closer to more of a 50-50 or something, where it could be anyone's game depending on how they draw. August getting the shrines going in a little bit more stabilization, and I think he would have had that game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one that I think August played it as best he could. I didn't notice any weird plays really from August that were questionable. It's just one of those situations.
He had the one silence on the Atronach that I think he might have messed that one up, but I don't think that threw him the game by any means.
Well, I think he was going to use that edict that turn no matter what.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think so too.
But, here we go. We're going to see if Immortal August can't turn it around with Guildsworn, our Blue Crusader, who's going to see if we can't get something good going for us. Looks like there's a spectator bug.
I got it too on my side, and I'm not the one spectating for you all. That's so weird.
gosh.
We both got it where it's just Witherhand Cultist, both of us. That's
So here we go.
strange.
Much improved now.
So I think August is only running this guy as one of the Guildsworn Apprentice, and if you don't know what this does, if you don't know what the Guildsworn Apprentice does, it is a 2 Magicka, 1/2 Prophecy Guard. Summon, it draws a card. So it's very similar to our other Argonian friends that are 1/2s and either have lethal guard or draw a card.
It's
So
a
it's
nice
kinda like a
little,
mix.
yeah, it's like a Dragon Ball Z fusion of the two. Feels pretty cool.
And August has to be much happier with the start.
Yeah.
It is going much, much better where he has a board, he has the field control, he got the ring, gotta use it each time. Also, he has Dawnbreaker in his hand, and knowing that Aini runs Sparrow Stalker, that could be a pretty big swing if that were to be played.
Yeah, that would be honestly devastating. I'm wondering here if the second Withered Hand Cultist comes down, or instead, because of the 5th Legion trainer, Immortal August wants to go for the Mudcrab Marked Man makeshift defenses and really get max value out of that token buffing effect.
Really, you can Witherhand Cultist, Marked Man, and
Oh, that's certainly true.
Still.
That's certainly true. Of course, the question there being is 2 Withered Hands on the same board good? I mean, obviously the stat wise it certainly is. But once
Against
that other,
negation decks, yes.
yeah. And we're looking at, and well, of course, my thought being, would it be worthwhile to hold on to it until it gets closer to a rage turn? Because that could be something that could absolutely just dismantle a game if Immortal August has that kind of that trick
Yeah.
up the sleeve to turn off that rage right before there's a good rage opportunity.
I can see that for sure, but I think it's August. You're saying I'm killing you before turn 8.
Well, and with that 5th Legion trainer, the ability to just dump things on the board that get power all of a sudden.
This
feels
is
so good.
This is a games go to 7 Magicka Spork.
Not if I can help it. We're gonna end this game early. The Orc Clan captain, an unfortunate casualty of some warded trading, but looks like the Skaven Pyromancer come down. I really like Skaven Pyromancer. That's a card that I just think that is a perfectly balanced card. I don't know. I
love Skaven. I think it's
an
a really cool
amazing
card.
Yeah.
It has, like, for what it does, the stats feel right. It's effective. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah. Pit Lion here is an excellent pickup. Already having people in both lanes means there's nothing funky you have to do with lane placement beforehand. You can just go ahead and slam it down. But the Mud Crab probably comes down first, just in case that would change anything. I mean, do you Dawnbreaker here? That's actually maybe a better question, right? Push some damage now?
I think I would wait for it, just because he has so many charge creatures, he has brawlers, he has Nords. So if you don't get to use the Dawnbreaker now and you really want to try to find value from it, you'll have the ability to most likely use charges. I don't think Aine's deck is particularly like super guard heavy. I would have to look at it more closely. But it looks like he does go for the Dawnbreaker now, and I can't blame him for it.
You know, that was actually a pretty awkward Mudcrab Merchant, right? Gave the Veil Sentry the new Prophecy 3/4 guard for 4, I want to say, but took the Dark Seducer, which, of course, you have to take the Dark Seducer. But giving the opponent a guard feels really bad as aggro.
It feels extremely bad. So does giving them Ice Storm.
Yeah. When you have to choose between Immolating Blast and Ice Storm, you know.
Yeah, those are always fun games where Mudcrab decides it doesn't want you to play. There's the Barrel Stalker that August would like to have seen later.
Yeah. And this is just this turn.
This is hard.
Weird, right? Because like the Sentinel Battle Mace was probably amongst the worst things that could have been played there, because not only did it kill the Withered and Cultist, but it also leaves the Ward Crafter to trade with literally anything, or obviously you have to trade in with your 5th Legion Trainer, a card that you'd love to just stick around for forever.
Yes, and I mean, not much in hand. Resource Extension includes Eastmarch Crusader, so that would be really big for him. Crusader's Assault. I think those are the 2 big ones. I might be missing some, but he would really like to see those relatively soon, because without the green that you have in Halalu, you miss out on Gambler and Spore.
Yeah. Well, and also you're sitting here looking at Dark Seducer, no slouch of a card, but one that can be pretty susceptible to.
Oh, did he get the charge?
I think he got the charge.
He got the charge. Yes, he did.
Oh, that's big.
That is really, really big. Not missing out on 7 damage. Pretty nuts. I was thinking lethal on the 5th Legion Trainer also would have been pretty nuts. But being able to get the 7 damage connected to face, or he could make a trade here, but I think you have to go face.
I think you have to go face, because I mean, you can always like later on find a, on Kano or any of those sorts of things to grab a little bit of damage where you can.
Sill's helpful here too. Well, Aine found his on Kano. I haven't been looking at Aine's board too much, but Aine's like, my on Kano's ready. How about yours?
Aine's hand is chock full of 7+ Magicka cards.
Which is just knowing that seeing the Seducer is going to be Aine's dream. I mean, he just plays Belligerent Giant, shrugs it off like it's nothing.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, I don't know what August does.
Well, and honestly, let's talk about those 2 mighty conjurings ready to just dump a warded 8/8 guard in front of literally anything Immortal August plays. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's the Belligerent Giant.
And then you can play the Barrel Stalker if you want to. I mean, there's no There's no clears in this aggro deck. Aini just starts putting up drains, stabilizing, guards, until he's going to go for the kill.
Yeah, and it's considering that Immortal August has no card that can just do 6 damage right now, does not decide to swing with the Barrow Stalker because it would break a rune. So
yeah, double prophecy bolt. If I mean, but Aini's going to play around that.
yeah, for sure.
Oh wait, no, he's not running bolt. What am I saying? August isn't running bolt on his. He was only running like in Manic Jack and stuff.
Well, that's right. That's right. We took a look at the at the keyword package in there with the Royal Sages. That's right.
I remember not saying bolt now, which makes sense too, because you have the reach available from red. You have your brawlers and your Nords and stuff. You don't need to have the bolt like you do in Sork. Yes. So you just have a lot more options for the reach.
Yeah.
And then because this Dark Seducer heals up August, now Aini safely breaks runes, heals up to 10 health, and he's just gonna keep on healing for free because
for every turn.
Mudcrab just made the August's life a little bit worse.
Now, hold on a second, because we could make the strongest Harpy ever. Dual-wielding battle maces. It would be amazing.
Crusader's Assault is the look for here. Top deck Crusader's Assault and like a Brawler or something, assuming that Aini's not going to break runes here. But
I mean, I think Aini's
Crusader's Assault into it.
probably just plays the Mighty Conjuring in front of this yoked out Harpy. Yep.
Yeah, that's
yeah, and without the green influence, like you have in Halalo, there's no lane shifting options. And if that had been a Crusader Assault, we could talk a little bit more. But I mean, this is just gotta feel
interesting.
Terrible. Yeah. Jams the Bruma, I'm sure. Maybe puts the Battle Mace ahead of time. Probably does. Probably has to.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
Yeah. I mean, Rage.
It's
Rage
just,
is lethal.
Yeah, just swing with everything, Rage and win.
Yep, and that will be game 3, right? That was a 3-0.
That is game 3. Can anyone stop Aini's Rage decks? And honestly, what's fascinating about it is that we saw the 3-0 with the Rage Crusader. Aini says, yo, you like that? Let me switch it up on you. I'm gonna bring in this Daggerfall Rage. I'm a 3-0 with that too. And I think that he's gonna go into the next match and say, all right, you want to see the third one? Let me start with Ebonheart. Because that, once again, Aini, a man of the people. That's what the people want. So wow, 3-0 Aini against Immortal August. Now we saw Immortal August struggle with a couple bad flips. Definitely a bricked hand on the first one. With the aggro deck, probably the one was most comfortable with. What do you think about that matchup? Like I know it ended up 3-0, but it didn't feel like that in the middle of the games. It only felt like that after the game. You know what I mean? All of a sudden things would just switch.
Well, I feel like knowing the difference between some of these aggressive decks we're seeing, I guess Crusader has a ton of. When Guildsworn starts running out of cards, it's a lot different than Halalu, where you're like, hey, I have like 7 different options to draw cards in the future. Where Guildsworn is more limited to like 2 or 3. So once you're done, you're a lot more done. The same way we saw that the Tempo Assassin, when you're done, you're kind of done. Like you have your Mudcrabs, you have your East March Crusader, and you have your gosh, why can't I think of it right now?
I don't know.
The
I just remembered
draw card.
Phalanx
Crusader's Assault. You have your Crusader's Assault, and then after that, that's it. It's been a long day.
I just remembered the one. I just remembered the one I forgot like 2 matches ago. It's Phalanx Exemplar. Nailed it. But guys, thanks so much for watching this second of the semifinals. We got the finals coming up. It's going to be incredible. We're going to see, I'm certain, more rage when Aini takes on Please Don't Hack Me.
These 2 insanely good players, very well known for playing at the highest levels.
Yeah, we got a control lineup against a rage lineup. It's going to be a battle for the centuries. They are both going to be competing for $200 cash prize and an item of choice from our shop. Second place, of course, getting $150. And if they are going to actually, I believe Immortal August will be playing in the third place match off stream. So go out and cheer for him in chat as well. Guys, we're going to be taking a quick break before sending it over to Lord Costa and Charmer to cast the last one. Thanks so much for watching the Team Rankstar Classic. We'll be right back with the finals, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're finally here. We've finally reached the Tier S Classic Grand Finals between Aini and Please Don't Hack Me. This is going to be amazing. Hello,
Yeah.
Chama. Welcome back.
It's going to be quite the showdown because both players are well known within the community. They've got a lot of accolades that they have racked up over time, and there are some interesting lists on display in terms of how they face off against each other. Please Don't Hack Me has brought some pretty traditional control lists that we know are powerful. On the other side of things, Aini has brought some lists that feature unstoppable rage and may or may not be able to counter these lists, because if the boards go wide, Aini can swing things in his favor.
Yeah, and we already saw the sheer power of the control lists of Please Don't Hack Me. It's we've seen him do things that are indescribable, and I really want to know whether Aini can stack up with that against that with the rage decks. Like, how do rage decks and slay decks usually fare against these high control? Is there anything to look out for? What will the matchup even look like?
Well, the thing that you're looking out for, in my opinion, is the rage from hand scenarios. Listen, Please Don't Hack Me, he's not gonna just like walk into a rage where there's a big creature already on the board. He's a smart player, he knows not to do that. So Aini's gonna have to have something that he's playing from hand and likely then playing Unstoppable Rage on to get immense value out of these rages. And the problem is I think Please Don't Hack Me is going to be very good about not giving him that play line either. So that's really what we're looking for, is whether or not Aini can get as much value out of Unstoppable Rage as possible, because as we know, Please Don't Hack Me has brought lists that feature Tullius Conscription, and if it's banned or not, Please Don't Hack Me has also brought Doomcrag Warrior, which can sometimes have some pretty wide boards as well. So I think that's the key, is whether or not Aini can get the right pieces in his hand to set up that surprise Unstoppable Rage play. And I mean, it won't be a surprise. Please Don't Hack Me, you'll see it coming, but that's what you're looking for. You need to get value before Please Don't Hack Me can respond.
So regarding to bans, if you're Hack Me here, what would you rather not see? Like, all three rage decks are somewhat similar in the way they work, so would it make sense to just ban out the Tribunal, since that's the only odd out of the line, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that that is the one you want to target. If you know you have to play into rage, you might as well do it 3 times. I could see, for example, him choosing to also just get rid of the Ebonheart list, because we know that Hack Me likes to ramp, right? We see the power in having, 15, 16, 17 plus Magicka. And if Hack Me says, okay, I'm going to take away the other deck that has the potential to do that, maybe that's my advantage. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was either the Ebonheart or the Tribunal that ends up getting the ban.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. On the other side, however, I mean, if Aini was watching during that Control Telvanni show off that Please Don't Hack Me put on display, like, you will at least consider maybe taking that away. But is there anything that may give him even bigger problems?
Yeah, so this is a bit of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, we've seen Telvanni do disgusting things today.
Yeah.
However, it does those things by having creatures on the board and then playing cards like Ulfric's Uprising. So if Aini's looking to make these splashy plays from hand, there is a chance that he might not ban Telvanni, so that Please Don't Hack Me plays these creatures, gets maybe one good Uprising, and then Aini looks to counter that with one good Rage. So he might actually let that one go. If he does not ban the Telvanni, I think that either Tribunal or Doomcrag are good quality candidates. Doomcrag just because it's so unique in what it does and it's kind of hard to keep it down, and Tribunal because it's the most well-rounded of the lists. And in this last deck standing format, getting rid of a very powerful, well-rounded list can be a benefit, because if it wins, it has the chance to win against almost any deck archetype, and you got to knock it off its pedestal. So tough choice here for Aini. All of these lists are pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy call to make, that's for sure. We are going to go into the games very, very soon. But before that, let's just give our sponsors a very, very big shout out. Thank you so much to Inked Gaming for helping making these tournaments possible. And again, this final is about a $200 cash prize as well as an item of the winner's choice from the TRS shop or the Pro shop, by the way. The second one is still gonna walk away with $150, so this is already looking really well for both of the players. And while we're doing the grand finals, there's also gonna be a third place match between Drew the Dolphin and Immortal August in the background. They will be fighting over who gets $100 as a cash prize and who gets $50. And even the 5th to 8th place already is gonna get a $15 credit store card for the Inked Gaming channel. There was a shadow behind me. Please pay no attention to that. So, alright, with that said, we're going to go into the games very, very soon. So any final thoughts on the matchup, Chama? Who do you think is going to actually take it? Who will take the entire thing?
Yeah, this is almost as tough of a call as we've had. Maybe even similar to the Endo Please Don't Hack Me call that we had to make earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are two players that, again, kind of know each other. They're very skilled. As I said, they've racked up a lot of accolades, #1 finishes on the ladder, high tournament finishes, so on and so forth. I'm going to go against the grain, even though Please Don't Hack Me has been like dominating all day. I think that I'm going to give this to Aini. I like the rage lists and how they potentially match up here. I think that he has the ability. If anybody in this tournament can knock off Please Don't Hack Me, I think it's going to be Aini.
I mean, if you take into account that both of them just 3-0'd their respective semifinals, that's still insane, right? Both of those players are at a power level that's just over 9,000 at the moment. And we're gonna go in game and see what is going to happen right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the TRS Classic, Please Don't Hack Me against Aini. The first matchup is going to be the Crusader Rage deck against the Tribunal Control. Man, that's gonna be exciting. Immediately Unstoppable Rage on hand, so it's there, it's waiting.
Yeah, now the downside for Aini is that of the different control lists that Please Don't Hack Me has, this is potentially his worst matchup. Tribunal can be very effective at neutralizing the opponent's board without creating a big board themselves. Tribunal can also be very effective at pressuring with only a couple of like mid-sized threats, and so you're less likely to get these big, powerful, unstoppable rages off if you're Aini. So going to be hard for Aini to pilot this. Not saying he can't do it. I just think that it means he needs some things to go his way in this particular matchup.
Well, he already managed to create that Stormcloak battalion. That's going to be pretty nice. Seeing Archcannon Sarioni getting dropped by a camel, that's going to make you nervous, man. Like, what did this guy draw that he would drop Sarioni right there? So, here comes an Edict, and the camel actually goes face to draw first blood in our grand finals.
Yeah, if you're Please Don't Hack Me, you are very happy with this hand in this matchup. This is a stacked hand. All of your creatures, with the exception of that Tree Minder that just popped up, had a massive amount of health. Let's be honest, Sothasil counts as having 8. So all of these had 5 or more. And then on top of that, you've got premium removal in Negation and Edict, picking up some more. This is a great start for Please Don't Hack Me.
That is rough. He even got the Edict back, and now there's another Pilgrim ready to be played with possibly that Ring Charge. Oh no, he's... You know what? Please Don't Hack Me decides to do Please Don't Hack Me things. Ramp up a little bit. Exchange his Ring Charge for a permanent Magicka point, you know. Casually. And here comes the Hive Defender. So Aini does try to go into the offensive. Only it hasn't really worked out that much so far, at least.
Yeah, I think that Aini recognizes that you're not going to out-attrition Tribunal Control, especially as Crusader. So if you have the opportunity to hit them, you might as well take it. Having them have, 7 cards versus 8 cards in hand, not really that big of a deal. You need to get their health low. One of the things that Tribunal, at least traditionally, kind of struggles with is burst healing. So they either use things like Archcannon for the drain. You can get slays with the Emperor's Blades, things like that, but they don't have these like usually big bursts of health that go their way, and seeing Archcannon go to the discard pile means that they're even less likely to have it. So pressure, I think, has got to be Aini's game plan here.
Absolutely. I really like the crushing blow into the Crusader's Assault to be able to keep drawing. Now the good thing about the Giant is that he's basically a cantrip. He's a big cantrip, but a cantrip nonetheless. He gives Ione another card even if he gets removed immediately. So.
Yeah, Vigilant Giant against Tribunal really reads, pay 8 Magicka to make your opponent discard a removal spell, and then you draw a card. Like, that's just what it means.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So
now,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, now we do see Please Don't Hack Me kind of transitioning, right? So he's got these big-ish mid-range threats, if you will, high health totals. So he was kind of spreading out his board wisely, not stacking them all in one lane, starting to go on the offensive. This is where he's going to turn the corner and take advantage of this.
That's a good execute target right there. And the Channeled Storm as well to get rid of it. Oh boy. Though, Please Don't Hack Me slowly but surely does run out of cards. Though, the next one is going to be a big one. The Sotha's still coming right up next turn. And I'm not really seeing any form of removal for that just yet. I mean, it's probably going to get the Legend Gianted. But it will still create... Oh wait, the Earthbone Spinner actually pretty good to at least stop the Sotha Sill.
I'm very curious about that particular line of play from Ione, specifically because he's got 2 executes in hand, and I thought for sure that meant Dark Guardian was going to get executed.
Yeah,
and instead he threw the rapid shots on that instead of a different target. So I don't know if he was just trying to not telegraph what his hand was, or if there is some other reasoning behind it. But it is... You know, Ione's not the kind of player who doesn't do something without a purpose, right? So it's just a very interesting line of play, and I would love to know what his train of thought was there, because it's, you know, very
curious.
Yeah. I'm not going to say wrong, because let's be honest, like, Ione can't be wrong. It was not what I would have expected.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. And now he does finally use the Execute as well as the Earthbone Spinner to neutralize the Sotha Sill. By putting the guard back on hand, I mean, yeah, it's going to delay Please Don't Hack Me at least a little bit. Up, and no, he's not gonna play it, yeah.
No, he wants to get rid of as much of this board as possible, save that 8/8 for a little bit later. And we do see a second Rage picked up.
Do you execute anything here? Are there even more important execute targets in Tribunal?
There aren't really a bunch that stand out to me, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. So we do see the execute go on the Word Crafter.
Something that I also didn't expect seeing is Ione not going for that 3 damage.
Well, I think at this point, so normally you don't mind hitting Tribunal because you don't expect them to run out of cards, but I think at this point he was thinking, okay, I've got him relatively low. Maybe I do transition to playing this a little bit slower. Now, 2 Namir Shrines means that is probably going out the window. From now on, I would fully expect him to continue to push damage because, yeah, there we go. We're not going to outvalue him at this point, but for a brief moment there, I think it made a little bit of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. With 2 Namira Shrines, that ship has sailed. You're not gonna ever get rid of his resources at this point. And now the Awakened, what's the name? Awakened?
Imperfect. The Awakened Imperfect. And it is a big 8/8 body. Vigilant Giant without the cantrip. The neutral giant.
If you get them for free, they're pretty good.
Well, it catches Ward here, so now it's a discount Lava Atronach.
Ooh. And here we have the aspect of her scene as well. That is honestly one of my favorite cards. I'm not gonna lie. It's so good in so many occasions and has won me so many games.
Yeah, it kind of got a reputation as being the red Tazcad when it first came out because everyone saw the value in the charge. But I think over time, people are recognizing exactly how versatile and important a 12/12 guard can be.
Mostly as a big ball of stats, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can be a wall against aggressive opponents because they traditionally don't run hard removal, and so if they don't have the silence on hand, you can just shut down a lane. However, against Tribunal, that's a little less likely, and that is a big dragon at the moment.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be game. There we go.
Yeah.
On command, for a bit of conceded efficiency, Please Don't Hack Me is gonna take the first match against Aini, so the Crusader Rage deck does run into a wall, and that wall is Tribunal. Let's see whether that's actually going to change over the course of this matchup. But what do you expect Aini to go for now when looking at his decks? Like, I think his Tribunal got banned, but I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
So we actually just got word from production. It was Aini's Ebonheart that got banned. So again,
okay.
It looks like he wanted to get rid of the opposing ramp strategy, and looks like Aini's been paying attention and managed to ban Please Don't Hack Me's Telvanni list. So both of those are out of the equation. It wouldn't shock me if Aini decides to bring his own Tribunal and maybe try to dethrone the other one in a bit of a mirror. We're jumping into the game now, so we'll see if that's the case. And I am wrong, as usual. Bringing his Daggerfall list instead.
So, Daggerfall against Tribunal. That's, yeah, to be honest, I also expected the Aini's Tribunal to come in and try and mirror it at least, but it seems like Aini has different plans, so let's see what he gets to do with this one. The Barrow Stalker is going to be the opening play. It is very likely going to just get executed out of existence, although a Tree Minder would also be nice at this. Oh no, never mind. Never mind, I tell a lie. Execute will be held onto for now, since this deck is running Breton Conjurer and Daggerfall Mages, so you have more valuable targets for those executes.
Yeah, you can be patient with Execute. We also know, because we saw it last game, Please Don't Hack Me has multiple Namir Shrines in this list, and saving some of these cheaper cards until later on as activators can be very beneficial as well, so you can be a little bit patient.
Here comes the Emperor's Blade. So basically he made sure that the Emperor's Blade can't get traded away without adding to the damage. And it also allows him to slay next turn. Well, unless, of course, there comes a big bad weapon and just gets rid of the guard, I guess. Aini now at a comfortable 40 health points.
Just casually at 40.
Yeah, man.
Which,
sure.
You know, usually that's a bad thing because you're saying, hey, I want people to break my runes. But again, against Tribunal, they're not going to likely just give you free runes anyway. So if you go up, you go up. It's not really that big of a deal here.
And at the end game, it might even give you one extra turn of trying to defeat Tribunal. Huh, interesting. I would have expected the Cradle Crush to come in here. But it seems like Aini has different plans. Especially since he saw that there was no immediate removal onto the...
Cradle Crush is something that, you know, I wouldn't have been shocked if I had saw it, but you would have sacrificed your own Hound to get it off. Whereas if you play this Conjurer in the other side, you know, you're saying they didn't have an answer for the first Conjurer, they probably won't have an answer for the second. I can play this slow and then Cradle Crush over there and not lose any value. So perhaps this is the train of thought. So here you can also clear that Tree Minder if you wanted to use Cradle Crush and then attack, but...
Vigilant Giant probably makes more sense since you already have something to run into it.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get it down as early as possible. And shockingly, there is not an immediate answer for this Vigilant Giant.
I mean, there is a preemptive answer with the Harpy, I suppose, but I think at this point you just silence it and go face, don't you?
It would be a very proactive play to do so, but opting not to. I think the silence is really important to hold on to. There's a number of threats you don't want to stick around on the board or have long-term value from, so...
Yeah, that's fair.
8 damage here is flashy, but you would have been giving your opponent extra cards, sacrificing one of your own tools. If it was something for lethal or even getting you within close to lethal, maybe, but I think this is a nice, good conservative line.
Not even going for the 6 damage here. Now, that's something I did not expect, to be honest.
Well, if you look at it from Aini's perspective, he essentially has 2 situational cards in hand. And he's already playing against a tough opponent on a very strong deck. And if he attacks, he's got to give not 1 but 2 runes. Like if that was a 5 damage attack, I think he might have taken it, right? 1 card is fine. But giving your opponent 2 cards in that scenario when you're down to just, 2 very situational cards, I think feels terrible. So
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. And now he still has the option to go for this 6 damage, especially after Please Don't Hack Me just healed up a bunch. Do you play the Necromancer? Let's take a look what's actually in the graveyard here. You could get a Breton Conjurer back, that's for sure.
I think this Necromancer gets held because long term, you're likely looking at this Sharpshooter dying, and then Necromancer gives you the ability to bring Sharpshooter back from your own discard pile and get another silence off. So again, you've got very limited resources if you're Aini. You need to make the ones you do have stretch as long as possible. So I think this is a safe hold. The nice thing about using Necromancer as your engine to bring back the Sharpshooter, if you will, is that it will always trigger the plot of a Sharpshooter because you've played the card before it comes in, but instead going to play it now.
Yeah, now he has access to High King Emmerich and can add the damage. Oh, wait, hold up.
Yeah, wants to use that Mentor's Ring and say, hey, do you have Dawn's Wrath? Because if not, I've just got a massive resilient board.
That is gonna be rough. I think if Varen is played in this turn, if at all.
Unfortunate mistake.
Huh? Oh yeah, he could have gotten an extra health point. I would have expected the Varen to come in here because that to me spells, yeah, some runes are gonna get broken now.
So we potentially have lethal here. Because this High King Emmerich from hand represents 6 burst damage.
Oh lord. Okay, let's take a look whether Aini can actually make it through without running into a prophecy. So High King Emmerich comes down. That is going to be a total of 4 wards, so that's going to be 8 damage actually.
Yeah, excuse me, 8 damage. I was thinking post break, but no, it's 8. So
let's see.
My math was correct when I said we had lethal, and then I zoned out. I promise there's potential lethal here. I swear, guys. And he's found it. He's found it.
Taking down Please Don't Hack Me. We have a series, ladies and gentlemen. This is no longer a sweep. This is officially a series. Please Don't Hack Me versus Aini are going to go 1-for-1, and the battles continue.
Yeah, thankfully, Aini listened to my brain and not my mouth, right? The lethal was there. I just, for whatever reason, decided to say 6. But nonetheless, yeah, ties it up, dethrones that tribunal, and now we get to see Please Don't Hack Me bring something else, right? We might actually see Doomcrag see play because it's been banned the other times that he's been on the stream. And the other time when it wasn't, we saw Telvanni just run rampant. So
we also haven't seen the Archer deck yet, right? Please Don't Hack Me actually owns an Archer list, so, and we are going to see it. There we go. Okay, Archer against the Daggerfall Rage deck. Now I'm curious. All right, Own Clan Sorcerer immediately on hand is pretty nice. Mighty Conjuring probably gonna need a little bit until it gets played. So okay, so let's go through the Archer list yet again. Like what are we looking for in this matchup, and what is Please Don't Hack Me's game plan going to be going into this match?
So it's interesting because normally you would say you're looking for a big, flashy, unstoppable rage play. Like that's kind of the entire point of a Rage Archer list. However, against an opposing Rage list, and particularly this Daggerfall one where there might be resilient threats on the board, there's a lot of creatures with ward and or large creatures, that's less likely to be a thing. So I actually think that we're going to see Please Don't Hack Me try to get value engines online early, like the Namira Shrine, and try to kind of churn through until he can get to his endgame. I think he's just going to try to race to his endgame faster and win that way. Because I think that both players know they're less likely to get this on the back of Unstoppable Rage. So they're going to have to find some other pathway to victory.
It does seem, however, that Aini is going to be the aggressor in this matchup as well. Like, he's already developing creatures, smashing face, first rune already broken. The Namira Shrine is going to mean that, okay, Please Don't Hack Me is going to start drawing indefinitely from now on. There is no reason to hold back on breaking those runes. Especially seeing that he has 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 rapid shots in his hand.
Well, the other reason that you can be the aggressor in this particular matchup is, if you're looking at the deck list, Please Don't Hack Me doesn't have a lot of defensive prophecies. And most of your burst healing is from Unstoppable Rage. So you can hit them in the face and feel comfortable that as long as you don't just accidentally walk into a bad situation, you can pressure. Again, use these resilient threats, use these warded creatures to try to put Please Don't Hack Me on his back foot.
Looking at Aini's hand now, I think, yeah, the line would be to make the Daggerfall Mage guard while it's still warded, and yeah, I was gonna call it, but he played it, so you know. The Stormcloak Battalion is gonna come in, and this is gonna be quite a big line of threats in the field lane that Please Don't Hack Me will definitely have to answer somehow. There is a debilitate in his hand that would neutralize everything quite well. -2/-2 on everything. Only a 3/3 remains on that field lane. And here we see the strength of debilitate in comparison to Ice Storm. Ice Storm would have done nothing there. It would have just killed a hound. The warded creature as well as the 5/5 would have withstood the Ice Storm, but not debilitate.
We're gonna see we're gonna see a proactive silence here, and I love this play. So the good news for the debilitate was it also had that 5/5 below 5 attack power. Aini here says, not only do I want this creature to swing for 5, but I want to enable my Mighty Conjuring. So I really like this kind of proactive self-silence with the sharpshooter, and Please Don't Hack Me, I think, realizes that's exactly what was going to happen, rightfully gets rid of it. Trying to find room and stabilize.
The Bandari Opportunist makes his first appearance in this tournament, I believe, coupled with another 1/1 green creature that draws you a card.
Yeah, if you're running a Namira Shrine deck, you know, running 1 Opportunist here just to kind of start an engine can help. It's also really nice at just hitting for 1 to help with those Empower effects. If you play Journey to Sovngarde, after you've kind of filled your discard pile with a bunch of Opportunists and or the Assassins from Ungolem, then they're amazing post to Journey. So I'm not surprised to see, you know, an Opportunist to make an appearance here, but Please Don't Hack Me needs a lot to go his way to slow down Aini right now.
At least the Mighty Conjuring doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon. The Green Pact Ambusher also nice to shut off that field lane unless removed. Shadow Shift is gonna come in as well.
Well, there's a chance that Aini will just play that Mighty Conjuring without a 5 attack creature. Now, drawing High King Emmerich makes that less likely, but prior to that, if you were to get the 7/5 ward, I think you'd feel really good about that. And even if you got your 5/5 guard, for example, you could have put that in the Shadow Lane and then used negation to get rid of the creature with lethal. But again, High King Emmerich makes that a bit of a moot point. And Aini says, I don't like your Bandari shenanigans. Excuse you, sir.
Here comes the Sanctuary Pet as well to shackle the High King. Second Namira Shrine does get drawn now, but that does also mean that the Mighty Conjuring now finally finds a way to get in.
Yep. Now, this is a very rough spot if you're Please Don't Hack Me. Because you have, well, not anymore because of the top deck. I was going to say you have to get rid of this 8/8 because shackling it will not be enough. You have to expect Rage is coming. But what a top deck. Gets the Fell the Mighty.
That's crazy.
Say goodnight, Atronach.
And can also trade into it perfectly, play another Namira Shrine, and now the draw engine is in full scale. The third one gets drawn as well. We do see Emmerich come out, but what is he gonna do?
Yeah, that is a fair question. I wouldn't be shocked to see Emmerich maybe go Shadow Lane, get rid of something, and sit there warded, because at that point, like you're afraid of a finish off effect. but oh, he opts to not battle. Interesting.
That's actually really smart in this case, simply because there are so many finish offs and other kinds of getting rid of wounded creatures. But the Archer's Gambit is gonna be very, very absolute removal in this case. And please don't hack me, really starting to stabilize now, it seems.
He is, but he's also running into that double-edged sword of, in order to stabilize, he's developing a board. And if Aini can just get a little bit more umph out of a rage here, if he can find some more pieces, he might be able to make Please Don't Hack Me pay as a result.
Are there any big 4-drop rages? He does, in fact, still have the final ring charge, so he can.
Yes, he has
rage with a
very
5-drop.
wisely. Yes, very wisely saved his ring charge so that he can go to 5. And at 5, it's a whole new world of opportunity.
Here comes the Clockwork Scorpion as well. So basically 2 different ways to start draining. I do expect the Brynjolf to get Fell the Mightied here. And maybe development of a young mammoth, though I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call on the mammoth because if you play it, you just have to assume it's going to die immediately.
That is rough.
Yeah, just
That was
just takes the Hail Mary Merrick.
And it doesn't pay off at all. That, my friend, was the new card called Gardener's Harvest. If it stays in your hand and turns into a random item. If you get it off Merrick, well, you don't get anything.
So Aini, again, just kind of hoping for some sort of top deck here. Unfortunately, Daggerfall also not going to be it. Looks like he's going to take 1 rage on this side. Because now that he has a second, he can afford to do so. Get somebody a little bit lower within striking distance, though that Clockwork Scorpion is making things difficult.
Yeah, but 9 health is still easier to deal with than 17 health, right? At this point, we kind of have to make this call right here. Archer's Gambit is gonna come in, heal up for 1 more, and kill the Mammoth. And here comes another Clockwork Scorpion. So this is basically the last chance to draw something that might, maybe. That's not it. The Necromancer is not gonna be
not
enough.
quite rage material, but
What can
maybe
he
he's
get
got
back?
something that can get him out of this. He's not dead yet. He's
No.
just not gonna win this turn.
So Sotha Sill into Ordinary Necromancer does something. That is something you want to see. Daggerfall Mage comes in as well, and here comes the Necromancer. So Aini now, for a final push, is going to develop a board here. There comes Emmerich yet again, and this is gonna be maybe big. Hold up, Umbra as well. Okay, so you got me interested. Those are a bunch of stats that he has on board. I didn't expect the Necromancer into Emmerich, I admit.
Yeah, Merrick is one of the
Merrick.
amazing additions to Necromancer decks in Daggerfall. Unfortunately, I'm still not quite convinced this is going to be enough because Hackney is going to be able to clear this with a rage while also gaining a bunch of health.
And here comes the return, Unstoppable Rage, to heal up back to 36. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this kind of seals it. Aini now left at 6 Magicka without anything in hand that can change this board. The Cradle Crush is too little too late as well. And I think this is gonna be the second victory for Please Don't Hack Me. Yeah, there we go, the concede comes in.
Yeah.
And Please Don't Hack Me only needs 1 more victory. 1 more victory with this Archer, and he takes home the grand prize. Or is Aini gonna be able to pull back with the Staggerfall deck that, honestly, it has been working really well. Like, that was a close match. That top deck on the, what was it, on the Fell the Mighty, that was incredibly relevant.
Yeah, it was incredibly relevant at the time. Listen, if you're Aini, you still have Tribunal left, right? So if you had to pick 1 deck that you needed to try to run a table with, I suppose that's a good one to have.
Yeah.
He's still not out of it by any means. I think Tribunal actually is a really good matchup against this Archer deck, so there's a very strong likelihood that Aini will take this victory, and then we'll go to a Game 5 final, and that'll be one heck of a matchup. But let's not jump ahead here. He still has to take down Please Don't Hack Me, who's been playing insanely well all day long.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the next match for our grand finals here at the TRS Classic. And please don't hack me against Aini. Archer against Tribunal. Man, I'm incredibly excited. This time around, Hack Me does actually get the ring. And that is one clunky hand, my friend.
Yeah, if we're being honest here, both of these hands are a little bit clunky for their respective players. Hackney's is getting a bit better with the pickup of the Thieves Guild recruit. Aine's getting a bit better because starting at 3 can start curving out some threats.
What have we here?
Or a camel, you know. Also
Yeah.
a good thing to care about. Ooh. Do
One
you,
thing
do
that
you
is-
only play Galen? Sorry to interrupt. Do you ever play
Yeah.
Galen on anything else other than Necromancer? What would other good targets be in Tribunal for the?
Well,
Galen?
you're staring at one in the hand. So one of the things that I like about what Aine's done is he's made it so that if he really wants to, he could Galen Grey Viper Brigand to give himself more potential like draw engine. And usually when you see Galen come down, you assume that it's on a Necromancer. So later on, if you were playing against somebody that had banish effects, you could kind of trick them, right? They'll get rid of your Necromancer and then you still have the benefit of Galen. However, against Archer, you don't have to worry about that. So I think you just hold on to Galen and you wait for the best possible thing to shuffle in. But the addition of Grey Viper Brigand in this Tribunal list I like a lot because it gives you an early creature with a big body that can fight for the board, gives you a late game draw engine that's not conditional like Smarch Crusader. You don't have to break runes or anything. I like its inclusion, and I like that it's like a backup Galen target in some instances.
That is something I wouldn't have thought of, to be honest. Yeah, Galing in that basically allows you to. The final one is gonna draw 5.
Yeah, you can draw a lot of cards. And it's matchup dependent too, right? Against an aggressive deck, for example, you could Galen your Golden Initiate and feel pretty good because you're going to increase the chances they run into a really nasty Prophecy. And if somebody is playing an aggressive deck and they suddenly are staring down a 6/6 drain creature that you played for free, that's probably just game over. So
yeah, that's a rough one to run into through a Prophecy. That's for sure. It reminds me of the early days of what was it, the Werebat.
yeah, when Werebat used to be a 4/3 and it was absolutely everywhere, it was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, trying to play aggro and running into a 4/3 drain of the first Prophecy, that was not a good thing. But that's gonna be 3 Miracs though. Hold up, what?
I mean, I suppose if you're not going to play it on a Necromancer, Mirak's a perfectly suitable target.
I mean,
Aine here says this game is going really long, and I want to take away all of your potential shenanigans.
give me all of those giants. Not one, not two. Give me all of them. that's what Aine's saying at this point. The target for the mummification isn't a particularly large one, but I mean, you'll take it. You'll take it.
There's not many large targets in Archer anyway. I think that you're happy to see that because that means your Divine Fervor is just more likely to stick. Fervor serves a couple of purposes in this particular matchup. One, it makes your Necromancers be able to bring back even more. So they can bring back Grey Viper Brigands if you want. You can bring back Death Priest if you want. Fervor also means that opposing Unstoppable Rages have to work a little bit harder to get value, and you're less likely to take breakthrough damage. So I think that was still a pretty solid Death Priest, all things considered, in this matchup.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah, you do want the Divine Fervor to really stick here. So please don't hack me thinking he is gonna play the Shriveled Mummy for now and just gonna pass. Really, nothing else to do. The Laneth is a very interesting pickup, but what do you get?
Whatever you want. It's Laneth. That's the answer. What do you want?
Whatever
you can get it.
you feel like. Follow your dreams, Aine. And he's thinking about it, going through his 75 card list right there.
He's really trying to find one of those 8/8 Miracs. Just kidding.
Ooh,
That is a
Thadon.
monstrous pickup because outside of the Clockwork Scorpions, there are not many cards in this Archer list that have a high health total. So picking Thadon up here guarantees that Aine, if things start to get a little bit dangerous, has a great tool for stabilizing in this game.
And he is gonna slam him down right there into the field lane, turning into a Mania lane. And yeah, that was an edict to take away the Namira Shrine. Sure, we take those. We take those.
I do not fear death.
All right, so now that the shrine has been neutralized, please don't hack me. Says I gotta get some value here. Let's drop a rage, but you're happy if you're Aini with that, in my opinion. If they're just using it defensively, that's one rage down that I don't have to worry about.
Absolutely. If you're Tribunal here, you wish for those rages to have to be used defensively. But that also tells you that there is a high chance that Hackme already has a second rage, because I do assume that this Tribunal is running the Twilight. So playing a rage just like that is an incredible risk if you don't have a second one.
I mean, it's a little bit of a risk, but it is worth noting that Aini had a board that was essentially setting up the equivalent of like a 2-turn clock. So you really needed to respond. You kind of forced them into a position where they had to do something. And, a little bit of a risk, but...
That's fair, that's fair, absolutely.
Aini has a lot of bombs just sitting in his hand.
So the Syl might come in, Divine Fervor might come in, and there's the second rage as well to be used at this exact same way.
Yeah, I think that he recognizes it's a dangerous board if you leave it up, and you've gotta respond. But it's good news for Aini. There's one rage left in the deck now.
He's gonna take it with a lethal, and that way he's gonna get rid of the Archer's Gambit being an actual threat. Though, Astrid comes in just in time to save the day and get rid of the Mirac, but that's a lot of removal getting used here. And, Hackme doesn't manage to get bigger draw engines. Like, it's starting to get difficult, I feel.
Well, this Archer list for the long game really relies on Namira's Shrine. You've got a lot of cycle, but the cycle is traditional utility cycle, right? It's rapid shots, it's shadow shifts. It's not things that are going to take out a creature and do something. So you're going to slowly but surely start to run out of resources against Tribunal just because their card quality is going to be better per card if you don't have the Shrine. And then on top of that, Aini has, already played not one but two Viper Brigands, for example. So he's playing cards that are more impactful and still cycling. So please don't hack me. Does find a shrine.
Yeah, that is actually pretty big here. Aini doesn't have an immediate removal for it. No, not yet.
Well, he does if he wants it. He does if he wants it, because the Divine Fervor into Necromancer, I believe, would have potentially given him a pathway.
I don't think. Let me check. He doesn't have Dushnik Yal, if that's what you're thinking of, but there's no other way for him to get rid of the Shrine aside from an edict, maybe. And the Argonian. Yeah, that's that Mirac is gonna be good.
Now he has it.
Yeah, with money, Marco. Now he
has it. Sorry, I've come from the future to tell you. I know he's got it.
Exactly as planned, ladies and gentlemen. It's all fine. That was such a huge turn. The Ice Storm into the banishment of the Scorpions is incredible.
Yeah, Scorpion is a big banished target because it is the probably most annoying threat to deal with, right? 7 health. It's the only thing that's going to really compete in the Thaden lane. It is a troublesome thing to deal with, but getting rid of it means Aini's just going to be drawing cards now for quite some time.
Do you just go face? Question mark?
I think you can wait one more turn after you've crushed their soul by archering this.
Man, that is just so rough. And
Yeah.
he gets even more 8/8 guards. Like that sort of Syl is bringing in the value.
Yeah, I think that's the reason that you wait one more turn. You know your opponent only has one rage left, and if they want to use it to clear that, then you know you're in the clear anyway. But by waiting one more turn, you can kind of set up this Alpha Strike scenario where you can use Divine Fervor and swing with everything. You can use Marak to get stuff out of the way, Javelin. Top decking
comes in as
Nkano
well.
kind of gets it done. So
All right then.
patient play from Aini paying off here.
And that's going to put us to game 5 for the grand finals. Oh
Yeah.
my.
Game 5 between two fantastic players, and it's going to be some great decks on display. We're going to see Aini on Tribunal Control, but a bit of a non-traditional one, again, including the Gray Viper. I really like that inclusion. I like some of the tech choices that Aini has made. And then on the other side, it should be, please don't hack me, piloting that Doomcrag Warrior list that he absolutely loves.
Yeah. Man, I'm just out of breath at this point. This has been an amazing matchup between those two players, and seeing basically, okay, game 1, Rage gets beaten by Tribunal. Game 2, Rage beats Tribunal. Game 3, Rage gets beaten by Tribunal. What?
Yeah, a lot of that back and forth, but now no Rage in play, so it's just going to be Tribunal again versus this Doomcrag Warrior. Again, if I had to go just based on the lists alone, I think Aini theoretically has the upper hand because Tribunal has a lot of ways to deal with the value engines that this Warrior deck has, but you've got to draw them. So Aini sees the Shadowfen Priest in the opener. That's a great way to start. Those Ice Storms, not as impactful in this matchup traditionally. You can clear out the Clan Sorcerers when they start to pile up, but otherwise I think you wish that was something else.
Hackme really just got the main package of Doomcrag Warrior instantly into his hand. Like that's the Mirror Shrine, Doomcrag Vampire himself, as well as the Disciple of Namir. Like that's big. He even manages to make a turn 4 value play, but the Shrine does get knocked off immediately.
Yeah, as I said, you have to draw the answers. So Aini started with that Shadowfen, but that's it. That's all he has. Meanwhile, Hackme does still have Disciple of Namira, has a Doomcrag, has all of the other traditional pieces. So if Aini doesn't find, some more options for clearing some of this stuff out, might be in a bit of danger.
The problem here, though, is that Disciple isn't really gonna have an easy time either. You have to build the board first before you play the Disciple of Namira. And those double Ice Storms, they're gonna make it rough.
Well, I don't think that you have to build the board ahead of time. Disciple, just like Doomcrag, is the kind of card where you can play it, and then depending on the other cards, you can get immediate value. So Nord Firebrands that are trading into things, for example, are going to let you cycle through and draw cards. If you run the 1-drop that battles another creature, when it dies, you can draw more cards. So I think that Please Don't Hack Me is just going to be patient with that Disciple and wait till he can get 2 or 3 cards out of it the turn that he plays it.
Wasn't the Doomcrag Warrior also one of the lists that Hackme had brought to the Master Series?
It was, and he played it phenomenally at that time as well. And I think that the deck is arguably more powerful now than it was then. So this is, again, great matchup, great decks on display, great players. Tribunal was on display at the Master Series from a lot of players, but it is arguably much more powerful now as well. So we're going to see ramped up, amped up versions of competitive decks.
Our creep is a thing, ladies and gentlemen, and we get to see it. So, okay, the Felder Mighty on the I keep forgetting the names.
Perhaps we can help one another.
The Gatekeeper?
Yeah, thank you.
I got you. Remember, I'm from the future. You said you were out of breath earlier. I went forward in time to see that Manny Marco on the Douchnik and then came back. I'm raring to go.
That is quite a few of kilometers you went back and forth in time. Wait, what? I mean, if you're using the Flash type of time traveling, then yeah.
Yeah, I have full control of the Speed Force. It's no big deal. I don't like to brag, but... So, Aini does have a bit of an awkward hand here. Normally, against some decks, this hand would be amazing. It's removal on removal on removal on removal on removal on removal. That is 5 removal cards sitting in hand, but against Doomcrag Warrior, it's far less impressive because most of the time these creatures don't hit the board until they're going to get value anyway. So, Aini's hand is a bit clunky.
Yeah, it doesn't allow him to develop anything further than that. I mean, he's all right with waiting a little while, but
I don't think he is all right with it. I think he's probably kind of upset because if he has a different hand here, I think we would have actually seen him hitting Please Don't Hack Me in the face. He's got this field lane that I think he wanted to get value out of, but this hand isn't one that you can justify doing so because you know that just like what happened, your board can get wiped at any given moment. So unless you can reload right away, I don't think you push face there. Ooh, that's a
good way to reload. You put that onto that and edict. Yeah, why not? Draw 3 cards, ladies and gents.
Yeah, that is a spicy fork there.
I mean, you just need one. If it works out, you can exchange that for 3 other cards. Sure.
Yeah, why not? Uses the crushing blow there and picks off a target. Decides not to save it for some reach later, and that makes sense. Aini's been really patient with his plays here, and he's not going to get himself into a situation where he needs crushing blow to finish somebody off early. So he'll be winning pretty definitively if and when the time comes. Now, Soth the Sill is a great pickup. And that is a snap play by Aini.
In general, Aini's hand has gone from, well, I just have removal and have to wait for him to do something, to I have all of the proactive cards I would ever like to have. Iron in Hiking Emmerich and Tel Boss, and seeing that Red Year get played now is actually the time where Aini can think, okay, that's out the window. There is no second Red Year in this deck. I can now start to develop all of the things I want to do.
Perhaps we can help one another.
Yeah. This is interesting to me because Aini keeps fighting for the field lane, which tells me that he's still not in any position or in any hurry anyway to start pressuring Will. If he was going to start trying to race Will, I think that we would see more cards go into the shadow lane just because you're vulnerable in the field lane to like a Doomcrag plus a Nord. So the fact that all of these cards keep going into the field lane says to me anyway that Aini is being patient, taking his time, and is going to be really methodical about how he navigates this matchup.
Here comes the Laneth. What is she going to bring in? Again, Thadon. I really, really like that card for this tribunal.
Well, just like against Archer, this Doomcrag list doesn't have many high health creatures. You do have the new 1/7 guard, but that's about it. So finding Thadon means you're just finding your own personal Namira Shrine, right? Like you're just finding a value engine. So it makes an awful lot of sense in both matchups that that's the target.
Here comes Hiking Emmerich to get rid of the Vampire. And I do assume, yeah, here comes Thadon as well. So using up all of the Magicka to bring in an incredible value development here in the field lane. Like, Please Don't Hack Me now has to start dealing with this. Thankfully, he does still have the second Doomcrag Vampire, so this one is going to take away Laneth. Disciple of Namira comes in, so the draw engine is hopefully started, and Ashlander Zealot is also going to make a very good trade for himself. Now, the next card he draws is nothing he can just play, so that's the turn, but it was a good usage of the Vampire nonetheless.
Yeah, and much like I said earlier, Please Don't Hack Me was very patient with that Disciple and waited till he got at least 2 card draws out of it. Got the Zealot in there, got the trade, but Aini here still with a decent enough board that Please Don't Hack Me has to consider responding.
Here comes the Namira Shrine, and another card is going to make sure that the Shrine gets procced. Getting rid of that ward is always nice, simply because that takes away Aine's ability to just keep rewarding his face. But that piercing Twilight, though, that is spicy. What do you get rid of here? Do you just take away the vampires?
That I was just about to say, that looked like a mistake. That edict did not hit the Namira Shrine, which I thought was bizarre. And then with the emote there, I think that was a bit of a misclick.
Oh, that is rough, though. Disciple of Namira at least gets thrown out the window, but that could have been the Shrine's absolutely gone.
Yeah, Disciple of Namira is a great target. But Galen here on Necromancer, also fantastic play. It does mean that those buffed up Necromancers, if they are found, can continue to bring back Piercing Twilight. So not the end of the world there, but again, you have to think that Aine meant to edict the Namira Shrine.
Yeah. Do you start going aggressive now? I think you kind of do, right?
I don't think so. Not necessarily, because we're already finding buffed up Necromancers. You still have an awful lot of value here if you want to play the attrition game. Aine's been very patient up until this point.
So 6/6 Necromancer. Let's see.
There's a number of juicy targets here, but Shadowfen Priest makes an awful lot of sense.
Yeah, and that is gonna be the match. Please don't hack me for fates, and that is Aine taking home the grand finals. We got
Congratulations.
them.
Yeah, congratulations, Aine. Use that tribunal list against, both Rage Archer and Doomcrag Warrior kind of the exact same way. Play super conservative and just take away your value engines. Make sure that Disciple of Namira is gone. Make sure that Namira Shrine is gone. Once you've done that, you know that you can outvalue your opponent long term. It's just a matter of time. So very well executed and navigated by Aine. Congratulations. You're winning the grand final. Please don't hack me. Played phenomenally today as well. A lot of 3-0s, a lot of very impressive victories, and then took this to a game 5. So it was a good day for Legends.
It was an amazing tournament in general. Like from the very start, we've seen such incredible matches, and I know people have been saying this the entire day, right? This was an incredibly stacked tournament. So many big names coming here together for the TRS Classic and duking it out against each other. There's only so many matches you can watch. And yeah, well, we have a finalist, we have a winner. Aine taking home those 100. No, wait, how much was it?
200.
That was $200
and
cash prize.
And his choice of an item, so he can get a comfortable hoodie should he so choose.
Hoodies are pretty good. They are pretty good. So
please don't hack me gets that $150, and we did get an update here. Immortal August is 3-1 winning against Drew the Dolphin for 3rd place. So that was the result of the 3rd place match that they were playing as we were looking at the finals.
That is, yeah, well, with that resolved as well, only one thing really remaining, and that is the question whether we are going to have a final player interview with Aine, with the tournament's grand champion, and we'll find that out quite quickly. We'll just need a couple of minutes. And
I can answer that for you. The answer is no. Aine declined just because he said that he doesn't have the setup for that at the moment. So not that he didn't want to, just that technology-wise, not really capable at the moment. So he kind of pre-declined should he win.
Okay. Well, in that case, that does mean that that we won't get a player interview, sadly. I hope you guys still very much enjoyed the tournament. And one more time, we're gonna say a big thank you to our sponsors, Inked Gaming, for making all of this possible, as well as, of course, Bethesda and CVH for all of the support they have given us with featuring and everything else. And well, and a big thank you to everyone in the cast today. It has been a ton of fun with you guys, and thanks, a big thank you, the greatest thank you probably, to all of the players participating in all of these TRS tournaments. Man, that's a lot of people to thank. And of course, a big thank you to the viewers for being there, and hopefully you had an amazing day. So, with that said, me and Charmer are going to, well, leave very, very soon. Oh, that's my camera again. Any final words? How was the cast for you? How much did you enjoy it?
It was absolutely terrible. I had zero amounts of fun whatsoever.
Absolutely.
I will never do this sort of thing again. No, it was wonderful. It was great to see new and old decks on display. I'm not surprised that we've seen as many old decks and combinations as we did, because I expected people to be creatures of habit, and it's so soon after the expansion. But we did get to see some exciting new lists as well. I really like Aine's Daggerfall Rage list in particular. I look forward to seeing more of that. So, great time to be playing Legends. And now that we know we're getting more expansions this year, more than ever, it's going to be like this, hopefully for the next 12 months.
Yeah, it was just the first tournament after the first expansion of the year, right? We have more tournaments coming up. We have more expansions. That's such a great thing to say. I am not used to saying we have more expansions in Elder Scrolls Legends, but it is finally time. Sparky Pants just putting in all of the effort, all of the maximum effort to bring this game back and just give us the content that we so desperately need. Okay, I think with that said, we can say goodbye for tonight. Thank you all for watching, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Goodbye, friends.